30 teams, 60 players, all competing in a FIFA 20 crossover from the comfort of their own homes. We've got stars from Germany's top two tiers. We've got esports pros from the virtual Bundesliga. And this weekend, we've even got a team of referees. Hello and welcome one and all to match day 2 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge, an esports invitational put on by the DFL to help us cope with the lack of football due to the coronavirus pandemic, putting things on pause for the time being. From wherever you are joining us in the world, welcome. And if you join us on match day 1 for 60 seconds or the entire stream, welcome back. We hope you and yours are safe and healthy, practicing social distancing and exercising both body and mind, despite any restrictions on normal everyday life. Both the Bundesliga and Bundesliga 2 were in the midst of a thrilling campaign. And while we may not have thrilling title races or agonizing relegation battles today, we're delighted to be back and hoping to bring some more light-hearted entertainment as the worlds of professional football and professional esports collide. My name is James Surrogate, and completing the double act in the hosting hot seat for today's action, he made his debut in the starting lineup last week. This week, he's looking to stake a claim for even more minutes on the mic. It is my fellow FIFA enthusiast, Alex Chaffer. Alex, great to have you here, my friend. How has your week been?
It's not been as exciting as my weekend was last weekend, but it's been very good, keeping myself at home, keeping myself distanced from people, and all in all, building myself up for this big weekend of Bundesliga Home Challenge action, which we can look forward to now.
Well, that's it. Match day 1 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. We had 92 goals scored across the 26 one-on-one matches and saw the entire spectrum of FIFA skill sets, styles and results, from big blowouts to gritty grinders. We've upped the ante on match day 2, I think it's fair to say. So what are you expecting to see from today's action?
I'm expecting to see more of the same from the guys who know how to do it, the esports players. They're obviously not used to playing the 85 mode as much as usual, and they're getting used to it. Last weekend we saw them trying it out, being patient in their play, and I'm looking forward to seeing that today. And we've got some new players coming in which we hadn't seen last weekend, some professional footballers taking the dive into the virtual world, so I'm looking forward to see how they get on. And of course our team of referees coming up right at the end of the day, which is going to be fantastic.
Well, in case you weren't with us for match day 1, here's a quick recap of how this will all play out. We have 30 teams split between 15 ties that will be played out over the course of this weekend. Each tie will consist of 2 one-on-one matches, the second of which will consist of 2 professional footballers. Those 2 ties will make up an aggregate score, with all the matches being played on the 85 mode used in the virtual Bundesliga. Alex, for anyone who may not be familiar with FIFA's different game modes, what does the 85 mode that we're talking about entail?
The 85 mode is built to bring together teams who can match up better. You know, if you've got a Borussia Dortmund coming up against a Zweite Bundesliga team like Holstein Kiel, for example, it's not really the fairest of matchups in the real world because Borussia Dortmund are, fighting hard at the top of the Bundesliga. But in the 85 mode, all players are 85 rated, all stats are 85 rated. They're all the same. The only things that are different are each single player's height and weight and such things. So it brings a level playing field to the game, and it means that in these modes, like we have now, and these challenges where professional players, hobby players you can call them, are coming up against sometimes professional esports players, it just balances the books and gives everyone a fair chance. And as we saw last weekend, it can bring some really interesting ties into the game. So hopefully more of the same will come this week with the 85 mode once again.
And it does mean as well that we do get some players shining that may not be the big names in the real world, but on FIFA and in the 85 mode that they can thrive based on physical stature and things like that, right?
100%, yeah. One of the things in the 85 mode, which we saw last week, is these little tactics where players will maybe try and use a taller player up front and be the physical presence in the attack, because if you can cross to a player who's taller than the defenders that are marking him, he can get to the ball first and win that header regardless of him actually being a good header of the ball in real life. The differences are all taken away and everyone's on a level playing field, so it comes down to the raw basics of a player's ability in the game as well as the player controlling them. Whoever's going to be the best at doing the basic things in the FIFA world will usually come out on top.
Yeah, we did see that in the virtual Bundesliga this season as well. Werder Bremen being crowned champions for a second season running. They are in action later today and have a bit of, they're on a road to redemption, I think it's fair to say, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But they are the prime example of this 85 mode and how they managed to use it to their advantage. When Megabit and Dr. Erhano won the title, they actually managed to get a photo with Nick Voltemada, who was one of their unsung heroes of the season, a very tall, rangy striker that they like to bring on for the last half an hour. So a lovely snap that was on Dr. Erhano's Instagram feed as well. And that just goes to show exactly what we're talking about in terms of players that may have a more prominent part to play today in the FIFA world, in the virtual world, than they normally do in the real world. Right, we should talk maybe about the upcoming fixtures as well, because we've got some real highlights. We mentioned the fact that Werder Bremen are in action. But quickly before we get into these fixtures, I want to ask you about Matchday 1 quickly. What did we learn? What stood out? And who is aiming for redemption today?
I think what we learned is that a lot of our Bundesliga professional players are pretty damn good at FIFA. We saw a lot of them come in with a lot of hype. Munas de Boer for Hoffenheim, he's a guy who plays weekend league regularly, and if you know FIFA, you know that is the most elite competition you can play on the game. It tests the best of it against the best, and he often comes out quite well. We saw Nusam Buyelab as well for Schalke come out really well, scored some fantastic goals with his own player himself in the game. But some unknowns that came about. Mark Flecken got himself a draw against an esports pro. It was a fantastic outing for him. He did really, really well. He's going to be playing again across this weekend for Freiburg. And the professional players showing that, and although they are hobby players, that competitive edge that they have, it comes out again in the virtual world, especially when they're missing out on usual football.
Well, that's it. Flecken and Schlotterbeck up in our second game of this afternoon, up against Hertha Berlin. So the question is, they got 2 draws last time out and really impressed. Can they go on better, do you think, this time? I
think so. I think getting the same pair again for the next for this week as they had last week, it brings that cohesion, and they can take confidence from their results that they got last week and try and get themselves one better and get that win today against Hertha. So we'll see that in the second game.
Yeah, you mentioned Dortmund against Kiel as well. As you said, in this 85 mode and on FIFA, there is no favourite really in a tie like this, despite being in opposite divisions. Now, I guess the big question is, will Achraf Hakimi actually stay off his phone and focus more on the FIFA at hand this week, do you think?
I hope so, but I mean, it did bring up a really entertaining game, one of the most entertaining games of our week. Against Daniel Brzezinski last week, it ended in a 3-3 draw, so a 2-2 draw, sorry, a 3-3 draw across the tie, but a fantastic way for them to show their skills, and obviously he showed his skills in terms of keeping his social media activity alive during the game. We'll have to wait and see. Obviously his setup was one of the coolest as well. He had a nice backdrop and blacked out screen, so he was clearly professionally set up. We'll just see if he can be slightly more professional in his work ethic in terms of keeping that phone away while he's playing some FIFA.
Absolutely. It did give us a few smiles, there's no doubt about it. It's all tongue-in-cheek as well, poking fun of him a little bit. We've also got 2 really big games to close out the show today as well. We mentioned Werder Bremen. They have made wholesale changes to their side today. No longer with Megabit and Maximilian Eggestein. Instead, we've got Dr. Erhano and Davy Zelka on the joystick. And they are looking for a redemption after that come-from-behind victory of Nuremberg last week.
That's it. The fact that they were 4-1 up in the second tie on aggregate and managed to lose 4-5 to Nuremberg is just incredible. With about 30 minutes to play, the comeback was sealed. The comeback began and was sealed right at the end. So if they can come up against Leipzig now with 2 new players who are looking to make their statements, having missed out last weekend and not opening the scenes for Bremen, they can put their names in the hat again to possibly represent the team another time. So I'm looking forward to see how Davy Selke can possibly better the outing of Maximilian Eggestein last weekend.
Yeah, their reputation is on the line. They are the dogs in the virtual Bundesliga world, but the Bundesliga Home Challenge was not their forte seemingly on match day 1. Can that change? And then let's be honest, the big highlight of this entire weekend of the Bundesliga Home Challenge, when we heard the announcement, we were both sending WhatsApp messages to each other saying how excited we are, not just to have Gladbach involved this time, because they weren't involved last weekend, one of the 4 new teams this weekend that are involved, but the referee team throwing out a 2-man team as well. We've got Dennis Eiterkien and Daniel Schlager. What a wonderful way for them to get involved in this, FIFA Invitational, let's say.
This is the highlight of my weekend, and I'm glad that it comes right at the end of this day, so people can hopefully stick around with us all the way through and see the highlight right at the end. We'll see what Eitekin and Schlager can come out with, but it's just fantastic to even see that referees have been able to represent themselves as well, because obviously they're an integral part of the Bundesliga world and the football that we get to watch and enjoy so often. And the fact that they can be involved with us in this challenge is a fantastic thing to see. So hopefully they represent themselves well against Gladbach to end our day here today.
Yeah, and Dennis Eitekin continues to be one of the biggest characters in German football, so great to see him involved. There are some pre-match that we think may be a little more accurate than Marco Richter's were last week. He was talking to Bild, saying that he's been doing some training with his 12-year-old son to get ready for this competition, but he's been picking up a lot of red cards, so we will see what happens and whether the referees may be the ones that lose their rags a little bit in the game. He even went on to admit that he has actually discovered that a game does get called off after 4 red cards, so that maybe tells you a little bit about his style of play.
Maybe he's got some different goals from everyone else to achieve this weekend. Maybe he wants to get those red cards to cancel the game. We'll have to wait and see.
We will have to wait and see. It'll be great to see them in action. And actually, speaking of red cards, we should maybe mention for bingo that me and you have been driving on social media today. It was just a little fun idea we thought of this morning. We mentioned the fact that FIFA bingo is one of those formats that is used by a lot of YouTubers out there. I think it was initially done by Capgun Tom, if I'm not mistaken, in terms of it being a fun way to play FIFA. And we've actually put out a nine set bingo list of our own in terms of things we're looking for today. We missed out on a couple of them last week, and if you did join us, you'll know that I was bemoaning the lack of an overhead kick. What are you hoping to see today?
I want to see an overhead kick, 100%, just to make you feel happier as well, James. But one thing I'm looking forward to is possibly, because on this day a few years ago, Grafich had that goal against Bayern Munich, the famous back heel. We've all seen it before. And I want something special like that today. It feels like the right day for something like that to crop up. A really special solo goal, or, as you said, an overhead kick or something like that. Really something to get us all off our feet and get us all excited. As we had a few great goals last weekend, so I'm sure the players are capable of doing it.
Well, that's it. Yeah, that Grafich goal, the greatest goals in Bundesliga history, if not the greatest, and brought out one of the best moments of Bundesliga commentary as well from one of my colleagues, Gary Preston. So shout outs to Gary. Just a legendary piece of commentary where he decided he was going to do a Brazilian. I may give him a bigger shout out later. But it will depend on whether we get a goal of that caliber as to whether maybe in honor of Gary and honor of this day, in honor of Grafich's goal, I maybe do a Brazilian myself. But I'll leave you on to hooks for now.
Maybe when Vendel is playing for Leverkusen, that'd be quite a nice thing for the Brazilian fullback.
Yeah, exactly. That would be lovely. Yes, one of the other new players that's involved this weekend. We've got a couple of them, fresh faces. But let's talk about the opening game of today, shall we? Hanover against Darmstadt, two teams that were in action last week. And we are starting with that matchup between two esports pros with Don Chap and Gotzeri. So how are we thinking the opening game of this one's going to go? Because these two were enjoyable to watch last weekend.
Yeah, that's it. Gotzeri got himself a 1-0 win and Marcel Deutscher got himself a 1-0 defeat. So two guys who had very close results and obviously one coming out on top in his game and one sadly on the losing side. But Marcel Deutscher will want to make sure that he's not on the losing side today, of course. But these are two esports pros, and we saw last week, I spoke about it so often, maybe it should have been on the bingo as well, for the possession style that these guys play with. They love to keep the ball and make sure that they're in control of the game and they're patient in their chances. They rarely actually shoot at goal. They want to work it into the box so that when they do shoot, it does go in. And so I'm expecting a few goals in this game, but I'm expecting it to be a really entertaining one. And for FIFA fans around the world, one that's going to be a really nice highlight to start the day to get us in the esports mood of a couple of professional guys.
Absolutely, and something that they share in common from this season of the Virtual Bundesliga is they both picked up wins against Megabit, which is quite an impressive achievement. Actually, only 5 players managed to do that in the whole of the Virtual Bundesliga, beating the reigning Grand Final champion, and these were 2 of them. So it does speak to their caliber, at least in big games.
100%, yeah. Not many people can say they've beaten Megabit in any game. So these two guys, as we get into the game, have a lot of expectations on their shoulders, and they'll be wanting to make sure that their professional players waiting in the wings have a lead to defend going into the second leg of the tie.
But yeah, we are ready to get match day 2 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge underway. Matchday 1 was a rousing success, if we do say so ourselves. And we are looking forward to seeing what Matchday 2 will throw up. Do feel free to get in touch on any social channels, depending on what broadcaster or platform you are watching on. Get in touch in the comments, but use hashtag Bundesliga Home Challenge, and that'll be a great way to get in touch with us. And we hope you can enjoy the action just like you did last week, because we were certainly very much looking forward to this all week. And already we can see Don Chap here establishing an early control on proceedings, looking to make use of space out wide with Dux, one of those players that will be brought in because of his physical stature. Now with Kaiser.
He's starting with Soto up front, which is one of those things, as you mentioned, that physical stature, just playing with a few of the big guys. You've got Vidant as well, and Dux, as you said. Lots of big players on the pitch for Don Chap here.
Well, Vidant looking to split the defence with the through ball. Well cut out by Gotsuri. Chance for him to break, and he's got men out wide. Playing it well, but then it sees his move break down. And we did see last week, this was one of the big learnings, is that when there were esports pros going up against each other, there was so little room to maneuver for them. Any little mistake could be punished. It made for a lot tighter games on the whole, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. And, you know, these guys, they play professional, and they play all the time, every day, but they play against each other all the time as well. They come up against the best when they're playing in tournaments, and obviously the German guys will be playing recreational games against each other to test themselves. So they know how each other plays, and they know what their tactics are and how they want to play. It's rare that the guys get thrown off from what they want to do, and openings come like this, actually, as we have now for Gotsuri.
Yeah, lovely chance early as well. He's dragged it just wide.
As you said, those are one of those moments where a little tiny mistake can just give an opportunity. Hanover defence opened up there, and Gotsuri got forward well and had a nice snapshot towards the near post. Just went wide though.
Now trying to work it from the corner, but Don Chat was privy to what he was trying to pull off there.
Modern football fans will love watching esports players just because of how much they love to keep the ball. It's passing out from the back and building up play. We'll see a very different story from the professional players, of course, as we did last week, trying to get forward a bit more and have more shots on goal.
Yeah, a little more gung-ho and reckless going forward and at the back, it has to be said. Some of the professional players we saw last week, but yes, Pep Guardiola's influence even being felt in the esports world when it comes to possession-based style of play. Free kick there for Gotsuri. Of course, he is a player that has gone 30-0 in Weekend League this season on 2 occasions. Formerly on the books with Manchester City's esports department as well.
He's been around the block, as Gotsuri. He knows how this game works, but this is something new for him, obviously. As we've mentioned, the 85 mode, it's not what these guys normally play. Test for them.
Dangerous ball here. An important hand to it from the Hanover goalkeeper, Ron Robert Seeler. Now spread out wide with Janus Horn, who was in action for Hanover last weekend in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. He's given way to Julian Korb, who will be in action in the second leg between Hanover and Darmstadt. And now here's Don Chap trying to get something going in the final third. Has to settle for the corner. Corners, one of the hardest disciplines in FIFA 20 when it comes to creating goal-scoring chances. Sometimes it just seems to click into gear. It all seems to happen in slow motion, where you almost know it's going to happen the minute you've kicked the ball from the corner.
I was going to say, it's rare to actually see these guys go for a corner into the box. They usually go short, so an interesting tactic there from Don Chap in this first game.
Well, he does have players to aim for in that box. We've mentioned Dux, we've mentioned Vidant. Now working it well through midfield here with Felipe. A risky pass cut out. Quite a comfortable back and forth between these two so far. Both probing for weakness. Best chance of the game so far for Gotsuri.
You can really see him trying to work on the counter, Gotsuri. It's Don Chap who's had more of the ball in the opening 30 minutes, but as you said, Gotsuri had that first chance, and he's had more of the attacking openings just because of that chance and opening up on the counter. It's something that Don Chap has to look out for when he loses the ball in the opposition half. Needs to make sure that it's not simple for Gotsri to push forward quickly.
Yeah, we see there Gotsri constantly tweaking some of his in-game tactics. It's interesting, Don Trapp said when talking about his preferred style of play in FIFA 20, he said, I'm active in trying to win the ball back and break quickly. Right now, Gotsri doing well to prevent him from tapping into those strengths. He's having to be a little more patient in his approach. Stroking the ball about well, though, here. Trying to fashion that opportunity. It opened up for a second now with Dux. Cut back. There's a good chance, well blocked in the area.
Huge chance there, the first real opening for Don Chap as well. Just had some space and made the right passes, but Soto just couldn't get that shot away in the box. It just got a bit tight from there. Well blocked there from Gotsri around his 6-yard box.
17 wins and 30 goals scored in the virtual Bundesliga for Don Chap this season. He's looking to make a name for himself in the esports world. Had a pass on there through the middle, went out wide instead with Dux. Couple of men to aim for in the box. He was looking for the one on the edge of the area.
Another one of those instances where these esports guys, you expect them to go for that shot. You're watching it and think, just play that pass, but they always go for one more.
There's a good pass on here, and, well, unconvincing keeping, it's fair to say, from Ron Robert Seeler.
Rare through ball. Another one, though, for Gotsri in this opening first half. He's done that well so far, but Don Chap brought Seeler out well there and eventually got the job done.
He thought the ball roll had done enough to get round Seeler. In the end, though, it's with the corner instead towards the near post. It's a dangerous one. Seeler with a good save. Chance still alive. Still got men to aim for in the area. Worked it well here. Gotsri. I thought he had at least, but the offside flag is up against him.
That was dangerous there for Gotsri. Don Chap leaving his front post unmarked there from the corner, and Gotsri saw it and tried to take advantage and almost did.
Here comes Don Chap. One last chance before half-time from the corner. Oh, gets ahead to the ball with Felipe, but can't find the target.
I definitely didn't expect corners to be so important in this first half between these two guys. We've seen arguably the best chances from both teams coming from those set pieces.
Well, it kind of echoes what we see in real life football sometimes. In a tight, gritty game, set pieces are sometimes the way that they have to rely on fashioning chances, and it's certainly been the case. Gotsri with the best chance of the half, dragging an effort just wide when he was one-on-one with Seeler. But a very evenly matched first half, picking up right where we left off with the Bundesliga Home Challenge after match day one. These two esports pros really going at it, and you can see there Don Chap with a lot of possession, but we still are waiting for the breakthrough.
Yeah, both these guys playing the same formations, 4-2-3-1, and looking to get the opening goal here. As we said, this opening goal is going to be really important, just because we know this game is going to be a low-scoring one.
Oh, Don Chap pinching the ball off Gotsri from kickoff. Earned himself the free kick. And these are the types of games that we saw more often than not last weekend. They were decided by a one-goal margin.
That's it. That one moment of mistake, you know someone can't always concentrate for the full 90 minutes, even in FIFA. One little mistake might come, and you've got to be ready to take the chance. And Gotsri had that chance in the first half. Couldn't quite get it on target, but possession Don Chap is having. He's trying to build himself up to have one of those chances in and around the Darmstadt box here.
There he is with Prib. Plenty of blue shirts behind the ball. Kaiser short of options.
Really good patience, though, from Don Chap. It's easier said than done to sit on the edge of someone else's box and keep the ball like this.
Constantly with your back to goal. There's a strong challenge there. At a vital moment from Gotsri. That was a lovely ball forward as well, looking for the run of Dursten. Trying to figure out where his best angles will be for the pass. He had to go backwards for the time being. Now trying to move it a little quicker, a few 1-2s. Trying to drag players out of position.
And this is what the 85 is. these guys, no player has more than 3-star skill moves in this game mode, so it's all about the little tricks and flicks that you can do, the basics of the game, getting a nice pass into the box and things like that. It brings it down to the basics, and it does make it more difficult for these esports guys as well, because they're used to playing with the best of the best in the game when they're playing Ultimate Team. But now, a team of 85 rated players, they are good, but they're not what they're used to.
Yeah, that's it. You pop into some of their streams and you look at their FUT Champions teams, and they're enviable to say the least. They're full of icons.
Very much
They're
so.
multicoloured. You've got a bit of everything in there, and some of the best players in the game. And yes, now they see the skill gap is reduced a little bit when they come and play this 85 mode. And it's not to say that these two aren't two very proficient players, because they are. Don Trapp now coming forward. He's got a little bit of space to work with out wide. Loses his marker.
He's done well
now
there.
What can he do? Just stopped in his tracks momentarily. This is maybe a sign as well that Don Trapp really learned from that defeat to Yannick 0109 of Augsburg last week in terms of being a little more patient with his chances. There are a few moments where he did rush things a little in that game, and one such moment did cost him. Yannick scoring the only goal of the game. He's forced to do a little thing right now with Horn, trying to close down Dursun. It really is important trying to close down the ball as quickly as possible.
That's the thing. His game style, as you said, is usually trying to win the ball back and press quickly and get forward, get counters going. But in the 85 mode, kind of restricts that ability with maybe a lack of place and attack. So he's changed his tactics here, and it's working out well so far.
Gotsuri again having to bide his time now. A couple of moments where it looks like it's opened up, and there is the opening goal. It happened in the blink of an eye, but it's Gotsuri with the opener.
Quickly, it can change. We've spoken about it so often, just these one little openings that they get. You saw that, how close the Hanover defender was to him, but he just had enough movement and enough space in front of him to go for goal with a lovely finesse shot on his right foot from Ozgovic. That is the opening goal of this game, and it means that Don Trapp is going to have to express himself a bit more now. He might come out of this possession-based game and get some shots going.
He's got to take a few more risks with some of passes, perhaps. He's breaking well here. It's opened up for him, and there's an immediate equaliser just like that. We're all square once again at 1-1, and it's Toykert with the goal.
And this game has come alive. Outstanding from Don Trapp. He kept his patience, kept playing the way he has for the last 74 minutes of this game, and he knew he was going to get an opening. And as football so often says, you're most vulnerable when you've just scored. And that's what happened to Gotsuri right there. Just a little opening in his defence, and Toykert made the right run, and Don Trapp saw it and finished it superbly.
Yeah, never is that more true than in FIFA. I think that saying about when you're most vulnerable, and we've seen it here.
You just open, you score that goal, you sit back and think, oh, thank God for that, and then you concede one straight away.
Gotsuri actually going for goal there from the corner, seemingly. That's a new one I haven't seen too often this season.
Even more infrequent than actually crossing into the box from a corner. So Gotsuri's trying everything in this game. He's going for the jugular.
Well, Don Trapp breaking out of his shell there a little bit with the dribbling moves from Ziller as well. So they're both having a bit of fun with it this afternoon, and that is what this Bundesliga Home Challenge is all about. It's nothing really on the line. It's not competitive. It's an invitational FIFA tournament, and it is a bit of fun to provide a bit of light relief in some of these troubling times that we are going through in the world, and hopefully we can help provide that today, no matter the restrictions that we are all facing on everyday life. But so far, we've got time winding down in this opening game of match day 2. Poised on a nice edge. Here is Felix Platter. Bit of a heel click to get past his man. It's worked out well, and Gotsuri has got what will likely be the winner here.
I think he deserved that bit of luck there. That move from Platter was outstanding in the box. Just a little heel flick to get past his man. Such a nice move, and although the ball did rebound back to him in a fortunate way, that move deserved it. And a simple pass in front of goal is always going to result in a finish like that. And with 5 minutes to go, Don Trapp is now going to have to work his socks off to get a second equaliser.
Yeah, Felix Platter producing skills on FIFA that he could only dream of in real life. And that is said with a big tongue in my cheek, I should say as well, because let's be honest, when it comes to professional football skills, he outmatches me head over shoulders, over toes, over everything. But yeah, lovely piece of skill there just to open up the play. That's what we want to see. We want to see these guys just pushing the boundaries a little bit and having fun with this. It's not quite as serious as the virtual Bundesliga, but there is pride on the line, and that was something we talked about a lot this season. Or, excuse me, last match day, I should say. Which actually is the whole season, admittedly.
It feels like a season.
It did, the amount of time it took. I say, and I have a great respect for streamers after what we did last week and what we're looking to do this week. But we do have time winding down into the dying seconds. Now it's Gotsuri looking for a third. But is there one break on for Don Trapp and Hanover? He's got to move it quickly now. Has to hold up the play in midfield, and that was the pass he really needed to find a teammate.
Gotsuri did so well there just to keep the ball until that 90th minute. So often is the case that they try and keep the ball to work for their own last shot on goal, and Gotsuri just keeping it there to secure the win. And he does just that in this opening game of today's play in the Bundesliga Home Challenge.
Yeah, and just like on match day 1, Don Trapp coming out on the losing side, Gotsuri winning both by a 1-goal margin. There were a few more goals in their game today. But back-to-back wins now for Gotsuri, and he'll be very happy with that, as will Darmstadt, I'm sure. A man who has placed in the top 8 in the world on FIFA 18. He was top 8 in Europe on FIFA 17. And now a regular competitor in the virtual Bundesliga with Darmstadt. Actually likes to play Weekend League on both PS4 and Xbox, so showing that he's quite comfortable cross-console as well.
Showing that he's an absolute madman. If you're speaking from personal experience, when I've played Weekend League on Xbox, as many people at home watching along will hopefully know as well, it is very difficult. So I have the utmost respect for anyone who can put up with doing it every weekend on 2 consoles, let alone 1, because 1 console is more than enough for the basic FIFA players in the world like myself.
Well, that's it. There was one element where I was thinking I hadn't played much Weekend League, because as you'll know, as football journalists and guys that work around the Bundesliga, our weekends are our busiest days. Saturday, Sunday are our busiest days, and that's really when most is demanded of us in terms of our work. And so Weekend League isn't naturally that feasible that often. I actually thought, you know what, maybe one of the nice things about this coronavirus pandemic and being in self-isolation is I'll get to play the Weekend League. Then the Bundesliga Home Challenge came along and blew it right out of the water. But to be honest, I'm quite happy doing it this way. It's a lot less stressful. We're having a lot more fun. There are a few more smiles and a few more jokes, and there's less raging. And definitely less raging.
There's a lot fewer broken controllers. I can confirm that.
That is absolutely true. We are almost ready for our second game now of match day 2. The second leg between Hanover and Darmstadt. Julian Korb stepping in for Hanover. How hard do you think it will be actually for someone that wasn't involved last week to kind of get up to the rhythm? Do you think he'll slot in quite easily?
I'm not sure, actually, because maybe he's, in the lead up to this, knowing that he was going to be playing, maybe he has trained the 85 mode. Hopefully he has, because he'll know that Felix Platter, who did get himself that win against Adrian Stanilovic against Leverkusen last week, he got a 3-2 win in his game. So he's used to this now. He's, as you can see, he's relaxed. He's got his water there. He's prepared. Whereas Julian Korb's going to come into this fresh. But, he could have trained for it, and it could be the fact that being fresh and being new to it, he's going to try and bring his Ultimate Team sort of style of play into this game mode, and it might allow him to express himself even more. So looking forward to seeing how he handles the occasion.
Well, that's it. He was involved in the Stay-at-Home Cup with Linton Miner, Florian Muslia, Janis Horn and Cedric Teuchert, which was actually aimed at raising money to help the homeless in Hanover. A very worthy cause in these times. So he is a dab hand on the joysticks. Once referred to by Christoph Kramer as the funniest guy I know, which I think that's high praise indeed, actually.
He knows a lot of people, I believe, Christoph Kramer. World Cup winner, so...
There you go.
Very high praise.
He doesn't remember the World Cup, but he is a World Cup winner. That's it. Oh, the poor guy.
We can't take it away from him.
We cannot. It's genuinely one of those heartbreaking stories, though. The fact that he can't remember it, the pinnacle of his career till now. But right now, Julian Korb. Well, he was looking to get on the front foot early. Maybe catch Platter off guard. And he's moving the ball about very nicely. Lovely turn in the box. And an early chance for the newcomer in the Bundesliga Home Challenge.
Well, we said that these guys would be playing a lot more expressively, a lot more entertaining and pushing the ball forward. And that started immediately there. Korb pushing the ball into the box there with a risky pass, which an esports player would not usually go for. And he just got the nice turn there and was able to get a quick shot away. Obviously just not getting the power he really wanted on the shot, but fantastic way to start this game. That'll do his confidence no end of good.
Yeah, an early warning sign for Platter to heed as well.
You can see he's sat forward a little bit more in his chair.
That's it. Doesn't have the headphones on like last weekend, if I remember correctly. Because there's a lovely photo of his little setup on the Darmstadt Twitter feed as well.
I do remember, sorry James, I do remember him celebrating his goals quite nicely though, so I'm looking forward to that if he does get another one today. On the back foot in these opening 10 minutes though.
Yeah, defending well though. Winning the ball. Oh, I say that, and he's giving the ball away badly there. These little turns inside the box are certainly something we're seeing Korb settle into a rhythm with. Just wonder whether that's something that Platter can pick up on, allow him to read Korb's intentions a little more in the final third. And now Korb doing what he normally does in the real world, which is defend. Right back by trade. Signed from Borussia Mönchengladbach back in 2017. Gladbach in action in the Bundesliga Home Challenge in our final game of the day. They are taking on the referees team. Yes, you heard that right. In case you're just joining us, there will be a team of referees playing in the Bundesliga Home Challenge today, made up of Daniel Schlager and Dennis Eitekin.
We're as excited as you are.
We really are. We really are. When I wrote to a couple of friends saying, oh, there's a referees team, can you guess who will be involved? A lot of people didn't guess Dennis Eitekin, but said, oh, I hope it's him. And were delighted when I was able to say it is. But now here's Platter with Platter in the box. Well, we saw that heel click come off well for Gotzeri. Didn't quite have the same effect for Felix Platter on this occasion.
It's one of those things as well for him, especially being a striker, Felix Platter, having himself on the pitch, up the pitch. We wanted to get a goal with his own player. We saw it so often last week with players getting goals with their own men on the pitch. He'll be wanting to do that today. But you can see Platter a little bit more patient in his build-up. Korb there's a lot more running around with his players. You see not as many passes as you see with the esports guys. They're happy to have the ball in the middle of the park and get one-on-one situations like Korb is trying to have now out here on the right wing.
Twisting it and turning, trying to fashion some space. That was a lovely first touch to get away from his man. And a strong save in the end from Schuhen.
Don't think he quite expected to get that much space in the box. He had the opening and could have taken a really nice shot at goal on the right foot of Guidetti there, but just didn't go for it and didn't get on it in the right time. He was a bit late there. I want to wake up and expect that from himself. Expect the little movements that he can open up space for a shot.
Well, he is having a lot of joys with the little drag backs and first touches so far. Korb, you talked about Alex Platter scoring with Platter. That is one of the things on our FIFA bingo checklist today. None have been crossed off so far. It's a lovely bit of play from Korb, and he set up the shot well. It was blocked in the end, and a bit of frustration there seen on the face cam of Julian Korb.
He's not happy about that, but he's got another opening here.
Another chance to make it 1-0. And the keeper right now is keeping Platter in the game.
Two huge chances in the space of just a few seconds there for Korb. He's showing his frustrations, but he can be proud of the way he started this game.
He's really got Platter under pressure. Of course, Janis Horn was only able to get a 1-1 draw against Marco Richter last time out. There was the story about Marco Richter's falsified, we're calling it falsified now, it's falsified pre-match prediction from him. It was all a massive cover-up story to hide that he's actually not too bad at FIFA. He predicted a 9-0 loss when he was talking to Alex before the game, and he got a 1-1 draw. But Korb right now showing that maybe he could have been involved in that opening game and may have gone one better than Janis Horn.
Definitely not.
Right now, Platter, this is a lovely move for Platter to open up. And with his first real chance of the game, Felix Platter has broken the deadlock.
That is elite passing and moving, because it's so difficult for the defender to defend against that. You can only control one guy at a time, obviously. For Korb, he's always trying to react to Platter's pass and doesn't quite have enough time to sort of predict the next one and get into a right position. He's always reacting rather than expecting and planning. Platter just passed his way through there superbly, and a lovely finish as well. And despite being on the back foot, Platter gets himself in the lead. And we see another fist pump from the man in the blue Darmstadt shirt.
Right, been under so much pressure as well, so it's a great way to alleviate it, grabbing that opening goal before half-time. And arguably it's a goal that Darmstadt, the club themselves, would be proud of. It's very much their style of play. Keep things tight at the back. They may not have as many chances as their opponents in games. They try to make the most out of the few that they have, but now Guidetti breaking free for Hanover. He's got a man in the middle. We were looking for the sweaty goal on the bingo list, and Korb can't pull it off.
Always looking for a sweaty goal. It tells you so much about a person in their FIFA way of playing if they do go for that. Trying it again there in the Darmstadt box, sorry. But it breaks away for Platter just as we approach half-time here. Darmstadt on their way to 2 wins on the bounce.
Yeah, very strong performance from the Lilies. Platter wouldn't mind adding a second before half-time. He's trying to get a chance going. Doesn't have many options. Not committing too many players forward, and indeed won't have chance to carve out another goal-scoring opportunity, but he'll be very happy with that first half.
He will indeed. Just showing his experience having played last week. You can see Korb, he's laughing away there. He's had 4 shots to Platter's 1, but the scoreline in the favour of Darmstadt. Korb will know that he's producing chances and he's playing well. Just needs to stay patient, keep his concentration up, and those chances will keep coming. Don't let it get to his head.
Oh, we've all been there, haven't we?
We have. I'm not sure if he can see Platter and the fist bumps that he's producing, but maybe that might be getting him a bit more frustrated. Just needs to keep himself chilled out, and he should know that he's playing really well so far. So if he can keep going and keep putting the pressure on, the chances will definitely come.
I tell you, if I was these players, I would have been trying to get WhatsApp or phone numbers that I could have been sending a few WhatsApp messages, playing a few mind games in the build-up to it, just to have a bit of fun with it. And Felix Platter strikes me as one that may have been tempted to fall and do the same thing. We go Platter with a 1-goal lead, so we've seen Korb make a change at half-time. Soto off for Vidant, so bringing on a little bit of height into his front line, which may help, especially given the fact that he's had a fair few corners and does like to get down to the byline and cross the ball into the box.
That's it. It's one way to try and beat a team if you're not quite getting the openings that you really deserve to have gotten from your work. Go back to the basics.
Just got to be careful not to open himself up at the back. And the early pressure coming from the side who do lead. Sealer with a punch clear. Another chance to get the ball back in the mix. He's gone for the low cross this time, Platter. Clear to the edge of the area. Now Hanover are able to alleviate some of the pressure, only temporarily though. That goal has certainly given Platter a lot of confidence. Really asserting his control on proceedings now.
He's keeping that control well here.
Oh, it's opened up for Platter! And he cannot score with himself.
I think he went for goal there knowing that he had just passed himself the ball. A rash shot from the edge of the box. You don't see it very often, but it would be fun to see one go in the top corner.
I wouldn't say no to that. We saw some lovely efforts last weekend on match day 1. If you want to see the top, you can go to the Bundesliga official Twitter feed at Bundesliga_EN. You can see a clip of the top 3 goals. There's a chance here for Korb as well. He's going to get the rebound and he's got the equaliser. Well, they come in all shapes and sizes, but you take them no matter what.
I think you have to say he's got the luck that he maybe deserved, especially from the first half performance. So often does a rebound come to the aid of the attacking team in FIFA. It just bounces right back to Vidant there, and he does well to make sure that he keeps that shot on target, and he could go for a leader here.
Vidant through on goal, and the keeper was quickly off his line, and he needed to be 2.
Platter now on the back foot. He needs to make sure that this doesn't become 2-1 quickly. Korb's put a spring in his step, and he's feeling confident now with Platter having signalled for a pause. He's looking to make some changes in his final 30 minutes here.
And that's it. In the opening game between Don Trapp and Gottsrud, we saw a rhythm established in terms of the back and forth nature of the game. Don Trapp having more possession. I mean, it's the thing with these professional players, that it doesn't seem to be much rhythm because it get broken up at any moment. Momentum can shift at the drop of a hat. And all it takes is a break like this for Korb, and he now finds himself 2-on-2 at the back. Guidetti trying to use his strength up against Pfeiffer. And Pfeiffer comes out on top, importantly for Plata.
End-to-end stuff here now. That's why it's so much fun watching these guys play. As you said, the game is wide open.
There's just no discipline, and we love it. And there's a chance here for Plata, and that was a glorious opportunity to make it 2-1. A gasp of anguish coming from the Darmstadt striker.
It's not going his way as it did last week with that 3-2 win over his Leverkusen opponent. Big 20 minutes here. If Darmstadt can get a go-ahead goal, they can maybe go for that second win from as many games in this tie, in this Bundesliga Home Challenge, but Korb does not like the sound of that.
Oh, it's another lovely turn from Korb. He really is using those to great effect. And we lose the atmosphere a little bit, but that was a glorious opportunity as well for Korb to take the lead. So we've had two at either end of the pitch now, and I cannot see this game finishing all square, Alex.
No, I can't either. I think both of these guys have no interest in playing for a draw here. They're both going for goal, which is exactly what we want to see. As you said, Korb just bummed as to why that didn't go in. Perhaps it seemed it went straight at the keeper, but maybe he tried to go for that near post. It's one of those things, as we talked about a lot last week, as being an overpowered thing on FIFA 20, going for the near post, and just didn't quite get on that near post as he would have liked.
Ooh, that was close as well, though, from Miner.
He's getting these chances now, and this is the thing. He had these chances in the first half. They didn't get taken. He's taken one in the second half, but he can't afford to keep missing these because he knows that Plata's probably going to get one or two chances as well in his final 50 minutes.
It's also the fact Hanover are a goal down now on aggregate over the two legs. They still need Korb to get another one to at least tie up the tie. We did have two draws last time out, so they were a rarity. Of course, it is all about pride in your individual games as well.
You can feel that, especially for these professional guys. They're playing against a professional player, and they know they want to get one over on them, especially if they know them personally, which I'm sure these guys do.
Oh, this is a lovely chance now for Plata to maybe snatch a goal, but he is stopped in his tracks. See their next game up. Freiburg. It's a great chance for Plata. Just put a little too much on the power bar there.
He was going to get a couple of chances. That was one from himself to score with his own man. More will come, though, from the Darmstadt man.
Can he get the ball back in the box? Denied the chance by Linton Miner. Now a chance for Korb and Hanover to break. Darmstadt's players trying to stream back in support. Worked it well here. Oh, cheeky back heel, well read.
Well defended there by Plata, and now he's trying to break away as well.
Oh, he's gotten through well with Wirtz. Oh, he went for to tee it up.
Shoot, man.
Right, that's probably what he should have done. Decision making at the highest, even in esports, is so pivotal.
It's one of those things he might have been told by Gotzeri. Work for that final pass, work the final pass, get the right shot on. But that's one he has to go for goal with. It's such a simple opportunity, one-on-one with the goalkeeper, but he let it slip.
And now Korb coming down the other end, looking to make him pay for that missed opportunity.
How good is this?
This is really end-to-end stuff right now. Both of these guys going hell for leather for that winning goal. Plata wants it for pride and to seal this two-legged victory for Darmstadt. Korb wants it to try and tie up the game. Was a good header at the near post, and Plata with the fist pump. He's got the second goal.
The fist pump is out. And that's as simple as it can be sometimes. The big man, 5 foot from the back. Big header at the near post. Korb's not happy. And it's not over yet. There's a couple of minutes left, and he knows he's going to give it all he can to at least get some personal pride and not lose to Plata here. But he's on his way to 2 wins out of 2, and maybe even more.
He'd love to get a third, wouldn't he, just to rub salt in the wounds, and he might get it as well. Here is the chance. It's off the bar. He's been denied by the woodwork.
He went for goal that time. Too much power on it, though. Back out of the bar, and what an incredible game this has been. So much fun.
We're still going to have another chance here as well for that third, and it was another good effort too.
As much as Plata has scored 5 goals across his 2 games in this tournament, his finishing could do with a lot of improvement.
Yeah, there's still room to manoeuvre for him
100%
up front as well. Well, there we go. It's another 2-1 win for Felix Plata, and he's got to be absolutely delighted with that.
I can feel Julian Korb's pain. You work so hard. You're so close to getting yourself a good result and to get your club a good result in the tie, but a corner right at the end, something that's so hard to defend on this game. It's so hard to score from as well, must be said. It's such an unfortunate thing for him to have conceded defeat from, and Darmstadt coming away with a couple of 2-1 wins there.
That's it. Back-to-back 2-1 wins. Now in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Back-to-back 4-2 victories. They beat Leverkusen by the same margin last weekend. And so staying consistent at the very least, Darmstadt, it has to be said. But what a way to get off today and match day 2's Bundesliga Home Challenge action.
And that's why these games are so much fun. Hopefully it is for you guys as well, because we're getting to see such a nice mix of FIFA. You get to see the esports pros showing their class, their talent, their skill in the first game, and then you get to see the professional players just going hell for leather in the second game, wanting that win, doing everything they can, regardless of what the scoreline is, regardless of perhaps what they've been told in the build-up. We're not going to see a couple of esports players against each other in this game, but as you can see there, Mark Flecken coming up against Elias Nerlich, and he was one of the most impressive players last weekend, and could easily say that he's put himself on a pedestal to say, I'm good enough to be put alongside these esports players, and he's obviously put himself against another one today.
That's it, yeah. Mark Flecken and Nico Schlotterbeck were two of the most impressive performers on match day 1, and we're definitely looking forward to seeing what they can produce on match day 2. But they were the ones, I think, outside of the Munas de Bourges and the Nassim Boujalabs, who we knew had a track record on Foot Champions and on Weekend League. Those two were the biggest surprises because they kind of came out of nowhere. But they obviously do have a reputation in Freiburg circles of being quite good FIFA players. And yes, now Flecken will have to test himself up against Elias, who picked up a 3-1 win last weekend. And as you say, did look like one of the more impressive performers when it came to the esports pros.
Yeah, definitely. He's, working from
4-1 win, against Lucas Fiedler.
There you go. Even better. Well, it's working against these esports pros. Obviously, you're going to be an underdog as a professional player, but he clearly sees himself, Flecken, as good enough to deal with him, and obviously Schlotterbeck as well did his job. So another one of these teams, Freiburg, if they can put on another performance, they're going to be up there already with Darmstadt as the most impressive team so far in the Bundesliga Home Challenge.
Absolutely. I mean, that game with Flecken and Juice as well last week, the Wien Wiesbaden representative, he was actually ahead throughout most of that game. It was actually Juice that kept having to come from behind, so Flecken maybe will be the one who will have felt a little more aggrieved by only picking up a draw in that game. But yeah, we'll look to see whether he can pick up where he left off. He was one of the people, before Dennis Eitekeen got mentioned of being involved today, where I think Alex and I were both most excited about having Mark Flecken involved, because he does have a history with FIFA. Of course, he has that reputation of being the FIFA glitch fail goalkeeper, essentially, because there was that famous goal he conceded while on the books with Bochum, where Bochum themselves had a goal disallowed at one end. The goal, the free kick was taken quickly. It was knocked on at the back, and Flecken, not realising that the goal had been disallowed for Bochum, had promptly gone to get his water bottle out of his goal to take a quick swig of water, and in the ensuing passage of play, the ball ended up in the back of his own net while he was grabbing for his water bottle. So it was one of those funny moments, and so the fact that he was up for this, it really was quite a humorous kind of link between both the virtual world and the real world, which is what this competition and this invitation is all about.
100%. If you've not seen it, please do go and check it out. You can find it on Google and Bundesliga.com. It is one of the most bizarre footballing things you've ever seen, and as we mentioned it last week, you might remember us mentioning it, but Mark Flecken is able to take it on the chin. Of course, he donated the bottle that caused the problem. He donated it to charity and raised some good money for local charities. So he took it on the bright side, and it could be one of those things where it sticks with you and keeps you down and gets in the back of your mind. But he's moved on and signed for Freiburg. He's in the Bundesliga now. He's impressed when he's played so far this season in the Freiburg goal. So he's taken it well and has moved on, and obviously proved that he's not a FIFA glitch on the virtual game, on the virtual pitch. He's obviously able to produce the goods, and we'll have to wait and see if he can do that again here today.
Yeah, anything from it, actually. No, he was definitely one of those players that, as we've said, impressed us the most last time out. And the second game of this tie between Hertha and Freiburg pits Maximilian Mittelstädt up against Nico Schlotterbeck, both picking up 2-2 draws last weekend, so they'll both be looking to go one better this time out.
That's it. You've got yourself a draw. You've done well. want to take that experience from last week, take what you've learned, playing with the 85 mode, perhaps for the first time. These guys not used to it, as we've mentioned, coming into this game with a week of practice perhaps as well alongside them. As you see, another explanation there. All matches 85 modes today. All teams have the same rating of players. They're all just as strong as one another, just as quick. And it means that they're all on a level playing field as well. So it gives an opportunity for these guys to be on a level playing field and take those draws that they got last week, take that experience and try and get themselves a win this weekend.
Yeah, Hertha and Freiburg have already met once in the current Bundesliga campaign. That happened on match day 15. It was Hertha who picked up a 1-0 win. It was Vladimir Darida actually scoring against his former club, the only goal of the game in a hard-fought victory for Hertha, and that was in the Hinrunde when Freiburg were flying high, it's fair to say, as well. Things took a little bit of a turn for the worse in the Rückrunde, but they're still in the top half of the table and not too far off of the European places, just 1 point behind Schalke, who themselves are in 6th place. So European qualification, when the season does get up and running again, not outside the realms of possibility for Freiburg still.
Very much so, definitely. And we saw a few years ago they did make it into the Europa League as well. It harmed their domestic performances, but this is a special time for Freiburg. This is their last season in the Schwarzwald Stadion. They're moving into a new home next season. State-of-the-art stadium, brand new, fully built. I believe it's still being built, actually, so it's going to be very much brand new when the season does get underway for next season. But it would just be a fantastic way for the club to christen that new stadium with a season in the Europa League, or possibly even Champions League, who knows. But likely, if they do get the Europa League, it'd be a fantastic way for the Black Forest side to celebrate that new stadium. And yeah, it would be really fun to see one of those teams that's not always in Europe representing the Bundesliga on the continental scale.
Absolutely, and we love a good fairy tale story. I think we established that on match day 1 with the amount of stuff we talked about.
Very much so.
Massive simps here on the show, on the stream. But you went down to the Schwarzwald Stadion this season, if I'm not mistaken. Right?
I did.
So
yeah.
what is it about that stadium, in your opinion, having been there, that really makes it stand out?
It's just the location and the picturesque nature of the surroundings. It's just so beautiful, and it's such an old stadium. It's the Schwarzwald Stadium, and obviously perhaps not the best opportunity now to try and get yourself to a game. It might not be possible, sadly, but I did take the chance to go down there, and you walk in, and the surroundings are so open. You can walk straight up to the players' entrance and shake their hands. It's very easy to access. It's straight off a rural housing estate, and you can pretty much walk around the whole stadium, and you see how old it is. The stands are all sort of rickety and old metal and wood, and sort of you can tell it's been built together a long time ago. But that sort of stadium, as much as obviously they've seen as well, it needs improving. It gives you a sense of home and sense of feeling when you're actually in that sort of stadium. It's really special. You sort of feel the history that's come along with it as well. So for me, it was a really nice personal experience, because I really wanted to go to that stadium before. I've been able to work there before, but never see a game, and I was lucky to see a really fun game. Freiburg getting a 2-2 draw against Borussia Dortmund with a last-minute Manuel Akanji own goal. That's straight off my memories. But yeah, so I would have recommended it, of course, but it's now a great chance to recommend people for the near future to get themselves down to the Black Forest, because it is a beautiful part of the world, and you can see football in their nice brand new shiny stadium.
Yeah, that's it. It's got a lot of character. It's been through a lot. The club themselves have been through a lot in that stadium as well. So yeah, you call it rickety. I call it's got character.
Correct.
That's the way we like it. But yeah, no, a bit of an emotional moment for Freiburg moving out of that stadium come the end of this season. But we are, I think, just about ready to get into our opening game of this tie between Hertha and Freiburg, as we mentioned. Elias Nährlich, also known as Elias N97, taking on Freiburg goalkeeper Mark Flecken. Now, Elias N97, someone with over 200 subscribers on YouTube, and is a prominent feature in the German YouTube community when it comes to FIFA. He doesn't just play FIFA, though. He does also have a channel, or does feature videos, Call of Duty, first-person shooters, the likes. It's fair enough. We like to have a wide repertoire of things that we like to play, and Elias is one of them. And so, yeah, we'll see what he can produce today against Mark Flecken. He's going to be up against one of the tougher challenges, and maybe Well, I don't know. I don't know if I want to go as far as saying a tougher challenge than Lucas Fiedler, but Fiedler is a 17-year-old that's just kind of burst onto the scene, especially in the esports world, and so Alias might be up against it a little bit more against Mark Flecken today.
Yeah, having Fiedler having won that tournament in Paderborn to earn himself this sort of spot for his club, for his hometown club, the team he supports, a great opportunity, and obviously just didn't quite produce what he wanted to do last weekend against Elias, that 4-1 defeat he suffered. But yeah, I tend to agree with you actually, just because Flecken will be that little bit more confident than Fiedler, having had that result last weekend, getting a 3-3 draw against an esports pro. It's can do you no end of good, especially for him. Obviously, we hadn't heard much about him coming into the game, so he's perhaps not one of these guys who plays weekend league often, as the Munas de Boers and Bouye Labs of this world. But he's clearly up to scratch and up to standard. So it's another test for him, and arguably, as you said, a bigger test for Elias than Lucas Fiedler, just because he has that form coming from last week, and that can do a lot for a guy coming on, especially on FIFA. Once you've got a win, you build on that. But if you get a defeat, it's hard to sort of build yourself back up most of the time.
No, absolutely. I mean, that is it. Fiedler 2002 would have been coming the same style of play or approach as esports pros, but not quite on the same level as Alias last weekend, and I think we did see that. Whereas Flecken comes in with good FIFA qualities, but definitely not the same style and approach as maybe Alias is used to facing in competitive FIFA. And so that is something that we saw Juice of in Wiesbaden have a problem with in that 3-3 draw against Flecken. I just wonder whether Alias may get thrown off by that as well, because as we've mentioned, these professional esports players are a lot more secure, a lot more disciplined. The professional footballers on here having a bit of fun during the coronavirus, break in play, are here to have a bit of fun, enjoy themselves, and ultimately be a little more ruthless and ambitious, I think is the way we look at it, right?
Yeah, and it's not what these esports guys are used to. As we mentioned it before, they're used to playing against each other and in tournaments and against each other. They have very similar tactics to stay in control of the game. And they're not quite used to these guys like Mark Flecken, who will just press and go straight at them with attacking play. And again, he was really impressive as well in his passing play. He was patient as well when he needed to be. So he has a lot of skills as Flecken, and obviously having come into last weekend, as we said, off the back of not much, sort of spoken about FIFA experience. Possibly Elias has looked at that and looked at how he played last weekend and tried to work out some tactics for him. But Flecken can know that he's not just a professional player who's looking to entertain and get forward and score as many goals. He can do it all, and he'll be looking to give Elias a really tough test here.
Yeah, so he's got a lot of respect for esports pros. He says they're crazy good, and I'm quoting there. But he did say that he's not bad working from an underdog position. And let's be honest, that's something that Freiburg as a club and all their players are very familiar with, because it's often the position they are in the real world as well. And we can see they're just picking their kits now, and we are almost ready to get the action underway in this first of two legs between Hertha and Freiburg. Now, Freiburg not in the virtual Bundesliga. Hertha finished the season in 19th, so not a great season for them.
It is nice seeing these. Even Flecken now, just going through his tactics, clearly knows what he wants to do and has thought about how he wants to play. Got a few different tactics set up. It is quite cool how seriously these guys are taking it. Obviously, they've prepared for this. Flecken probably gone for the last few days thinking, should I go for a 4-3-3 or maybe I'll go for this 4-2-3-1. It's really, really fun to see how seriously they're taking this.
No, absolutely. It's absolutely fascinating. And I'm sure he's maybe picked up a few things from last weekend that maybe he'd like to tweak, maybe something that he feels will get him the win as opposed to just a draw. But we've mentioned that this could be a challenge for Elias, going up against someone that won't have a style of play he's necessarily used to coming up against. For Flecken, of course, he's going up against an esports pro, so a big challenge for him as well. Flecken and Schlotterbeck were both unanimously nominated by their teammates for this tournament, and I think it's fair to say we did see them compete at a level that wouldn't have been or wasn't far removed from the esports level themselves last week, so we'll see whether they can maintain that. And for Elias, watching some of his YouTube videos, and recently he's actually sold his whole FIFA Ultimate Team and he's looking to build it from scratch again. And I think he has, with the help of his viewers on YouTube, built a new team from scratch. And I can tell you it does include moments Ramos, Team of the Year De Jong, and Kenny Dalglish, of all people, up front, which I didn't think would actually be the most natural selection for a guy representing Hertha Berlin in the virtual Bundesliga to, in his FIFA Ultimate Team, go for King Kenny up front.
Yeah, just going for possibly one of the best, I guess you could say. But it's interesting as well that he sort of not removed, but got rid of his Ultimate Team and started afresh, because I think we've all been there as well as recreational players. I don't know if he did it because he was frustrated or not, but I've certainly had it in the past where I've removed my team and sold them all out of pure frustration. Obviously, Elias might have just done it because he wanted to try something new. He plays the game a lot more than me, and obviously been able to play with players such as Moments Ramos and your Kenny Dalglish's and so on. It's a nice experience to try and play with the best players on the game.
Oh, that is it. If only I could, right? If only I could earn enough coins to be able to afford players like that. But I'm not quite in that caliber of player, and I'm quite happy in that role as well, it has to be said. But Dalglish is one of those players that has been talked about regularly this season in terms of being one of the better icon strikers out there, and we now look like we are ready to get into the game. Elias just tweaking his face cam. He wants a different angle, maybe catch himself from his better side there.
Maybe he's hearing you as well. He just has a little stroke of the chin there. He knows many people are watching, so getting his best side.
That's it. If you are watching and want to get involved, feel free to use hashtag Bundesliga Home Challenge on any of these social media platforms. Comment away in whichever chats or streams that you want to get involved with on whichever platform you're watching, but we are delighted to have you with us. Welcome from wherever in the world you are. This is the Bundesliga Home Challenge, a friendly FIFA invitational put on by the DFL to help us cope with these football-free times that we are currently facing. And so far, it has been a very entertaining ride. Match day one set a very high bar, and if the opening tie of today between Hanover and Darmstadt is anything to go by, then the standards are, at the very least today, Alex, going to be met.
Definitely so, and this is a really nice and interesting opening game for this tie as well with Flecken. A lovely sunny day at the Olympiastadion, and it's nice to see the big red and big blue of these two teams. Obviously, just nice to have these guys out there representing their teams, as you said, when we're missing the football right now. Such a nice alternative, so I'm sure these guys will give us an entertaining game to watch and enjoy.
Well, Elias may have been biased after his 4-1 win on match day one, but he did talk about the Bundesliga Home Challenge, saying it's a great format, and he said big compliments to the DFL and the teams for all coming together to pull it off. And I think we can only echo those statements from Elias, but he's coming forward here looking to maybe carve out the opening chance of the game. Moving the ball nicely now with the reader onto Mateusz Cunha. Back to goal, so working it with Shellbread.
And this is one of the hardest things for a non-esports player to defend against, having the patience to stick with it and not dive in and not get frustrated. It is really tough, and he's doing well here, Flecken.
I was going to say, and stay tight to be able to make those types of challenges, but he did stood his ground well there. Flecken. The Olympiastadion not happy with the decision. Flecken had a nice extended spell of possession in the opening exchanges. Elias now wrestle control away from the Freiburg keeper. Trying to cut into the box there. The other thing we've noticed in this format is just how hard it is to come from behind if you can see the opening goal. Lovely chance here though for Elias. That was wonderfully worked, but the offside flag is up.
You said it, wonderfully worked, having that patience, and he spotted the man free in behind the Freiburg defence, but just a touch offside, and Flecken can take confidence from having held a nice line there. He's doing really well with that patience in defence, because it is so tough to defend against these esports guys who are so patient themselves and so keen on keeping the ball around the edge of an opponent's box, as Flecken is trying to do now.
It almost opened up for him there. Just didn't quite get the angle right with the pass. Now we can see Elias not committing too many men forward. Flecken doing well to outnumber the Hertha players. Oh, it's worked well, and it's a great chance, and Elias has taken the lead. The ball just fell nicely to him. And he's celebrating so much, he's messing around with his camera again.
He's got so excited that he's shaking his table around. And he can get excited because that was a nice, tidy finish. It just came from a little moment of mistake. Not really a mistake, but a bit of fortune for him to take advantage of Flecken's defending there. Just broke to Kwietnia again, but he's going to have to defend well now, is Elias.
Flecken looking for that immediate response that we have seen come off time and time again. And so, unlike in his game on match day 1, Flecken now behind and up against it. It was a situation he didn't find himself in on match day 1. Constantly getting pegged back by Nico Juice Derneck of Van Wiesbaden. So now we'll see whether he can provide the comeback qualities that will be needed in this first leg against Elias. There he is with Chan Hoon Kwon. Oh, he didn't move it quickly enough there.
You can in this first 30 minutes, Flecken's just been a bit too patient. He's not going forward as much as he did in the last game. You can perhaps tell that he's sort of looked into his play and maybe thought, I need to be a bit more patient, maybe not to try and concede 3 goals, but these little mistakes are creeping in. You can tell he's not quite playing as he's used to. Just needs to chill himself out and keep working at it.
Oh, he's moved it quickly here, though. Chance looked like it was going to open up for Niels Petersen.
Just getting frustrated with himself there. Simple turn and easy for Elias to get rid of. Break away now as he is doing.
Luca Bacchio in behind. One to aim for in the middle. It's well defended there by Philip Lienhardt. Corner for Elias now. And it's the near post again that almost comes off. Stark with the rebound. And in the end, relatively comfortable save for Mark Flecken.
He'll be proud of that one.
Yeah, I'll give himself a pat on the back later.
Yeah, he's just, in this first half, it seems like he's not quite playing the same way he was last week, and I think he needs to open up the game a bit more.
And you've mentioned it, he does seem to be a little more patient, but that's a hard adjustment for someone. I mean, I can speak for my personal game, but I like to move the ball quicker, so then to try and become patient means that you become slower, therefore more predictable, therefore you don't quite make the chances the way you're used to, and he was almost fashioning a good one there, but that's a tough adjustment.
It is, it definitely is. When you're not used to it, having that patience is so much easier said than done, because you're used to going for a goal and going gung-ho and trying to rein it in. It's not easy to make a 5-yard pass when that 10-yard one, riskier one, is on. It's all about having control and having that patience and having that understanding that is the way you need to play if you want to get these wins. And he is only 1-0 down in this game, so he can go into this second half as we approach half-time with a bit of confidence, but has to make sure that he doesn't concede a second goal before he gets one himself.
Yeah, Elias has the bit between the teeth. He'd love a second before half-time, and that will likely be the last chance. But have to be said, Flecken has defended well against a pretty one-sided onslaught there in the first half from Elias N97, who really has picked up where he left off last weekend.
Yeah, as you see, not a single shot for Flecken. He'll see that and will not be happy with himself. A little bit frustrated. He'll want to make sure that he gets an early chance here in this second half and gets himself going. Also gives me a nice opportunity, James, to note that I just got a message from my mum listening in from home saying that she loves Kenny Dalglish, so she's clearly a fan of Elias and his new Ultimate Team. So a shout out to them back at home for supporting the Bundesliga Home Challenge as well.
Well, definite shout outs and the seal of approval there from Mrs. Chaffer, which is exactly what Elias was missing on his Ultimate Team, I bet, no doubt. But that's it. He talked on his YouTube video recently about the fact that he's a professional film watcher as well, Elias, so he's not just football mad, and he says he really is coming at that from a very professional standpoint. He is a true connoisseur of film and filmmaking and what goes into those, but he does not like horror movies, he says, because the acting in them is normally horrible. He kind of explained this by saying that he would make much smarter decisions if a killer was ever trying to break into his house, which I think we've all rationalised at some point, haven't we?
100%. That's why I'm not much of a horror film connoisseur for those reasons, so I can stand by Elias and say I completely understand where you're coming from.
He's a big fan of the classics, which is always a nice thing to be.
Especially for a young guy.
True, very true. I would assume it's come from some sort of family influence, perhaps. Those are unconfirmed reports. He didn't quite go that deep into the story behind it on his YouTube video.
He's done well to stem the flow of a little bit of Mark Flecken pressure here in the opening 10 minutes this second half, sorry. Flecken really needs to make sure that this doesn't become 2-0, because if it does, I think he'll lose that confidence and maybe lose the confidence in his own self to get an equaliser, and there it is.
Well, he's absolutely devastated, Flecken, and understandably so. I'm not sure whether it was meant to be a chipped effort in the end from Mo Kiprit by Elias, but it turned out to be one in the end.
I think he was reacting to it with as much surprise as we were.
Oh, it's an own goal. Oh, we've got one off the bingo list, Alex.
The first off the bingo list.
We've got our first one off the FIFA bingo list for today. It's an own goal. Well, that would explain maybe the spin and trajectory of the ball a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. And Gunter it is with the first one. And obviously you can understand Flecken's frustration there. I was just speaking about the fact that he didn't want to go 2-0 down. He's getting frustrated here. This has not gone the way that he was planning. Just hasn't been able to get out of his shell in this game. He's tried to play that esports way, coming up against an esports guy. He knew probably that it wasn't going to be the same as last week, where he got that 3-3 draw, built that confidence. Elias, a different prospect, a different player. And it's just not worked out for Flecken so far.
It does show that there are just levels to these types of things.
And that no same week is the same. No game is going to be the same. So Flecken shouldn't take this too hard. Obviously, Elias is a professional guy. He does this all the time, and he's able to get 2 wins on a bounce if he can. Almost a third goal there if he'd broken through.
Just mistimed the pass. The offside flag up against Mo Kiprit. But I'm delighted the fact that we've got our first thing ticked off our FIFA bingo list. If you do want to find the 9 things that we've selected, you can go to @JMThorogood on Twitter. You'll find it on my Twitter account, the little outline. It was just something that we cobbled together this morning as a nice little idea, something that we could follow, because there were things that we were looking for last week that didn't quite happen, overhead kick being one of them.
Yeah.
Had a couple of hat-tricks, that's why we threw that in there. Anyone wondering what a Joker tour is? That's a goal by a super sub, so someone off the bench. So Pascal Kupka maybe, got to keep an eye out for him. Or Piontek as to whether they get in amongst the goals. Piontek was actually a big player off the bench last weekend for Hertha and Elias, wasn't he?
He was indeed, and obviously he doesn't quite need that next goal, but it would be lovely if he could get it with Piontek now on the right.
Fresh legs as well to work with, and he almost skipped past the challenge.
Shake of the head from Flecken. You can tell he's frustrated with himself. He knows he should be doing a lot better than this, and we know that he's capable of a lot better.
That was a good save by Flecken, but the ball is going to fall very kindly there to Elias, who has made it 3.
Couple of goals here for Elias, the second and the third. Not quite ones you can be totally proud of, but every goal counts. We'll take that finish. And corners working again in this second weekend of the Bundesliga Home Challenge early on. Flecken with a shake of the head. A couple of goals, obviously very unfortunate, but he could have stopped them. He could have done more, and he knows that himself, and that's why he is frustrated.
Well, hailing from Holland, Flecken was once asked whether he'd ever worn clogs in his lifetime. I can reliably inform you from the man himself that the only time he's ever worn clogs was on his stag do. I can only assume that was quite an uncomfortable experience, and right now he's not looking comfortable here, and it could be a 4th for Hertha, and it's teed up nicely, Elias. Well, this is now ruthless from the esports pro.
And that's a goal that Flecken can have no complaints about. Just beautifully worked from Elias. That extra pass we often talk about from these esports guys, it looks risky, and it is, because you know you've got a shot that can be taken, and 9 times out of 10 may go in, but you know that extra pass is going to result in an almost certain goal, and that's what he's trying to do again now.
Oh, it's beautiful from Elias to make it 5. Flecken hangs his head in shame. He's lost the plot here, though, a little bit, Flecken, in the last couple of minutes, and Elias right now is toying with him a little.
He has indeed, and he is getting toyed with. This is going to get a lot worse before it gets better, I think. Flecken will just be sat there hoping that these last 12 minutes tick on. This is not how he was expecting this to go, and Elias just showing his merciless self, taking advantage of it and getting 5 goals to give Hertha a huge advantage in this first tie. Flecken, I feel for you, mate.
Yeah, I feel like this is a fair representation of what a lot of us would maybe suffer if we went up against Elias N97.
I wouldn't be surprised if he conceded a 6th and quit the game.
Oh dear. Well, as long as there's not a rage quit. Well, he's done well there. He's surviving.
You can just see, as we were approaching the end with the scoreline, he's not interested in keeping the ball. He's just a little bit frustrated now, and you can understand it. Some really nice goals from Elias, some fortunate ones as well. It's all added up to a bad day at the office so far for Flecken.
It really has, and it could still get worse as well. Elias looking dangerous again, and it's that near post finish to add a 6th as well.
It's just the tired mind of Flecken, and Elias is able to pick off these openings. It's all too easy for a guy of his experience.
He just wants it to be over now, Flecken. He really just wants it to be over.
6-0 is not a scoreline I could have predicted, especially not with it just being 1-0 at half time. So
that's it. I think, of course, Elias may be a bit of a step above Juice in his FIFA or his competitive FIFA levels. And Flecken certainly understanding that, but he could get a consolation effort, and he does get one. Elias, he conceded a consolation last week. He's done it again here. So clean sheets proving one step too far for him, and that will be frustrating for an esports pro, but at least Flecken gets something from the game.
He will, even though he sat there, shook his head as he put that ball away. Inside, are we happy at least that he got himself a goal, because if he'd gone away with a 6-0 defeat, that's just pure frustration. At least he's had his moment in front of goal.
Piontek, though, Elias, he's still toying with him. He wouldn't say no to a 7th. Oh, the chance was there, but the ball actually went through to the second man as opposed to the first.
You'll be wondering why that didn't go to that man there. Sometimes it just doesn't click onto that player, and as it did there, but probably for the best in terms of Flecken's health now. Yeah, 6-1 defeat.
FIFA doing himself a favour there for Mark Flecken. You can see he did score with his only shot of the game, so that's maybe something to take home, a small consolation, but I'm sure he might have a few words from his teammate Nico Schlotterbeck, who will be looking to, well, turn things around, but my goodness, he's got a steep mountain to climb now.
I did not expect that, James. Not at all. After the way Flecken played last week. But that's the thing. This is the difference between a professional esports player and a recreational player. He's conceded a couple of nasty goals there to go 2-0 down and then 3-0 down. And that's where the esports guys are able to concentrate and be patient and think, right, I've got to calm myself down because I know I've still got chances in this game. Whereas for Flecken, sadly, there he just let it go to his head, and 3 quickly becomes 4 and 5 and then 6. So just got away from him there. Very disappointing for him and for Freiburg. But that's the thing. That's the beauty of this competition. It can all change in the next game. So with Maximilian Mittelstadt getting that lead into this second game against Nico Schlotterbeck, anything can happen.
Well, that's it. Maybe punishment for the 6-1 defeat should be the fact that he has to wear clogs for another day in self-isolation. I'm sure that could be a challenge in and of itself. And a hark back to his stag do, but we are gearing up now for the second of the 2 games between Hertha and Freiburg. And this, again, as all these second games in these ties will be between the 2 professional footballers who are swapping the pitch for the joysticks. Both of these guys in action last week, both picking up 2-2 draws. Mittelstedt against Paderborn's Rifet Karpic, and Schlotterbeck against Wien Wiesbaden's Sascha Mucky Mockenhaupt. And so they will be both looking to go one better and maybe pick up their first win of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And Nico Schlotterbeck now, I think what we can only hope for is he maybe goes one better than Flecken, because I think that's it. In that first game, I was hoping Flecken could at least keep it competitive, and he didn't really have a sniff. And so I'm wondering whether we maybe overhyped that 3-3 draw last week against Wien Wiesbaden, maybe got a bit of ahead of ourselves. But Schlotterbeck against Mittelstedt, from what we saw last week, should be one that's played on a very much an even field.
Yeah, both guys getting 2-2 draws last weekend in their respective games. Both decent FIFA players from what we saw, from what we experienced last week. And yeah, just it brings that extra level playing field that does get taken away slightly when an esports pro comes up against a football player. And I do agree, maybe we did overhype Flecken a little bit there, but you know, he had his big moment last week, and obviously Elias is a completely different prospect. Even though most of these guys do try and play the same tactics, play the same way, as we said, every game is different, and some little moments and little mistakes, like an own goal, can just bring that extra frustration that leads to that next goal and the next one after that. So well done to Elias for being clinical and making sure he got the win. But for this second game coming up, as you said, it's going to be a wide open one with 2 professional players, and they're often the most entertaining ones. So as we saw earlier in our opening game of the day, between Julian Korb and Felix Platter in terms of the professional against the professional footballer, it can be a really open and entertaining one. So
yeah, it's definitely where we've seen more of the fireworks, not necessarily the better FIFA play, but definitely more fireworks. There's no doubt about it. And we'll hope that Mittelstedt and Schlotterbeck can continue that trend. Mittelstedt was actually involved in a foot pack opening with Alias N97 last season on FIFA 19. I will say that it just didn't go well. It was one of his weekend league rewards pack openings, and to say he was disappointed with the outcome would be an understatement. And so, yes, he does have a little experience when it comes to FIFA and FIFA Ultimate Team as well. Maximilian Mittelstedt, left back by trade, former Hertha Berlin ball boy, which is always a nice little story to tell when it comes to Maxim Mittelstedt, now playing for the senior team and now also representing them in the esports world as well.
He's doing it on all fronts for his team, representing them all over the place, from ball boy to esports professional. It's not, but maybe not quite the career path he imagined, actually.
I was going to say, this little change in trajectory as we face this coronavirus pandemic, maybe not what he had on the cards for himself. But hey, it's always nice to have a few extra skills in your back pocket.
100%. And it's always nice to, have your weekends where you're perhaps usually, especially these professionals, no games, usually we'll be playing today, being able to at least get a little bit of their competitive edge out into their weekend madness. And as we see them now, we can see both guys lining their teams up. They'll be looking to get that competitive edge out and get themselves a win.
Yeah, if anything shows you how seriously these guys are taking it, is the amount of time they do put into preparing their starting lineup, preparing their tactics, preparing formations, substitutes, whatever it is. They have definitely put thought into this. It's not just a case of getting on a console, grabbing a controller, hitting start and seeing what happens. Yeah. They are definitely out here trying to prove a point as well and make the most of this opportunity, because it is a unique opportunity that we have had with everything going on in the world to take a step back and then maybe do things a little bit differently. It was Christian Seifert in his press conference during the week that talked about this being a very creative solution, even if it wasn't quite an adequate replacement for football. But then we knew we never would be, didn't we, Alex? Because for us, it's not an adequate replacement. Nothing will be an adequate replacement when we are missing football, real football on our screens.
No, nothing quite compares to being able to watch football, especially the Bundesliga as well. And obviously, we've all got our own routines when it comes to the weekend. Obviously, we're usually working, you on the commentary mic, me behind the keyboard, working away. And we all have our ways of going about it. And it just brings that special feeling to a Saturday. But that's why we went about creating the Bundesliga Home Challenge and bringing it out to the wider world, because we wanted to keep people having that Saturday feeling, looking forward to something to watch, some football to be played. And although we can't play it in real life, we can certainly play it in the virtual world. And a credit to these guys, as you mentioned, for the way they're taking it so seriously. Just fantastic to see that they're getting really involved in it as well, because obviously for us fans, it's a big miss for us to not have the Bundesliga going on, but for the players, it's a huge one as well.
Yeah, everyday life has changed. I particularly miss tweaking my fantasy team, my Bundesliga fantasy team, Alex. You know I'm a big fan, and anyone that is familiar with my work will know that I'm a big fan of the fantasy game as well. But it's not quite the same, as you see, that routine of getting ready for that Friday night kickoff and making sure you've got all your transfers in line, ready to go, and making sure everything's set up for the weekend so that you can hopefully climb your weekend, your mini leagues and whatnot. And it's not the same. It's just not the same right now.
I do miss that Friday chat in the office about who you're going to bring in, who you're going to captain to start. Is there a Friday night player you're going to bring in? But this is it. This is why we're doing the Bundesliga Home Challenge, as I said, to bring back that feeling of some weekend action going on, and hopefully everyone else at home is enjoying it as much as we are sat here commentating it. As we mentioned so often last week, we are doing it from home, keeping a social distance between ourselves, and making sure that we adhere to all the advice as is currently being broadcast to all of us.
Yeah, we've actually upgraded the setup a little bit this weekend, and we've got some sound dampening equipment that actually is working or doubling very well as a shield against coronavirus from opposite ends of the table. We've always got our own little protective dome around us right now, which is quite an enjoyable experience. But yes, we are the acceptable distance away from each other as we bring you this coverage, and we are now underway in that second game. Mittelstedt against Schlotterbeck. Bragging rights amongst professionals on the line. And it's Mittelstedt coming forward. in the early exchanges. Well defended by Schlotterbeck.
Once again, it's nice to see the guys donning their kits. Mittelstedt, if you were here last week, you'll remember him being in this position in front of his TV in the living room with his big shirt on.
Oh, lovely chance for Schlotterbeck, and he's taken the first chance of the game. Comeback is on, Alex.
There we go. This is what this game mode brings, and it's what happens between these professional players. The openings, the entertainment, it all comes thick and fast. And what a fantastic start for Freiburg, and Schlotterbeck will be sat there thinking, hey, this game's back on.
Yeah, I don't know what Flecken was doing. He made it look so difficult, and Schlotterbeck's now making it look so easy. So again, it's sure I would love to know if there are a few text messages between these teammates that are involved. But Mittelstedt now up against it again, looking for the immediate response, and he gets it as well. So just when Schlotterbeck thought maybe, just maybe, an early setback suffered too.
The danger man again, Kiprit. He's been used so often by the Hertha players in this weekend. This Bundesliga home challenge, and there he is again, a really tidy finish from Mittelstedt. So often we say about the overpowered nature of the near post on FIFA, but he went across the keeper there and found the back of the net really nicely with a finish into the bottom corner. But as we said, this game is wide open.
Hello, we got another chance, and it's a good save from Jahrstein. Oh, Schlotterbeck, he's looking to pounce on a mistake now. Mittelstedt can't get the ball out from the back. Now with Kart bursting to the byline, looking to get into that danger area for the cutback. He's found it too, and he's got a second, Schlotterbeck, and well, we are on course for what would be a record-breaking tie in terms of goals scored right now. 7 in the first leg, 3 already. 12 is the most, I believe, in any one game we've had.
And as you said before, defending is not in the priority list for these guys. This is fantastic, and this is why it's so fun. You see the guys in the esports, they're playing so well. They are superb to watch just because of how good they are actually at the game. When you're a player yourself, you can really appreciate that. But as fans, maybe you're watching FIFA gameplay for the first time just because you're missing the football so much. And this is what you want to see. You want to see goals. You want to see attacking play. And Mittelstedt and Schlotterbeck are certainly providing that for you guys back at home already.
That's it. We are getting a vast array of everything that FIFA has to offer. Tight games between esports pros, more open games between football professionals. And it was indeed Arminia Bielefeld against Holstein Kiel on match day 1, which was our highest scoring tie of the match day 1 fixtures in the Bundesliga home challenge. It was Bennett Rohweder who picked up a 6-0 win against Andreas Vogelsammer in the first game, and then Marcel Hartl of Bielefeld did win his tie 4-2 against Dominik Schmidt. It wasn't enough to win on aggregate, but right now we are on course maybe to see that 12-goal threshold smashed by Mittelstedt, Schlotterbeck, Flecken and Alias N97, who certainly did their part with 7 goals in the first leg. Schlotterbeck looking for a third now. Oh, it's a good chance as well, and there is our sweaty goal off the FIFA bingo list. You gotta love it, and he had to take it. And really, right now, he does have the bit between his teeth, and this tie is still open, Alex.
That's the one I wanted to see. I put it on the bingo list. A sweaty goal. It's such a evil thing to do in the online world, passing across the goal like that. But Schlotterbeck, as you said, he had to do that. The men were lining up, and as you said, this tie, as much as we said it was over after that first leg score, is quickly coming back. 26 minutes gone. We've already seen 4 goals, 3 of them for Freiburg.
It's absolutely brilliant. This is what we love. Something just to get us on the edge of our seats. And Schlotterbeck does appear to be on the edge of his seat with this 3-1 lead. But he knows he's still got a lot of work to do to make up for that first leg defeat suffered by Mark Flecken. Oh, he's worked it well here, Schlotterbeck. Oh, he's playing really good FIFA. And he's got a fourth. And right now, with just under half an hour played, Mittelstedt already doesn't have an answer.
What a goal that is. Just he's doing the same thing over and over again. His passing and moving has been fantastic. He's not giving Mittelstedt an inkling of a chance of getting a tackle away. As you can see, he's just using this space, and he's in it again here for Freiburg.
Barello with the cutback, it's 5. Oh dear, Mittelstedt needs to start hanging his head in shame here.
There's no answer.
There are going to be excuse and apology letters written between these two.
Mittelstedt, he's looking around, he's looking for answers.
Oh, I wonder whether someone behind him's giving a bit of stick for the fact that he's already this far behind in the game.
Incredible. 5-1 after half an hour. Absolutely amazing.
And Alias N97, I wonder what he'll be thinking right now. Last week it was Megabit with Werder Bremen, who won his game 3-1, only to see Maximilian Eggestein concede 4 goals in the last half an hour of his game to see the tie turn on its head and Werder Bremen end up on the losing side. Elias thought he had given Hertha what looked like an insurmountable lead, and Schlotterbeck has just almost wiped it out completely. He's 1 goal away from levelling the tie on aggregate.
He's just playing really tidy FIFA. Every time he's coming forward, he's having those little moments, the little drag backs and little openings to get his players some space. And he's breaking forward well, as he is doing once again here. He's got a chance.
Through ball's on, and the 6th is on as well. It's Höhler with the hat-trick as another FIFA bingo gets ticked off the list.
This is the bingo FIFA game, and this is the most entertaining game I've seen. Incredible. It is 6-1 before half-time. I don't think Schlotterbeck can quite believe what he's done here.
I don't think so either, but you've got to feel for Maxi Mittelstedt. This is exactly what you want to avoid in a game like this. It is friendly, there's nothing competitive about it, but you don't want to get embarrassed.
We felt bad for Flecken, but my goodness, Mittelstedt is doing this against a fellow Bundesliga professional. You just know when these two get on the pitch against each other next time. No matter what the scoreline's going to be now, Schlotterbeck is going to have a word in his ear. 6-1 and 6-1 in the first half, Maxi.
Yeah, he'll be flashing up fingers to represent the scoreline from the opposite ends of the field potentially. No, it's absolutely brilliant stuff, and to be honest, there are more goals in this. We've got a whole nother half to go with, and we have broken the record of the highest scoring tie ever in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. We've now got 14 goals already between these two, and it could be 15 now, and oh dear. Schlotterbeck, should we just stop this at half-time? Have mercy.
Please have mercy. Nico, this is unbelievable gameplay. 4 goals for Lukas Höhler. What on earth is happening here? He's rewriting the history books of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Absolutely incredible. And he, believe it or not, is now ahead in this tie.
Unbelievable. Freiburg have turned it around in the first half of the second game. Now, I was going to say Nico Schlotterbeck does actually have a reputation or track record, I should say, of 6-1 wins. He's now got 7. But he actually, this week, picked up a 6-1 win in the DFB eFootball Friendly, which is up against Spain. He took on fellow under-21 player from the Spanish side of things, Abel Ruiz, and that was a 6-1 win. Representing Germany in the team were Vanessa Fuldala, a female international, Mo Ober, of course, the winner of the FIFA eWorld Cup last season, and Bernd Lehner, who has played for the German national team as well. So Nico Schlotterbeck in good company there, but a 6-1 win against Abel Ruiz. So
he's been scoring goals all week then.
He's been doing it for fun, and he's going to keep doing it for fun in this one, I think. I can't see him taking his foot off the pedal, can you?
No, neither can I. Why would you? Mittelstedt has no answer here. It's just I don't know. He's not having any answer to this just because Schlotterbeck, his passing and movement is so fantastic, and he's still got those little movements. We talked about him so much last week, the ball rolls, the drag backs, and it's that little bit of movement that gets you enough space for a shot. And it's what's doing the work here. And it's another one. What on earth is happening? And Lukas Höhler has 5.
Lewandowski, eat your heart out. It's not quite 5 goals in 9 minutes for Lukas Höhler, even in FIFA terms, but it wasn't far off, I have to say. Admittedly, coming either side of half-time, but yeah, Schlotterbeck is absolutely relentless, and you can't really blame him. My big question now is, are we going to see double digits broken? That would not be something you'd want next to your name when it comes to the Bundesliga Home Challenge.
I can imagine that poor Maxi Mittelstedt is going to get a lot of messages after this game, and it's going to get worse before it gets better here.
It really is. Cart, it's the cut back to Höhler. He's on for a double hat-trick. Well, I didn't put that on the bingo card, but maybe I should have. Schlotterbeck is just not showing any mercy right now, and poor old Maxi Mittelstedt just doesn't know what to do with himself. There's no way of coming back from this. There's no answer. We saw it in the first game. Flecken wasn't quite at the same level as Elias, and we're seeing it even more so in the second game now, aren't we, Alex?
We are indeed. This is absolutely astonishing. At 9-1, I mean, I'm lost for words, and I think Mittelstedt is here as well. If you don't laugh, you'll cry. It's got to that point already for him. I think it's very much the case that if he was playing online right now, he would have quit this game.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair statement. Because this isn't even damage limitation now. Like, the damage limit, we passed that about 6 goals ago, I think.
The tie was brought back and has been turned absolutely on its head. And Mittelstedt just cannot defend against Schlotterbeck.
No, he's overcommitting far too often, and with a player as intricate as Schlotterbeck, he's just being punished for it. And again, it just does come down to the level these two are operating at. Mittelstädt, certainly more of a recreational player, and Schlotterbeck, unlike Flecken, proving once again that he really is at an almost esports level.
Yeah, you can see it even in the simple things of their setup. Mittelstädt playing in his front room, looks like he's sitting on the floor. Schlotterbeck has his gaming chair, clearly has his separate room. He does this often, more often than just for the Bundesliga Home Challenge, and perhaps for Mittelstädt this has been one step too far for his adventure, and obviously he's been able to stem the flow slightly here in the last 10 minutes in terms of goals, but 63 minutes gone, there's plenty of time for this to turn into double figures, and I don't think we'll be seeing this again, James, in this Bundesliga Home Challenge. No, but he's not giving up.
I think it'll be a rarity. He'd love a second goal. Here he is with Kwietnia. Oh, he's off the bar. The rebound is saved by Flecken.
Unbelievable. He let himself down in his own game, but Flecken has just produced stunning stuff there to keep this at 9-1.
That's it. It seems strange to say it that way, but if that type of goal isn't going to go in for Mittelstädt, not much is, and he's just got to add to that frustration level. And now he's finding himself exposed at the back. Schlotterbeck trying to pounce at the other end. Oh, he goes for the near post finish, and Jarstein palms it behind for a corner, which is taken quickly and short by Schlotterbeck. No let up here for Maximilian Mittelstädt.
This is just outstanding to watch. Even with the scoreline at 9-1, credit to Mittelstädt for not giving up. He's still going for it. He wants that second goal. And if not for the fine work of Mittelstädt, of Flecken, in the Freiburg goal and the Freiburg woodwork, he would have had that second goal. But indeed, credit to him for keeping on pushing forward. That's a lovely ball.
Oh, he's got in here, and that was indeed right on a plate. Unfortunately, he can't pounce on a second goal to make this scoreline look a little more respectable.
Flecken working wonders in the Freiburg goal, much to the frustration of Mittelstädt.
And Peterson is through, double digits is on the cards, and Peterson, Freiburg's record goal scorer, is the man that gets it. Oh dear, oh dear.
It's 10. 10 goals for Schlotterbeck, 10 goals for Freiburg, and having lost 6-1 in the first game of this tie, it's now 11-7 on aggregate. Absolutely phenomenal from Schlotterbeck.
It really is absolutely sensational. I looked it up really quickly as to what the FIFA apology rules were. For a 9-goal loss, you need to have a phone call for 1 minute with the player that you lost to apologise. And so there you go. That's the way it's meant to be handled, and it could even still get worse here.
Just no let up from Schlotterbeck. He's just getting chances galore here. Mittelstädt not able to deal with his attacking work whatsoever. As you said it before, James, he's just reaching out in his defensive way. He's just breaching that defensive line too quickly and committing himself too much. And Schlotterbeck, credit to him, it's not often that you're able to take advantage quite the way he has done. But 10 goals, absolutely incredible from him.
It's the Simpsons meme. Stop, he's dead already. That one, that's exactly how this feels like right now. Whereas Schlotterbeck, you really think he could just cruise for the rest of this game, but
he has a family.
He's got a reputation. He's got to go back into the Hertha dressing room at the end of this, Nico. Do you know what the banter will be like? But the banter will already be quite bad. 10 goals conceded, a first in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. I have to admit, it's one of those that I didn't think would happen.
No, I don't think you could ever expected this to happen. Could be even more here, as Schlotterbeck clearly has no mercy whatsoever. But yeah, I would never have imagined. To be honest, that's the thing. In FIFA 20 as well, it's rare that you actually get a game like this. I've personally not had a game where I've scored 10 goals or more.
Absolutely not.
I certainly think it's something that the esports players are unable to do. I bet Schlotterbeck hasn't done it very often himself. So this has been a proper one-off and something for all fans to enjoy. And this is going to go down in the Bundesliga Home Challenge history books as one of the most incredible jaw-dropping games we've seen.
Absolutely. His back was against the wall after a 6-1 first leg defeat. Oh, he could have made it 11, but he didn't go for goal. He was looking for one last skill move to really put the icing on the cake. But maybe they're just showing he does have a bit of a heart late on in the dying seconds.
One show of mercy there from Nico.
Absolutely brilliant. But it does do us well for any hopes of breaking our goal scoring record. Here's the 11th, and it is going to be a 10-goal margin. Mittelstedt, oh dear, do not write home about this one. He's going to have to go back to the drawing board. He may even hand in his resignation after this, Alex.
I don't think he'll be playing FIFA again for Hertha Berlin. What a stunning result. Big sigh of disappointment there from Mittelstedt. I think he'll be turning off his PlayStation quite swiftly.
19 goals scored across the two legs, but it is Freiburg who come from behind. And on that note, we'll throw it to a break. We'll give everyone a chance to recover from exactly what we just saw. Double digits broken in the goal scoring department. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Join us again then. Welcome back to the Bundesliga Home Challenge Match Day 2, where we have just got off one of the biggest thumpings we've seen in the competition so far. Maximilian Mittelstädt on the receiving end of an 11-1 loss against Freiburg's Nico Schlotterbeck. I think he may be now in recovery mode, but Maximilian Eggestein will be glad that his individual performance isn't the worst that we've seen in the Bundesliga Home Challenge anymore. And let's be honest, the opening two games have certainly given us something to talk about already, and we've got plenty more action to go still. A long way to go, it has to be said. But our record for most goals on a single match day, single day in the Bundesliga Home Challenge is at 46. We hit that on last Saturday and Sunday, and we are right now quite comfortably on course to break that. 25 goals scored in the opening two games, just what the doctor ordered, right, Alex?
And an extra game to come today as well, so this record is going to be shattered today. And as you can see there, just unbelievable. 6-1 down. Nico Schlotterbeck, absolutely no concern, beating Maximilian Mittelstädt 11-1. Hertha Berlin, on their English Twitter account, tweeted out at 10-1 to Freiburg, it seems that your opponent has disconnected from the game. A little quit. And obviously that's what they would have done in an online world, I'm sure, Mittelstädt. He did go on and concede another goal, and Hertha asked the question, can we have real football back now, please? And they'll certainly be asking that question, and so will Mittelstädt now.
Well, that's it. Yes, I don't think it would have even gotten to 10-1 in the real world. I think at 6-7-1 you'd have probably been eyeing up. That did not finish and that disconnect. But what a way to start match day 2 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge, getting the ball rolling in exactly the fashion we were hoping for. And I have to say, we now, coming up, have Köln against Fürth. And for me, one of the highlights of today, the stranger Tim Katnovatos for Köln, picking up the biggest individual win last weekend with a 5-1 victory against Timo Schulz of Tizi Schubeck. He's going up against Fifabio 97, who arguably is one of the hottest players out there with this Greuther Fürth side, who finished second in the virtual Bundesliga. So when it comes to a battle of two esports pros, this should be one of the best.
Yeah, we've been able to see a lot of the big individual names like Megabit last weekend showing his stuff, but I think this is the best lineup we've had in terms of two esports players coming up against each other. These two, as James said, two of the biggest names at the moment, two in-form guys. Obviously, the Stranger getting that huge win last weekend, and FIFA Bio getting a win as well. So they're both going to come into this game having got that win last weekend and wanting to get the same thing done in this game. And it's just going to be fantastic to see two proper esports players going against each other. And I think after that 11-1, it's probably nice that we have a bit of a calm after the storm following the amount of goals that we had. And I'm sure, well, maybe not, because the Stranger had those goals last weekend, but who knows now, James, what's going to come, because I don't think we can expect anything. But I was going to say that these two esports guys, it's going to be one of the best lineups we've had, one of the best games, and it could produce one of the more fascinating FIFA games. And in terms of fascination comes low scoring.
Oh, that's it. I mean, right now, I think we're noticing with every passing game, just throw all your expectations out the window. Yes. That's what we've learned with this Bundesliga Home Challenge. We learned it on match day 1, where we just really didn't know what to expect. And my goodness, thrills and spills aplenty. We had absolutely stunning goals. We had fantastic individual performances. We found out where everyone's skill level was at. Yep. Now we're picking up a little more information as we roll into match day 2. But as you said, the Stranger, actually one of the few high-scoring FIFA esports pros out there last week. Whether he'll be able to do that against Fifabio, who ground out a 1-0 win in what was the opening game of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. The opening goal coming via an own goal, but he ground out a narrow victory over Marcel Schwarz. And so you just wonder whether the Stranger will be able to, let's say, enact his attacking play the same way he was able to last week against someone like Fifabio, who's a lot more disciplined.
That's it, yeah. Obviously been able to open the goal count last weekend so massively with those 5 goals in his game, in his big win against Timo Schulz. I don't think he's going to be able to do that. We say that FIFA Bio will probably not want to have that on his mark, and obviously coming off the back of a clean sheet, he knows exactly how to keep the ball out of his own net. And having played FIFA obviously religiously for a while now as a pro, he knows exactly how to do it. He knows how the game works. So it's going to be one of the most fascinating ties in terms of the fact that not just two FIFA pros coming up against each other, but as you said, one of the most attacking-minded ones, one of the best going forward, and in FIFA Bio, one of the best at the moment, as we saw last week, in keeping the ball out of his own net. So two guys who want control of the game, they want possession, but only one of them is going to be able to have it at any one time, obviously, in this next one. So whoever will come out on top in terms of possession, being able to work out those chances, will probably come out on top in terms of the scoreline come the end of the game.
Absolutely. Fabio named Bavaria's best gamer by Kicker, the go-to publication when it comes to all things football in Germany. I think it's fair to say, Kicker. So quite an accolade to be named as such by that publication. He finished in the top 8 in the 2019 Virtual Bundesliga Grand Finals, and only Megabit, who was the Grand Final champion last season, picked up more wins than Fabio in the Virtual Bundesliga this season. Meanwhile, the Stranger was one of only 2 players that did actually manage to outscore Fabio over the course of the Virtual Bundesliga campaign. So this really should be a game of the highest caliber between 2 esports pros. So it will be very, very different to what we just saw between Mittelstedt and Schlotterbeck.
And that's the thing. I said that Fabio, is used to not conceding goals. After last week, but he's also very, very good in front of goal himself and getting goals himself. So the Stranger will have his work cut out as well in terms of keeping him out. And as we've mentioned, just fascinating now to finally see 2 of the biggest esports guys going up against each other, having seen them all perform last week and prove how good they are. This is the first real time we've seen them come up against each other in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And as we've mentioned before, again and again, the 85 mode really brings a different level playing field to these guys. They're used to playing with the best of the best on the FIFA game, but now they're controlling their club's players, all 85 rated. It brings that level playing field, and it means that they come down to the basics of FIFA gameplay, and that's what brings the best out of the FIFA esports players usually. So we'll see if these 2 can bring the best out of themselves today in what is a mouth-watering tie to start the Cologne and Greuther Fürth tie here today.
Well, that's it. The Stranger, I mentioned the fact that Kicker had called Fabio the Bavaria's best gamer. It was with Kicker, actually, that the Stranger started his whole esports career. He won 2 Kicker Cups, which were FIFA tournaments put on by the publication. And he said that FIFA is the first game his dad bought him, back then coming with an Xbox to boot as well. So that's really where it all started. And now 2-time German champion, famous for his pressing game, the Stranger. But as we saw last week, pretty well known for his goal-scoring ability too.
That's it, yeah. 2 big goal scorers, obviously, coming in with this experience. They've both worked and played hard to get to this level of FIFA gameplay. Both able and strong in front of goal and able to keep the ball out as well. 2 of our biggest performers from last week. 2 of the best guys that came out and showed their stuff. So it's going to be a mouth-watering way to see who comes out on top in this one as we get things underway.
Dipped into the Stranger's Twitch stream a couple of times during the week, and even managed to actually get him to answer a question or 2. He wasn't the only one I got in touch with either of these guys that are competing in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. But I asked him what he thought about this tie against Fabio and against Greuther Fürth. He said he's excited to see what happens. He said it won't be easy against Fürth, who did finish as the runners-up in the Virtual Bundesliga. And Fabio saying that he's a very, very strong opponent. When these 2 met in the Virtual Bundesliga earlier this season, it ended in a 1-1 draw, with the Stranger coming from behind, scoring late on in the game. And he said he'd like to avoid falling behind in this game, and he's starting on the front foot here. Working it well now with John Cordoba, a player that is the new objective challenge for the Foot Birthday promotion on FIFA Ultimate Team. He's got an absolute beast of a card, it has to be said as well.
Definitely one I'd recommend for people to get involved with using. I'm going to try and get him myself. I'm sure the Stranger is going to do the same for a man of his own club.
That's it. 92 pace, 93 physical. It's the stuff of dreams. And John Cordoba is one of those players that when we talk about this 85 mode, which this invitational tournament is being played in, he does have those physical qualities that can make him such a dangerous player. For now, Fabio combining well. And he gets the first shot off, and that was a good save from Thomas Kessler.
First opening of the game there for Fabio. Both sides, both men getting possession in these early stages and working themselves into the game, but that's the first shot we've had, and took this chance from the first opening to get a shot away and test the goalkeeper, and produced a good save there from the man in the Cologne sticks.
That was a lovely ball to switch the play to Kingsley Ahizibue, but the right back for Köln and the stranger gave the ball away, putting him under pressure, and that's a poor clearance there from Thomas Kessler. Just wondered, does he have a few centimetres on Timo Horn? Is that why the stranger maybe went for Kessler over Timo Horn in this 85 mode?
It could definitely be the case, actually. That's a good point, and it might come down to the fact, obviously, with the goalkeepers as well at 85 rated, that height works well for them as well, because obviously it makes a difference if you've got a taller keeper than a shorter one.
For now, Fabio looking quite composed in possession. Again, you get into that little blockade in the final third, but he's found a little space here, and he just went for one move and maybe one pass too many there.
That's it. It's one of those moments where you look and think, oh, just take that shot. He obviously wants to work and get an easier shot at goal, but that extra work, that extra move doesn't always work out. It's not always the right decision, and at that point for Fabio, it wasn't the right decision. He should have gone for goal there at the near post, and I think he knows that as well. But he has made a good opening to this game. He's pressing well. He's making life difficult for the stranger. He's won the ball in the Cologne half a number of times, and the stranger's going to have to calm himself down, and as he is trying to do now, keep a bit of the ball and keep some more control of the game.
The stranger now finding his feet, trying to build something in terms of attacking threat himself. Quickly closed down at every twist and turn, though. Doing well here with Kainz, who was the star man for him last weekend, scoring 4 times in that 5-1 win against Timo Schulz. Could Kainz again be the lead man this time? The run on here for Fabio. Stranger couldn't cut out the channel, but he's done well to allay the danger for now.
He's reading Fabio well. When he comes forward and in and around the box, he's expecting that extra touch, that extra move, the extra look for a pass, and he has read it well in these opening 30 minutes here. But as we see again, he's playing some loose balls and he's getting away with it a little bit in the opening stages. Not quite on point as he'd expect himself to be.
Sarpai picking up the early yellow card. Had it not been a foul, that would have been a great break for Fürth. Instead, it's broken nicely here for Köln. And the stranger couldn't pick out the man in the middle, which I believe was Florian Kainz.
First opening for the stranger. He just waited. He knew Fabio was going to go and put a defender across to block out that pass. He tried to go on his own there. Just got tackled again by the defender who was closest to him. Fabio doing well there to make sure that a nasty-looking situation didn't get worse for him. As we said before, it's a fascinating game, and it's turning into one here. 35 minutes gone, both guys having a few openings.
Oh, lovely play here from Fabio. A couple of ball rolls. One too many in the end. But this is it. I think if you're a FIFA fan, you've got to be able to appreciate games like the one we saw between Mittelstedt and Schlotterbeck, which was an absolute slaughterfest. But you've got to be able to appreciate these highly competitive games at an elite level where, as we've said, just one moment can make such a massive difference.
It comes down to 1 or 2 goals in these games, and these guys are so concentrated in defence. They're so skillful, able to keep the balls out as much as they are quality in front of goals themselves. That defending ability, the ability to keep the ball out of your own net is what makes the big difference at this level of the game. And these guys are experts at it.
Well, here is Fabio coming forward. Oh, he's fashioned a bit of space here. Found a man in the middle with Stefaniak, and oh my word, what a finish that is from the edge of the box right into the top bins.
Fantastic stuff. He said he just played that ball roll and he played a pass to the edge of the box. It might not have been the best one at first point, but a superb way to open the scoring before half-time, just earning his space. Bornau trying to get there for the block, but absolutely no chance to stop him. And that is a huge way to possibly go into the half-time break ahead for Fabio. And you have to say, in the way that this game has turned out so far, that's a deserved lead.
Yeah, very evenly matched. But Fabio making the breakthrough, and the stranger now facing up to the situation that he was saying on his stream that he wanted to avoid. He wanted to avoid falling behind to Fabio because he knows how good he is and how difficult it is to come back. He managed to do it in that 1-1 draw in the virtual Bundesliga. An 85th minute goal from a corner, sparing his blushes on that occasion. And Here it is, Fabio with the narrow advantage once again. No final chance in the first half. And so Fabio with that narrow 1-goal lead, on course for back-to-back victories in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And given the fact that the stranger scored 5 times last weekend, the fact he's been held to 0 shots on goal is quite an impressive feat.
That is no mean feat whatsoever, you're right. That's almost as impressive as him being in front himself. Keeping the stranger from scoring is as difficult a task as any. Obviously, for Fabio, got that 1-0 win last week. He knows how to defend the lead. He knows how to keep a 1-0 scoreline right through to the end of a game. He'll be looking to do that in the second half. But the stranger sets himself up, and he knows he needs to get something going here in the second half.
Yeah, Fabio, also an active footballer in his free time with Regionalliga side SV Heimstetten, just outside of Munich. He's actually used to play with Borussia Mönchengladbach midfielder Florian Neuhaus while on the books at 1860 Munich, so that's quite a claim to fame there for Fabio.
It is indeed. I'm sure that Florian Neuhaus is watching at home, supporting his former teammate in the academy.
He said he watched his game last week, Florian Neuhaus, because he did a YouTube video with Borussia Mönchengladbach esports pro Jeffrey. We actually thought he may be the Gladbach representative on the joysticks from a player perspective. It was actually Jonas Hoffmann who's been given the nod. We may explain why that was the case later on. They are the final game of this evening. Borussia Mönchengladbach against the referees team. Yes, you heard me correct, the referees team. We do have Daniel Schlager and Dennis Eitekin, and they are swapping the whistle for the joysticks as opposed to the pitch like so many of these players. But this weird and wonderful world of the virtual and real life crossover just gets a little bit weirder with the referees team getting involved as well. For now, Fabio, very patient. He's looking for the through ball that just didn't come off there.
The stranger getting a bit more direct here, not hanging about with possession. He wants to get the ball forward quickly. He's done that there. A couple of quick vertical passes there to get himself pushed forward, and this is the position he wants to be in. He wants to have the possession in the first half and earn little moments like this. Perhaps it doesn't quite come up to him as he would have wanted.
He went for a pass instead of a through ball. Just wonder whether that may have made the difference. Now straight away forced to defend by Fabio. That is it with the stranger. There will be a greater sense of urgency with every passing minute. He's got men up in support here. He's looking for the through ball again. But again, Fabio's defensive qualities being put on show here. He's reading the passes. He's cutting the lanes out. And at the other end, he's still posing a threat. Well done by Jonas Hector there to snuff out the danger. The player that in real life in the Bundesliga season has shifted more into midfield, Jonas Hector, but we saw it last weekend in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. These Köln players do like to move the captain back to his more natural position at left back.
It's quite interesting there to see Jean Cordoba in central midfield there for the stranger. He's going to change a few things up here, get some strikers on the pitch, Ut into attacking play. You know, things just aren't working out for the stranger right now. He's obviously coming up against a guy in Fabio who's one of the best and one of the most difficult players to score goals against, and the stranger just not quite having the click in attacking play that he's used to. He's trying to force it forward a bit more now, but he's rarely had that possession around the foot box that so often brings the mistakes and brings the openings to which he can get a goal from.
Oh, he's moving it nicely here. The chance has opened up, and there is the equaliser. Immediate impact made by the changes that Stranger put in place. You thought it was strange that Cordoba was in midfield. He's moved Modeste back there now as well. So what a midfield partnership that is. Not something that we're used to seeing, but what a response from the stranger, and just what he would have wanted.
Starman Florian Kainz does the job again, and that is the first opening we've had for the stranger. I said that's what you want. You need to have a little bit of possession to get that opening. Those little moments of space can make all the difference when you're that good at the game as the stranger and Fabio are. And that's all he needed there to get that huge shot away from Kainz. A fantastic finish to bring this game level.
Found the sweet spot right there with Florian Kainz, right after he'd shifted him up into the front two, moving him out of that role in behind the strikers. And immediately reaping the rewards, but that's well played by Fabio. And well, before the ball was even the back of the net, he seemed to be taking a sip of water.
Outstanding. That's just outstanding. The couple of drag backs, it's so hard to defend against that because you don't know if he's going to go for a full drag back or one of those fake ones as he did twice there. It just earned him that space. So hard to defend against, and he plays such a lovely pass through, and the finish is tidy as well. Fabio just showing his class, having conceded that first shot on goal really for the stranger, and the equaliser that came with it. No worries at all in his gameplay, and he just comes away and gets himself into the lead once again. Now it's on the stranger to get another goal if he can.
Well, that was it at 1-1. I was about to say, we've talked about that 1-1 draw in the virtual Bundesliga. The stranger took until the 85th minute to score in that one. Well, he's given himself a bit more time to work with this time, and he does have another equaliser. We are all square at 2-2 again, and right now it seems to be a case of every time these teams go forward, they score.
A wry smile there from Fabio. Just superb finishing from these two guys. That chance was so difficult, and it found the bottom corner pocket of space it really could have got into the net from. An outstanding finish from the stranger. Just proving that these two guys are some of the best esports players we've got around in the Bundesliga, showing their class, and I don't think the scoring's done quite just yet, as both teams definitely want to go for the win, as Fabio is now.
Yeah, this has lived up to all the expectations in terms of its competitive level, in terms of how clinical both of these guys have been, with very few chances in front of goal. This is esports level being played in the elite tier by the stranger and Fabio.
What a mistake there from the stranger. Can it be pounced on?
Fabio looking to work it. He's got men over in the middle. And Kessler pounces on the ball for the stranger.
I feel like there's something coming in the last few minutes. It's 2-2. The stranger obviously here, happy to keep the ball for a little bit. He might be happy with a 2-2 draw, knowing that the second game is coming in this tie, but there's something left in this game perhaps in these last couple of minutes.
Well, we know there'll be one more chance, Alex. It really is a case of, can it be converted or will it be squandered? And then you just wonder, which end of the pitch is it going to come? The stranger trying to predict Fabio moving infield. It gave him a little space to work with now on the edge of the box. Intricate play. Oh, it's worked wonderfully by Fabio. And that is the third. And that will likely be game, set and match.
3 stunning goals from Fabio. That's such skillful play, that composure to have that touch. He knew where the ball was coming from. He knew where the defender was coming from. He knew exactly where he needed to put the ball to get that shot away. And another outstanding finish. And it just shows how good this guy is at Fabio. Outstanding here, and he's going to pick up the win in this huge game against the stranger.
And there goes the full-time whistle. What a match that was. And as I said, meeting all our pre-match expectations as well. We thought it would be one of the most competitive. We thought it would be one of the most entertaining when it comes to esports pros going head-to-head, and the stranger and Fabio not letting us down by any stretch of the imagination there.
That was so much fun. Just so fun to see how good these guys are at the game. You watch that and you can relate it back to the Schlotterbeck and Mittelstedt game. These guys defending so superbly, and just these little intricate movements and ways of moving the ball. It's so difficult to do when you've got the controller in your hand. Being able to perform these drag backs and the little touches in space and open up that tiny bit of space that's needed to get a goal. Fabio just stunning. 3 times in front of goal. Absolutely fantastic work from him. The stranger came into the game in the second half, got himself a couple of goals. He'll be disappointed to have conceded the third late on. But as you said, James, we knew it was going to be an entertaining one. We knew it was going to be a fun one to watch, and it lived up to all expectations.
Oh, that's it. Fabio saying in an interview that football, and as I mentioned, he plays in the Regionalliga, which is the 5th tier of German football with SV Heimstetten. So not a bad level to be playing at all. for someone that isn't a professional footballer. But he said that football taught him discipline, composure and ambition. And he said the mental game for him crosses over from FIFA to football. I think we saw him really put that on show in that game. Never gave up, kept his composure, and grinding out the victory in the end against a real top-tier opponent in the stranger, Tim Katnavatos of Köln. And so it puts us in an interesting position, because last week, Katnavatos, or the stranger, gave Rafael Chicos a 5-1 lead to work with in the first leg. Now, Köln a goal down after the first leg, and Chicos suffered a 2-0 loss against Atakan Karazor last time out, so he's going to have to go one better this time against Timothy Tillman, who was also on the losing side.
Yeah, that's it. Timothy Tillman coming up against Munos de Boer last week, who's one of the best FIFA-playing professional players that we've got around the Bundesliga. He got a goal against de Boer and only lost 3-1, and you could say that coming into this game, he showed more last week than Chicos did in his game, obviously, as you said, getting that 2-0 defeat. But he's got a job on his hands now, Chicos. He needs to show the work he's done in the last week or so if he has been practicing his FIFA skills. He's got the bike there next to him. If he does come out on the losing side, perhaps there's a punishment ready for him if he needs to get on the bike and get the legs working. But Tillman as well, they've both got something to prove, these guys, having been on the losing side last week, for personal pride as well as for this tie, and neither will want to come out on the losing side here.
Absolutely not. And it's good to see. We saw Rafael Chicos in quite a laid-back, I think he was wearing a beanie and a hoodie last time out. This time we've got the full Köln garb on. We love to see it. It's been one of the nice touches. This kind of behind-the-scenes look with some of these professional players and some of the esports pros as well. But they are, of course, more used to being on camera in this type of setting. For the likes of Tillman and Chicos, it's the first real glimpse behind the curtain for them. And I have to say, with Chicos, it's worth us mentioning straight off the bat how happy we were to see the fact that he was back running again this week. We mentioned on match day 1 that horrific cervical spine injury he suffered in the game against Hertha Berlin after a clash with Marko Grujic. Now, he said in an interview with Bild when they were asking him about it, he said that the doctor had ultimately told him that he wasn't going to play again this season. And he felt that would still be the way, but there's an early chance here. Before I can finish my story, Cordoba, can he get the goal? He's still got the chance. Tillman struggling to match the early onslaught, and Cordoba gets it. Just what Chicos wanted. So he didn't score last week, but he gets an early goal this week. But if he'll allow me just to finish the story, he said his doctor would say that he wouldn't play again this season. He felt that was still the case even with the coronavirus, but he said he's still dreaming of making 2 or 3 appearances before the end of the season. But the fact that he was even running this week, Alex, is a minor miracle.
100%, and it's fantastic to see for a guy as well he's always said his dream was to play in the Bundesliga, and for him, just that getting put to one side, obviously with health becoming the more important thing for him, even before the coronavirus. It's really, really good to see him back to his best, but not his best in the FIFA world. As Tillman brings the game level, we're going to have a pause here. The smile is on Tillman's face.
I feel like the professional footballers, they've seen what Maxi Mittelstädt and his game against Nico Schlotterbeck produced, and now these guys are going to be trying to match the goal-scoring feats of those two. 2 early goals inside the opening 10 minutes. We're all square again, but game on.
I feel like someone needs to try and match the defensive work of some of these guys to keep the scores down, just for their own good, to try and get a win here. Obviously, Tillman not happy with the way Cordoba put that goal away, not happy with his keeper, perhaps that ball going across the face of his goal and into the far bottom corner, but Chicos will be even more disappointed with that equaliser just falling to Tillman again in front of goal and running it into the goal, in fact. But as you said, these guys following suit of Mittelstädt and Schlotterbeck with their goals, but I think someone needs to try and figure out how to defend if we're going to have a more interesting game.
Well, this is it. Someone needs to tell them that the defensive work became a lot more important on FIFA 20. Yeah. Someone needs to clock onto that soon. And that is really the big discrepancy, is some of the risks and movements that they take, which seem to be a lot more, they're a lot more pronounced in the back line, where some of these FIFAbios, the strangers, their movements are so intricate. They're not moving their players left and right too much. They're keeping them very much in the same position but still active. Whereas these guys are making lurching movements. They're already committing and over-committing in certain situations. That is then allowing these first touches and the intricate turns we've seen that they can play such a big part, or even a few little skill moves like that from Chicos. And those can make a real difference, especially in this 85 game mode, where, as Alex has mentioned, skill moves are capped at 3 stars. So you can't bust out all the big moves, but the basic moves can make a big difference. And here comes Tillman with Macklemore. Doesn't have much in terms of support. He's done well here now with Keita Ruel, the man who scored the equalising goal.
Game calming down here in the last 10 minutes after that fantastic opening with 2 goals. But another mistake from Chichos. Can Tillman make the most of it here?
Space here to use with Ernst. He's got Macklemore in support as well, and he was maybe trying to hold on to possession to wait for the runner at the back post. Just couldn't get the...
That was fantastically well done from Chichos to get back there and get a block away. Tillman showing his frustration there. He knew that was a chance he really needs to make the most of. He's got another one here though with good play.
It's brewing nicely, and he went for the near post finish, but couldn't get it past the keeper.
A few mistakes here from Chichos, having gone 1 goal ahead. He's letting the game get away from him here, and Tillman will definitely want to make sure he makes the most of this pressure that he's got. Needs to get a go-ahead goal here if he can, before he gets too frustrated, having seen the scoreline stay at 1-1 perhaps. Needs to make the most of it.
Yeah, it is one of the fascinating things about all these Bundesliga home challenge ties, how quickly and the complexion can change back and forth, and that would have been a goal that really would have changed the complexion of this game had Tillman managed to convert. But right now he does have Chicos rattled, as we see the throw out from the back from Thomas Kessler, who he's gone with between the sticks as well. Straight out of play for a throw-in. And right now Tillman will be wanting to capitalise on this period of pressure, which is what he almost does there.
So close again. He has these nice movements. He's used his drag back before with that first chance. As the header goes wide there, he used the drag back really nicely on the edge of the box. And in that case, he just went for goal, went powering forward into the box with a run. Got the shot away at the near post, showing that he can do it all really, but the only thing he can't do is get that goal to go ahead. Chichos on the back foot for now. Tillman full of confidence.
That's funny, the opening goal going the way of the Köln centre-back. But momentum now not on his side. Here is Cordoba back to Fastrata, now on to Chicos. He's looking for a marauding run forward there.
I thought he was going to go for goal himself perhaps. He'll always be tempted to do that, even if he is a centre-back.
Now with Hauptmann. Oh, this is well worked. Twisting and turning. What can he conjure up? The angles, though, against him in the end. Just holding on to the ball a little too long, but then he was short of options in the final third there.
You can see the tiny bit of skill difference between these 2 guys. Chichos doing well there to keep the ball in the edge box, but just using the simple dribbling techniques. Tillman, on the other hand, using some fake shots, using some drag backs. He knows how this game works, and he's got the things in his arsenal. Just needs to get that second goal to go ahead, and that's what he's working towards now.
That was a nice turn, but ball out quickly across to recover the position for Köln. That's really is it. These 2 evenly matched in terms of their FIFA skill level. I think what we've seen from Tillman so far is that he's a little more effective on the ball. Chicos has got all the tools in his toolkit. It really is just about picking and choosing the right one when it comes to trying to unlock a back line.
That's it.
Nice little turn from Hauptmann. Playing it through to Terodde, and he's gone for goal, and he's snuck it in at the near post. Tillman tried to do the same a few moments ago. Chicos makes it happen, though.
From nowhere, just a little moment of space in the box. And he goes for the near post superbly, showing that he can finish from anywhere, and Tillman screaming into his cushion there before half-time. He's dominated this first half, and he can be really frustrated with himself because he knows he's had the chances. He knows he's had the opportunities. And as you were saying, James, he's been using those techniques, those little drag backs and stuff. He's been using that in the right positions, whereas Chichos hasn't really done that so far. But he used the most important tool in his arsenal right there in the right time, and that's the shoot button. And he pointed it towards the near post and found the back of the net. And he's on for another one here.
Cordoba in behind, offside flag stays down, little ball roll to take him to the byline. If anything, the pass actually opened up right as he went for the ball roll. Nevertheless, chance from a corner now taken short. Ooh, heavy first touch from Kainz. Not quite what we've come to expect from Florian Kainz. in this FIFA Invitational. It's definitely been Köln's star man across the opening 2 match days so far, but is there one last chance in this half for Timothy Tillman? Well, not with a pass like that, and there goes the half-time whistle. So an early goal in the first half, and a late goal in the first half, and it's Chicos with a 2-1 lead.
It's Chicos with the lead. You could say that it's an undeserved one, and Tillman can only have himself to blame. You can see there, 6 shots. He hasn't quite had the way with the possession, but he's had the more shots, he's had the more opportunities. As we've mentioned, he's showing he's got more skills in his book than Chicos, knowing when to use them, but the most important one is being able to shoot a goal and get your chances put away, and Chicos has done that twice now. Both had the near point, both across goal. Tillman's shown his frustration. He knows he's better than what he's producing here. He's got a second half to show that he's able to put it onto paper, but at the moment it's looking good for Cologne and looking good for Chicos to bring this tie back level.
Yeah, and he's acquitting himself much better than he did in the 2-0 loss to Atakan Karazor, where he really didn't seem to be able to get much going in terms of an attacking threat in the final third, and Karazor dominant, coming out with the victory on that occasion. So he's doing better here. Chicos, who was talking about his career highlights in an interview I watched this week, and he said the best moment of his entire career was when he scored all 4 goals, this as a centre-back, no less, but he scored all 4 goals in a 3-1 win. So work that one out. A hat-trick and an own goal. Quite an impressive feat.
That is incredibly impressive.
And that came while he was on the books at Kiel. Oh, early chance there for Tillman to level the scores. But yes, that 4-goal feat coming against Sonnenhof Gross Aspach in the 2015-16 season. And I can't imagine many centre-backs that can claim something of a similar magnitude when it comes to, prolific performance like that.
I can understand why it's his career highlight. That's absolutely fascinating. Incredible, but if you can perhaps maybe go and get a win here, that might be... I don't know if it can quite be on the same level as a hat-trick and an own goal in the same game, but for Chicos himself...
I think there's no question, Alex. I think definitely Bundesliga Home Challenge becomes the career highlight at that point.
I agree. I'm glad we agree on that.
Absolutely, especially after bouncing back from a 2-0 loss to Atakan Karazor. Now, he's an interesting character, Chicos, and as we said, great just to see him back up and about, given that cervical spine injury. Doctors claiming that it really could have come very close to paralysing the 29-year-old. And he's a man after my own heart as well, because when he was asked about if he could envision what his dream goal to score would ever be, he said it would be with an overhead kick, Alex. So I'm a massive fan of that, as everyone will know.
Maybe James, you can produce one here for us.
That would be my dream. Would be for Chicos to produce one, maybe with himself. If we're being very greedy. Right now he's coming forward with Cordoba, who's got a lot of strength to use, but it does get mustered off the ball there at the vital moment.
Chicos doing well so far in the second half, just keeping the momentum and keeping the pressure on Tillman, forcing him to try and keep the ball a bit more and try and find different ways through. Tillman hasn't quite had the opening so far in this second half as we go over the hour mark, but plenty of time for him to get that second goal and get the equaliser.
The equaliser that would secure Fürth the victory over the 2 legs after that 3-2 win for Fifabio against the stranger. Right now we are all square at 4-4. So can either side find a winner? Well, not Chicos' best moment there, but a moment we've all suffered ourselves. One skill move too many next to the byline, and next thing you know, you're out of play.
When you're ahead, sometimes you get ahead of yourself. And he's obviously just didn't quite judge the scale of the pitch there, the dimensions of it, and kind of just running the ball out. And as we can see, Tillman, he knows that he needs to make changes, and he's done that. He's got extra energy, extra pace in attack on the wing, on the right wing, with Leveling. A man up front as well, so he's not holding back. He knows he's got to go for this win. Having lost last weekend as well, he does not want to have 2 defeats on his record in Bundesliga Home Challenge.
No, that's it. Leveling, one of the big surprise packages for Fürth in the current campaign. Someone that really has enjoyed a breakthrough season on the pitch. Off the pitch, Timothy Tillman, he's been keeping himself busy during self-isolation by doing video training with Lucas Krul, who's a guy that works out of Grunwald, just outside of Munich. It's also the same fitness coach that is used by Thiago, David Luiz, Douglas Costa and Miroslav Klose, so he's in good company there, Timothy Tillman, when it comes to the man who is in charge of keeping himself fit during these times of self-isolation and quarantine.
I wonder how much FIFA time is allowed in these fitness regimes of these professional players.
What you want about the thumbs are just as important as your thighs.
This is very, very, very good point you've made there, James.
Absolutely, but it's Kynes coming forward. Chicos looking for a third,
Fantastic.
And he's got it. What a volley! And he loves it. Look at that reaction from Chicos.
He's out of his seat. So are we. That's outstanding finishing. A lovely little dink into the box. Tillman is not impressed, but there's not much he could really have done about that. That was pure class from Chicos to see the free man and dink it into the box and the volley to boot. There's no wonder he got out of his seat there, and he's buzzing.
That's it. It wasn't quite the overhead kick we were looking for, but a somewhat acrobatic effort.
I think that might be the best we can.
It's the closest we've come. It's true. It may be the best we can ask for.
I should say it's the closest we've come, not the best we can ask for. We can ask for more from these guys, that's for sure, but that's the closest we've come.
We could ask for an overhead kick.
Guys, overhead kick, please.
Anybody? No, these are the types of fun things that we to keep ourselves entertained during all of this as well. But in fairness, we don't really need it because the goals are just flying in. Just like on match day 1 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge, match day 2 was picked up right where we left off, and the goals are just flowing freely.
And the guys, as you can see from Chicos' reaction, are just as excited about it as we are. So
Tillman less so right now.
Tillman less excited because he's not getting the gameplay. He's not getting the game that he feels he should have got himself, and he really only has himself to blame after that first half performance. He could have been a couple of goals ahead, but as we've seen, it can change very quickly in this game, so he can get himself a goal here with 20 minutes to go. Changes everything.
Nice ball into the box, and well, to be honest, the overhead kick was on there. I don't know what he was going for a header for, but hey, we can only live and hope. But I don't think Tillman's out of this yet, no doubt about it.
I thought he was going to go for a scorpion kick there.
That would have been amazing. I would have taken that. I'd have absolutely taken that. Olivier Giroud and Henrik Mkhitaryan eat your hearts out potentially, but didn't quite produce it there. But right now, this is certainly becoming comeback central on match day 2 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Darmstadt, the only team to take a lead in the first leg and hold on to it in the second. Freiburg turning things around against Hertha in the last game. Now Köln 5-4 up on aggregate after Fabio thought he had given Tillman the foundation to maybe cruise to victory. Chicos had other ideas, and he'd love a fourth here to wrap this game up potentially. Square ball cut out at the back, but pressure still on. Verstraete. Oh, lovely little dummy, and the drag back. And the offside flag this time up against Terodde. But this is what we've seen in the earlier stages of this game. Chicos was using those skill moves, but not very effectively. Now they are working to a T.
They are indeed, and he just got unlucky there with his man offside and his shot being blocked. But he's definitely worked on that and improved it in the second half, whereas Tillman has not had the opportunities that he had in the first half, but he has one now.
Oh, great defending from Chicos. Absolutely heroic stuff.
I'm surprised
from the Köln centre-back.
Surprised he's not out of his seat as he did when he scored the goal to go 3-1 up. Outstanding bit of defending there, showing his brute strength.
Well, that was worthy of a fist pump, no doubt about it. He made up a lot of ground there to prevent what looked like a golden opportunity in front of goal for Tillman.
Looks like Chicos is not happy with only 3 goals either.
Cordoba on the ball. Of course, not his foot birthday card. We are in the 85 mode. Everything is on an even keel with all the players' ratings capped at 85 or raised to 85 in many cases, especially with the FERT players.
It does make it fun to use those Bundesliga 2 players who might not be 85 rated in the game or anywhere near close.
Oh, nutmeg from Zahn! Oh, what a goal from Tillman! Oh, stunning, stunning stuff! And he's got another goal back. We are level on aggregate once again, but he's still trailing by a goal.
And he'll want to get another goal. Just a few minutes left. Chances are going to be few and far between. Chicos not having any of it. He wants to go for goal himself as well.
He was sniffing around a fourth, and he still is. Dink towards the back post. Cordoba was there. Exactly the man you want on the end of a type of cross like that. He just couldn't get his head to the ball.
Here comes Tillman. Here comes Tillman.
Oh, dearie me. Could we see a real upset on the cards? Into injury time. Seconds remaining of this game. And Tillman looking for one last chance to break hearts, and it almost came. Another vital block at the back from Chicos. He's delighted. He's got a win, bouncing back from the loss to Stuttgart last week. Not enough to take the tie on aggregate, but what a game that was.
What a game that was indeed. You can see how much it means to these guys. Poor Tillman, head in hands at the end of that one. A 3-2 defeat, but 5-all on aggregate. Our first draw of the second weekend of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Poor Timothy Tillman, I feel for him there. What a chance it was at the end. I believe it was Chicho in the virtual world making a huge tackle, as well as controlling the game for Cologne. His player in the game proving his skill to keep the Fürth team out from scoring an equaliser there. But that was a lot of fun, James. And both those games, to be fair, were a lot of fun. 3-2 either way. 5-all on aggregate. And we've had 3 fantastic ties so far in this second weekend of the Home Challenge.
This is it. If anything, the bar's being raised. I was hoping it would just be match from match day one, but I really think people got their teeth into the action last weekend. They've maybe even taken it a little more seriously this weekend. It's producing some phenomenal FIFA, some phenomenal matches. And yeah, that one was, again, kind of underlining this point that we've been making ever since the Bundesliga Home Challenge started. We are seeing such a wide spectrum of FIFA skill levels, of types of game, of results, everything. We're getting tight games that only have a few shots in the mix. We're getting good games where there are chances aplenty and goals galore. James Surrogate alongside Alex Chaffer, your 2 hosts for this, the Bundesliga Home Challenge Match Day 2. And as we said, the goals are flowing freely, and we are having an absolutely fantastic time so far.
We are indeed. This has been an absolute whirlwind already. We thought we couldn't quite match the first weekend perhaps, but the second one has started with absolute fireworks. You can get involved whatever way you're following the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. Get involved. Send us your comments. Get talking amongst it. Lots of people watching, hopefully, and enjoying the show so far. We can recap what it all means. 30 teams in this game. Every team having one professional player and another from the esports world. Each match consisting of 2 legs. One putting the 2 professionals against each other and the other putting the 2 pro esports players together. And every match is in the 85 rated mode, which puts all players at 85 rated. It means that perhaps a Borussia Dortmund, maybe Marco Reus, isn't as fun to use because he's down to an 85, whereas a Greuther Fürth man like Timothy Tillman, 85 rated, is a lot more fun to use. So it levels the playing field, makes everything far more interesting for these guys who are all on different levels of playing field themselves, as we've seen, as James has said. The way that we've seen these games go, we've seen esports performances be tight and nervy in the opening couple of games, and then the Stranger and Fifabio producing a fun game between 5 goals, and obviously we saw the incredible game between Schlotterbeck and Mittelstedt producing 12 goals, of those going for the Freiburg side. But yeah, we've seen just about everything we could have probably imagined seeing in the opening 3 ties.
No, we haven't. We haven't seen an overhead kick, Alex.
No.
I'm still waiting.
We haven't. But, that's the thing. We're coming up now with Dortmund against Holstein Kiel, and I hold a lot of hope in my heart that Hakimi, when his phone is down and away from himself, he'll be able to produce something special, perhaps. So we'll have to wait and see what comes in the second tie.
Yeah, but in fairness, we've got a great tie for the first one as well. Mbele, one of the biggest German YouTubers in the FIFA community, no doubt about it, was held to a 1-1 draw last weekend by Julian Greis of Mainz, and he's coming up against one of the new faces in the tournament this weekend, Cihat Korkmaz of Holstein Kiel, one of the guys that represented them in the virtual Bundesliga, and again a player that I actually dipped into his stream on Twitch yesterday to kind of get his thoughts on taking part in this game, and he said he's hoping for a good game. He said he's ready to give his best, and he did say that after last week things are going well for Kiel because they had one of the best ties of the entire match day 1 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge, that 8-4 win over it's Dynamo Dresden, wasn't it? Was it Dynamo Dresden? Who was it? It was an 8-4. No, it was against Bielefeld. Sorry, it was against Bielefeld. So it was an 8-4 win. 8-4 win for Kiel against Arminia Bielefeld, and yeah, it did throw up 2 of the best games in on match day 1. You know, we had Roar Vader picking up a 6-0 win, which was quite a stunning victory.
Yep.
And Dominic Schmidt did lose to Marcel Hartl, but that was a 6-goal thriller.
And that's the challenge now for Chihat. If he, obviously coming off the back of Roar Vader's impressive performance in the esports side of things, obviously he came up against Volkslammer of Bielefeld, a professional football player himself. So not a simpler task, but a bigger opportunity for him to get the win, and he got it emphatically with that 6-0 win. But yeah, Chihat coming up against a fellow esports player, it's not going to be as easy for Holstein Kiel in this first game. Coming off the back of that win against Bielefeld, though, they can have confidence, and coming up against Dortmund it's always a big name, a big scalp to take. And obviously, as we've said, with the 85 mode, if these two teams were coming up against each other in the normal world of FIFA, it might not be the most even of matchups, but the 85 mode means that both Dortmund and the Kiel team are all 85 rated, which means they're all on a level playing field, and it means that it comes down to who's the more skilled man with the controller in his hand. And it'll be very, very interesting to see how this first game turns out, especially with the talents of Hakimi and Schmidt, who proved themselves as well last week, coming up again in match 2 of this tie.
Oh, that's it. Hakimi, someone that just seems to do everything. He scores goals, he assists goals, he attacks one box, he defends another, dribbles past players, and he even represents Borussia Dortmund when it comes to FIFA tournaments as well. And so, yes, hopefully the Bundesliga Home Challenge features prominently on his social media channels as well. You guys can get in touch, hashtag Bundesliga Home Challenge, or you can find me at JM Thorogood on Twitter. Alex can be found at Alex Chaffer. So do feel free to get in touch. Send us a question or two if you want it answered on the stream. For now, we'll be gearing up for this next game between Erne and Bele and Chihat Korkmaz. And right now, we just got to hope that the ball keeps rolling, because right now things are going very well with the Bundesliga Home Challenge. We're enjoying every bit of the action. And so far today, the ties have been incredibly high scoring, and I think we'd expect the same. Erne and Bele, as I said, a very prominent member of the FIFA YouTube community in Germany, but a very well-respected competitive player as well, who used to compete but now focuses more on his YouTube channel, which is a fair thing to do when you have the following that he has. Just over 1.1 million subscribers on his main channel, which is FIFA Feels. He's been doing that since 2011. His second channel, which is Feel Gaming TV, has just under 700,000 subscribers, so almost 2 million combined. So incredible. He's doing all right for himself in the YouTube world there, Erne.
He definitely is, and he's doing all right in the esports world as well. As we've said, he's decent in this game as well. He's been known to run megabit close in games that they've played against each other, which is, as we've said, no mean feat against the defending VBL champion. So he's no mug. He's not here just as a social media man and a big YouTuber. He can play the game, and he proved it last week, and he'll look to prove it again here against Chihat of Kiel.
I found an interview with Erne and Bele that came from the Zurich Gamescom, where he's talking about FIFA 20. And this was right as the game had come out. They were doing a few promos down there. He was testing out the game for the first time. He said he felt it was going to be a massive year for FIFA with FIFA Ultimate Team and with Volta. Do you think that's been the case in FIFA 20, Alex?
I think so, definitely. I think Volta has been a really fun thing. That's a new addition to the game. Obviously, people will remember the old days of FIFA Street in its own game and how fun that was. Volta itself as well, bringing an extra element to FIFA. It's often the case that it's usually just Ultimate Team or playing at home with your friends in the usual kickoff mode. I think FIFA has done really well to introduce the different kickoff modes you can play, including this 85 mode, including such challenges like having every time you score a goal, you lose a player, and multi-ball games. It's really fun, and it brings an extra element to the social side of FIFA, which is why, of course, it's become such a big thing right now, obviously, with the current situation that's going on. Social distancing being such an important thing at the moment. You're able to connect online with people and play this really fun game and do it with your friends, even if you're both at home. You can compete against each other and have some fun, and that's what it's all about. And that's why FIFA obviously introduced those modes to bring an extra level of playing to everyone who could try new things and try out different ways of playing FIFA. And it just means there's so many nice ways of playing it, including the 85 mode.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I mean, this is a nice bit of relief, and I'm sure a lot of people are turning to things like FIFA during this time of self-isolation and quarantine. And rightly so, because as you say, it is a nice little relief from it all. And that's what we're hoping to try and provide with this, the Bundesliga Home Challenge. This is meant to be some light entertainment. We're hoping to put a few smiles on some faces, get you to chuckle along, even if it's with a bad pun here and there. I can't promise that those won't happen. There are a few that snuck out last week. My wife gave me a bit in the ear for one of them. I said, "Oh, come on, James, it's such a dad joke. What are you doing?" I couldn't help it. I think it was about squeezing juice out as well. It was about the Wiesbaden player juice, which she gave me a bit of stick for that, which is fair. It's only fair, right? The odd bad pun will slip out.
I've mentioned my mum already today.
Well,
So.
Hey, she got a mention last week as well. So
The most famous chap around, I think.
exactly. Well, yeah, no. Last week we gave her an update on the fact that you were keeping this place spotless, seemingly. We've messed it up a bit with a few blankets here and there to try and dampen the sound that we're creating from this makeshift studio in Alex's living room. But I have to say, so far, as I say, it's actually gone quite smoothly. I was expecting more hiccups along the way, but we've done well for ourselves, and we're staying at the appropriate 2-meter distance at all times as well, which I think is just so important. But there we see the two men ready for the next game. Ene and Bele up against Cihat Korkmaz of Holstein Kiel. He was taking part in Weekend League in the build-up, actually, to the Bundesliga Home Challenge. He's been on stream already this morning. He's 15-0, if I'm not mistaken, so far. Cihat, so doing well for himself. He was actually in action in the 85 mode in a game between Kiel and Bochum last week. He picked up a 2-1 win in his game, so certainly comfortable in this mode. Kiel were one of the standout teams on match day 1. So will we see the same again on match day 2?
They'll be certainly hoping to produce something here against Dortmund. And Bele perhaps coming in as the favourite, but didn't hold himself too highly last week, getting a draw against Union guys. So he'll be out to impress here with Dortmund at home here at the Signal Iduna Park here in the virtual world. So setting up something for Hakimi later on is his goal as this tie gets underway.
Oh, you mentioned there the Signal Iduna Park, and this week was the 46th anniversary of the opening of what was formerly called the Westfalen Stadion. And now it's a bit of a sad moment when I realised that this weekend it was meant to be Der Klassiker between Dortmund and Bayern in Dortmund, which would have been an absolute belter of a game. We still do have that to look forward to when the Bundesliga does get underway, so all is not lost. But there were two things. There was one great bit of news, the fact that Dortmund were turning the Signal Iduna Park into a coronavirus treatment centre this weekend, so doing their part for the community. But I know I've been there a couple of times. I know it's one of your favourite places to go, Alex, so I wanted to ask you, what are the memories in that stadium that really stand out to you?
Oh, I think the one main memory and thing that I could say to any football fan, regardless of who you support, is in your lifetime, as a football fan, you need to stand in the yellow wall. It's the most unique footballing experience I've ever had. 25,000 standing all together in one area. It's just so unique and it's so incredible, and it matches all the hype that's been made of it. And therefore, I would recommend it to anyone. And I've had a few nice memories being able to stand in the yellow wall, as lucky as I have been. And one of the funniest memories I've had actually watching a Dortmund game. I wasn't in the yellow wall, but I witnessed their, I believe it was Champions League or maybe Europa League qualifier. They played a playoff against Legia Warsaw, won 8-4 at the Signal Iduna Park. One of the most incredible games I've ever seen. So yeah, as well as seeing it from a unique angle in terms of the yellow wall, you can also see some of the most incredible and fun attacking football and attacking teams in Europe. So yeah, I'd recommend it to anyone to get down to Dortmund and get yourself to a game.
With a scoreline like that, they'd be very at home in this FIFA Bundesliga Home Challenge, no doubt, based on the way the goals are going in. But yeah, that's a game that stands out in the memory for now. Here, Cihat with a great chance for Kiel, well blocked by Mats Hummels. Ene getting his man across in time to put it behind for a corner. Cihat working something from the set piece. Oh, it's well worked as well. He's got a good angle on. He was looking for that near post finish. And right now, Mbele having to go back to the drawing board a little bit, under a lot of pressure here.
He can't keep up with it at the moment. Cihat producing some good stuff. He's getting a couple of shots away, looking for another one here. Had the better of the opening stages here. Oh, and that could be... Oh, is that a penalty? I believe... No, it's a free kick, I think.
Right on the edge of the area. Hakimi
Oh, it is.
Oh, it is a penalty. Good call, Alex.
Thank you.
I thought it was outside the box, but...
Eagle-eyed. It's the first penalty of the tournament, I believe.
Oh, it's straight down the middle. He didn't go for the Panenka like Jab did last week, but he went straight down the middle as well. And Ene Mbele, a little frustrated there. It's such a gamble, isn't it, going either way from the penalty spot, and especially in a game like this. You have no information to work with about preferences and where they like to put it, and it's a game of chicken.
That's it, and it's quite difficult when you want to go to one of the corners on FIFA 20 with the penalty taken. It often moves around. It's quite difficult to control if you've not got much practice, so sometimes the easiest way is to just go down the middle and hope for the best. And it's a great start for Kiel, but with Dortmund coming forward, it's a nice chance for Mbele, the first of the game, the first shot on target. But yeah, Chihat be having a great start here and just get ahead with that penalty.
Well, this is it. We talked about Ene Mbele's YouTube following and the fact that he's got almost a combined 2 million subscribers on YouTube. And as I say, he is from a competitive background. He doesn't play anymore in the esports world. And right now he is coming up against Chihat Korkmaz, who is an esports professional. And again, unlike last weekend when he was coming up against fellow YouTuber Julian Greis of Mainz, this time he's really coming up against someone that is a bit of a step up for him. Yeah. So he is the underdog in this game, despite the fact that he's one of the most well-known FIFA names out there in the German community.
That's it. Yeah, there's a slight difference between a esports professional and a YouTuber who's not quite a professional FIFA player. Just that tournament level of being able to play and this control of the game that they have. Obviously, Chihat not quite got into the lead as he would have wanted to 60 seconds into the game, but showing that he's got a bit more about him in these opening stages, and Mbele is going to have some work to do to get it back.
It was a lovely piece of skill there from Sancho, and the ball looked like it might be on round the corner as well. He's going to have to rethink now after he's lost the ball. Chihat looking to come forward, giving Kiel something to get going in the final third. He's had to be patient, and right now Ene has done well to get bodies behind the ball to make life frustrating and difficult for Chihat, but here he comes once again. Nice little passing move on the edge of the area, but well snuffed out by Emre Can.
It's quite interesting as well that Mbele's using Reina, Royce and Sancho in attack, and Brandt as well. No Haaland on the pitch. He's gone for Sancho in an up-front role. Me personally, I would have gone for Haaland just because of his height and his stature, especially in this 85 mode. He could be a really difficult player to handle. We'll see if Hakimi does the same as Mbele or changes things up. Perhaps Mbele will change things up in the second half because it hasn't quite worked so far. But at the moment, Sancho up front, not been able to really get into the game as Mbele would have hoped.
That's it. Reina is certainly an interesting choice. The young American who has burst onto the scene in the Borussia Dortmund side arguably since Christmas in the second half of the season. There's a chance for Sancho, and that really should have been the equaliser, and Ene knows it.
He does indeed. Just as I was saying, Sancho hadn't got into the game. That was his big chance. Really big opportunity. You don't get many of those against a pro esports player. Right in front of goal, on his right foot. No pressure on him. Just couldn't find the target, disappointingly for Mbele.
Couple of 1-2s here for Chihat, and it's opened up for him, and he's worked that very nicely. I thought it was maybe one pass too many, but a very, very tidy finish, and he's 2-0 up now.
That's really well taken. Got a stroke of luck just as the ball didn't quite ricochet Mbele's way, but Chihat made the most of it, and being 2-0 up going into half-time is a huge thing. Makes the task for Mbele a lot harder, but he'll hope to get maybe a goal back here.
Oh, Brandt, he thought about the shot. And again, I think lamenting some of his decision-making there, Ene Mbele, but I think there's a noticeable difference for him in this game. Much bigger uphill battle than he was facing last time out against Julian Greis. And he is up against it, but you're right. No Haaland, and doesn't look like... Well, I was just wondering whether he's going to make some half-time changes, and I thought Haaland may be the go-to guy, because Reina, yes, as impressive as he's been since breaking onto the scene, the fact that he's only 17 years old in real life, even if we are on this 85 mode, just means he is going to be at a slight disadvantage in terms of his physical stature at the very least. But he obviously prefers these diminutive, technically gifted players. But again, I'm wondering, is that where the crossover from foot doesn't quite translate for 85, because in foot, of course, if you are an intricate, technically gifted player and you like the skill moves, makes sense. But in this mode, you want someone like Haaland up there.
That's it. He's had 61% possession of the ball in this game, and he's been able to keep it because he's got those guys on the pitch. But as we see Haaland come on at half-time for Sancho, he knows 2-0 down, he's got to change something. It's not worked as he wanted it to. And he'll be hoping that physical presence of Haaland, if he can get the ball to him and around the box and swing it in with crosses perhaps, can make a big difference as we get the second half underway.
Yeah, it's not often you see Jadon Sancho brought off at half-time by Borussia Dortmund, but in the virtual world, no mercy is shown. And we've seen that from some of the esports pro now. And they're doing it with some of his half-time substitutions as well. So the question will be, can Haaland make the desired impact for him? Because he's been an absolute revelation, it's fair to say, since moving to the Bundesliga in January. A player that had built up some fantastic momentum in the goal-scoring department before the season got put on hold. And here he is on the ball, trying to work it, and that's going to be a penalty at the other end now. So Ene Bele gave one away in the first half, and now Chihat has followed suit. And it will be Marco Reus to take. Will he go down the middle as well, do you think? Or does he maybe fancy his chances of finding a corner?
He's going for a corner.
He is. Oh, it's saved by Chihat as well. Oh, anguish for Ene. He needed that to get back in this tie. And Erling Haaland, well, so composed in front of goal in real life, letting him down there from the spot. Still got a corner on. Haaland looking to get on the end of it. Haaland with the header. And that's somewhere he can certainly threaten as well. It does show you, Alex, the virtual world doesn't always follow suit with what's going on in the real world, does it?
Definitely not. What a chance that was for Mbele to get back into this game. Obviously went for a corner but didn't quite get enough power on the shot. Often when you don't get enough power, it doesn't quite go where you exactly position it. That's what happened there for Mbele. Put it towards the corner, but the lack of power just meant it just hovered there between the post and the goalkeeper. And he, unluckily for Mbele, and to Chihat's credit, he went the right way and made the right call and got that bit of luck to keep the scoreline at 2-0. But you can see Mbele enjoying possession once again. Obviously worked well with Haaland to get that penalty. He'll be looking to work well with him again to get this game back on for Dortmund.
Well, that was good play there from Ene as well. Just letting himself down at the vital moment right on the edge of the area. He's been called an outstanding entertainer, Ene, which I believe is one of the reasons that he's gone on to focus on his YouTube career, because he's certainly a live wire in front of the camera. Oh, little intricate move there from Chihat, maybe too intricate in the end. The impetus certainly on his side in this game, but the onus on Ene to make something happen. The question is, will that maybe open up space for Chihat to add to the scoreline? Lovely click of the heels there from Marco Reus. He was looking for the 1-2 with Haaland. Chihat was very aware of exactly what he was trying to pull off there.
For all his passing, for all his possession, Mbele, he knows himself, it just hasn't been as good as he can be in the final third. He hasn't had that cutting edge. Haaland up front now, trying to bring something different as he goes for a long ball there. It's a good way of working towards the big man.
Oh, here is Haaland, a couple of step overs. Well, he's already won one penalty. I think that one would have been a bit harsh against Kiel, but you can hear the signal Iduna Park there was calling for it, Alex.
You can see the smile on his face of Mbele. At least he's enjoying himself here as he tries to keep working back into this game. Nice move there from Haaland, but once again, just that doesn't always work when you're trying to work individually as a player. You need to get the pass and moving and going, and that's what Mbele's lacked in this final third so far. Just hasn't had those passes and hasn't been able to complete them. Credit to Chihat for stopping that, but Mbele knows as well he could be doing it a lot better.
He's so close to pulling something off, isn't he, Ene? Just without that final pass, that final touch, whatever it's going to take to create that goal-scoring opportunity. And there is an element of frustration, but you are right. He does seem to be enjoying himself there. I think knows he's up against a tougher challenge this weekend, Chihat Korkmaz of Kiel, than he was last time up against Julian Greis, and that's to take nothing away from Greis, but he himself, he knows he's a YouTuber, he's not a professional esports player, but the pass is on here. Haaland, he shrugs off the challenge, he's through on goal. Haaland to make it 2-1.
Finish.
Lovely stuff.
Superb. Even on his right foot at the near post. We know how deadly it is. And with 76 minutes gone, Mbele has his moment, he has his goal, and we have a game.
Well, we knew it before about Haaland. He's proved it in real life, but angles just don't matter to that kid when it comes to goal-scoring opportunities. If he's got even the slightest sniff of goal, he's going to go for it. Putting his goal-scoring attributes on show there as well with a very good finish. I have to say, we've seen some stunning goals today, some stunning team goals, but also some stunning solo finishes like that that have really found the top corner.
Definitely for Haaland as well, on his right foot. Regardless of what foot it is, the power he possesses on his shots is just remarkable, and he's going to look for another one perhaps here. Ooh, extra pass just blocked out by Chihat, and he'll be looking to counter as well. 2-1 is a dangerous scoreline, he knows.
Oh, and he's overcommitted here, NA, and Chihat is going to make it 3. You've got to take that risk though. At 2-1, you've got to go for 2-all and risk conceding a third. NA took the risk, and Lauberbach now the next man to get a hat-trick in the Bundesliga Home Challenge.
The next star of the show, Lauberbach, one from the spot and 2 more. Tidy little breakaway there. He found the man in space on the wing, and he saw it so quickly we could see it as well. Just a couple of passes were on, and that tidy finish, and Mbele could do nothing about it, as you said. Committed men forward, as you'd expect him to do with the score at 2-1, and Chihat does superbly to make the most of a counter-attack opportunity and make sure that their 2-goal lead is restored here for Kiel in the opening game.
Yeah, setting up the foundation in this first leg. Talk about the 85 mode. Chihat was saying that it was a bit slow for his liking. He prefers the foot gameplay. NA looking to get a second. Because again, he may not be enough for the win in this first leg, but it could help. Hakimi in the second. And he's so close there.
Superbly worked there. I think it's Royce who has that touch, that little turn. Superb save from the man in the Kiel goal, though. A couple of minutes to go. That would have been huge to set up a potential last-minute equaliser for Mbele, but Chihat staying on top and staying ahead here.
Yeah, he's got to stay composed, but he has done throughout all of this. He said it before the game that NA is well known and hard to beat. Talking about the home challenge, he was also saying how great it was to see pros go up against each other in a very different context. Of course, he's talking about the professional footballers there as opposed to the esports pros that we've been alluding to on a number of occasions. For now, here's Gio Reyna. Clipped in towards the back post, and Haaland was there. He just couldn't get enough on the header, but he has earned his side a corner. Haaland again is the man he's aiming for. It's fallen to Guerrero, who's been in great goal-scoring form before the Bundesliga hiatus. And while Chihat was taking no chances there, but there goes the final whistle. It is a 3-1 win for Chihat against NA and Mbele. His YouTube subscribers, not enough on this occasion to get the victory. And the esports coming out on top, which is exactly what he'll have been hoping for. Someone that actually admits that despite playing for Holstein Kiel, he does have a soft spot for them. He says he's a Hamburg fan, Alex, which isn't the best combination up in the north of Germany there, but I'm sure he's been forgiven. That 3-1 win will stand him in good stead with the Kiel fans, and that is exactly how he'll have wanted to start his Bundesliga Home Challenge experience as well. New on the scene this weekend, and starting with a 3-1 win.
For sure. He wasn't always on top in that game, Erne and Mbele, having a lot of possession, having the vast majority of it, just showing that, you know, you don't need the control of the ball to really get the chances you need to go ahead. And Mbele had a lot of the ball, but in that final third just struggled, especially in the first half, just couldn't quite get the passes going that he needed to. Often found the chances, and obviously had that penalty that was saved. Would have made it really interesting at the end with that goal that came afterwards from Haaland, the superb finish on the right foot, but in the end, just not enough for him to bring the game level before full time. But now, with the score at 3-1, it means that there's work to do for Achraf Hakimi in this second game for Borussia Dortmund. He knows, after last week, he did impress in his game against Daniel Brzezinski with a 2-2 draw, and he knows that he's got work to do against Dominic Schmidt for Holstein Kiel, as the Bundesliga Home Challenge continues with myself, Alex Chaffer, joined by James Thorogood, our two hosts taking you through this weekend of FIFA action, the second weekend of the action. You can follow it all if you aren't already on virtualbundesliga.com. Keep up to date with all the games, all the scorelines, all the players coming up, and get involved in the discussion on Twitter and social media. However is best for you to follow and get involved. We're broadcasting this all over the shop, so it's harder to miss, actually, to be honest, I feel. But yeah, we're all hoping you're enjoying it out there as we get towards this second game between Dortmund and Kiel. It's been fun so far. We've had, as James and I alluded to so far, we've had a lot of different games, a lot of different scorelines, a lot of different shows from the esports and Bundesliga professionals. But yeah, another opportunity here for the Bundesliga players themselves, who were both in action last week, both played, both were involved, and an opportunity for them to show that it wasn't just a one-time thing for them, and looking to improve on what they did last week, hopefully.
Yeah, that's it. Alex is right. You just can't get away from us, even if you want to. No, we hope you guys are enjoying this. This is quite a delight. As I said last week with match day 1, we really didn't know what to expect. In case you haven't heard, and I don't know whether it has been announced, but we can announce it on this stream. But the Bundesliga Home Challenge will not end this weekend. It will actually 2 more weekends, so you can't get rid of us, and you can't get away from us, basically. Alex and I will be bringing you all the action on match day 3 and 4 as well, which we are very excited about, based on the response that we got to match day 1. And we know there are a few hitches in there. It's nice to hear that Alex is nice and loud and clear, unlike on the Saturday last week. But then there were going to be a few hiccups along the way, I think it's fair to say. But we smoothed out the edges, and we've brought you, right now, so far, even more goals than we did last weekend. Or at least based on the rate that we are scoring at. So these players are not disappointing. They are giving us plenty to talk about. And as we've said on a couple of occasions already, this is, of course, our attempt to bring some light relief to the current situation. If you're stuck in self-isolation looking for something to do, hopefully this has been a nice source of entertainment for you. Even if we've just managed to put a smile on your face for a couple of seconds, we will be happy with that. But this is certainly not disappointing in terms of the entertainment levels. The Bundesliga Home Challenge. Of course, we do hope that you and yours are both safe and healthy and keeping yourselves in check, social distancing, washing those hands on a regular basis. I feel like, actually, we've been on for about 2 hours now, roughly, haven't we? I think so. We're just coming up.
I forget.
Oh,
James.
we actually...
It's a blur.
Oh, no, we're almost up to the 3-hour mark. So definitely a good time to remind you to wash your hands. We've gone past the 2-hour mark. We should have done that an hour ago, but that's all right. So a timely reminder there. And we are now seeing these two just doing their last few final tweaks. And you guys can't see it, but we are watching Hakimi set up his team, and he's definitely gone for a very different setup to Erne and Bele, and it's good to see he's gone for a free role for himself on that right wing. He's shifted himself up just that little bit higher.
He has indeed. He knows what he wants to do. He says, we asked him this week, what do you think people should watch out for when you're playing FIFA? And he said, like in real life, I'm fast. So we can expect him to be powering forward. Just talking about his setup there, slight difference from last week. Dominic Schmidt looks exactly the same, sat in front of his couch as he was last week. But Hakimi, I'm not sure we can see it properly, but it looks like he's got some gum in his mouth there, and he's blowing some bubbles. So he's put the phone away and put the gum in his mouth. He's got a cap on as well. He looks casual, looks calm, looks collected.
Well, we had a black background for him last time, and I feel like he's got like a tifo back there. It's almost like he's got a pre-match choreography going on.
That's it.
In his e-gaming setup there. So, yeah, Hakimi bringing out all the stops, but his head's down. Oh, the phone, he just saw the phone. The phone is out.
The phone is out.
Hakimi's on his phone again.
It's there.
Now, Brzezinski was the one waiting last week. Dominic Schmidt may have to do a bit of waiting himself. Because, yeah, we all know Hakimi's social channels are very important to him. But as to his FIFA 20.
Well. I like this from Hakimi. We've upgraded our setup here for the tournament, and he has as well as he gets the game underway. Taking a seat forward, we can see him there chewing away at his gum. He's serious and he means business as he tries to get Dortmund back into this tie against Kiel. 3-1 down from that first leg.
Of course, looking to improve on that 2-2 draw that Alex mentioned last weekend against Daniel Brzezinski. Hakimi in that game taking the lead on both occasions, and it was Brzezinski pegging him back to hold him to a 2-2 draw. Of course, the man on loan from Real Madrid. One of those players where a lot of questions are being asked of his future. He's a hot commodity. One of the best right-backs around in Europe right now, and he's really taken great strides during his time with Borussia Dortmund. But of course, he's on a 2-year loan that is meant to run out at the end of June. So we will wait to see exactly what happens with his future. Dortmund would love to retain his services because he's been nothing short of sensational for them.
Of course, that's a player you never want to lose, and I'm sure Hakimi will have fond memories, whatever happens, of his time with Borussia Dortmund. We'd obviously love to see him stay in the Bundesliga, possibly keep competing in the Bundesliga Home Challenge as well, with that coming as well. But Kiel having the first chance of the game, and it's that man Lauerbach, the man in form after his hat-trick in the first game, with the first shot of this game.
Well, personally, I think the Bundesliga Home Challenge will be the deciding factor for Hakimi when it comes to him making his decision about his long-term future.
It should be.
It's a big selling point for the Bundesliga, it has to be said. So we can only hope that we're playing our part in convincing him to stay in Germany's top flight. But he's coming forward dangerously here. He set Guerrero on his way. Oh, he didn't have the strength to hold off Wahl. Well played by Dominic Schmidt, who, yes, as we saw last week, with one of the more relaxed approaches to this FIFA tournament, just sat at the foot of his sofa in his living room, with, at least we can assume it's in his living room.
He's a man for the big occasion, as we mentioned last week. It's easy to forget the career he's had. He was through the Werder Bremen Academy and played in the Champions League against the likes of Tottenham Hotspur and Inter Milan, keeping a clean sheet against Samuel Eto'o, Goran Pandev and Suleiman Tare to boot. He's a man for the big occasion. He's been here before. Obviously, this is an occasion on the scale of the Champions League, of course, at the moment. The only football really going on right now in this virtual world.
I was going to say, we're ahead of the Champions League. The Champions League isn't playing right now, so we've got a priority here. Oh, it's a good ball from Schmidt. He's in behind here, and what a challenge that was from Lucas Piszczek.
Fantastic stuff. We can't see it, but I believe Hakimi's looking around at his team, opening 20 minutes here. He's done well. He's not quite had the pressing game that he likes to. We asked him before, does he have any specific tactics that he prefers playing in FIFA? He says, of course, I select my team and don't really have any special tactics. He loves to press after losing the ball, and he always looks for free spaces because he loves to score quickly. So it's not quite gone to plan in the opening 20 minutes for the Moroccan, but making some early changes, and we'll see if they can produce the goods for him after that cagey opening 20 minutes.
A long ball forward there, looking for Haaland, bringing it down on his chest, but a heavy first touch. I think it's fair to say Dominic Schmidt having a bit of a better time of it than he had against Marcel Hartl last time out. Again, Pai against Bielefeld. Combining well here, lovely 1-2 to open up the chance. And again, it's a good save by Berkey. A couple of early saves from the Swiss custodian.
Nice opening for Schmidt, just couldn't get that shot either side of Berkey, just ended up going straight at the man, but good save from the Dortmund number one to keep Hakimi and his side level in this game.
Now Hakimi stroking the ball about nicely. Always trying to get the turn inside the area, but didn't have a lot of space to work with. Haaland first, a loose ball now beaten to it by Salih Özcan, a man on loan in real life from FC Köln. Arguably one of Kiel's most important players in the current campaign, it has to be said as well, Salih Özcan. For now, Schmidt has worked it well. Oh, he's just left the ball behind him. Another important challenge from Hakimi, who now has space to work with Jadon Sancho, the Bundesliga February Player of the Month. But, well, you wouldn't have known it based on that challenge up against Schmidt.
One thing from the 85 mode, a guy like Jadon Sancho doesn't quite have the pace you'd expect him to have. Hakimi will have to get used to that.
He's found Haaland well here, Hakimi, and it's a strong save.
The man, he hasn't changed his stats much as that man, Erling Haaland. His shot power, incredible, as we saw in the last game. And, a first through opening there for Hakimi, and the goalkeeper trying to keep it in, but didn't need to as Kiel get the goal kick.
I was going to say, he was just a game of chicken. He was just faking everyone out. He was like, hey, look, guys, I'm going to have a look at and try and clear this, but I'm just going to let it go out. It was well played. Had us all fooled.
Had me fooled as well. So.
I was wondering what the keeper was doing there. I'm sure Schmidt was too, actually. But hey, that's just the way things go on FIFA sometimes. Just ask Mark Flecken or Robin Zentner. It even happens in real life sometimes. Oh, there's a great chance for Schmidt and a great volley. And another brilliant save from Berkey. Right now, he's keeping Hakimi in this game. The Moroccan struggling to conjure up an answer to this pressure being applied by Schmidt. I say that, and he's breaking down the other end now, and Haaland is through on goal. Chance to get the shot off. He goes across goal. It's well saved. Royce trying to keep the chance alive. Sancho looking to curl one into the near corner.
Schmidt did well there. Just a break there for Hakimi. Possible chance to pass across the goal to Royce, but he had his defender positioned well to cut it out and force Haaland to go for goal. Trusted his keeper's instincts and ability to make the save, and that's what he did. He's defending really well here, intercepting well, and Hakimi's been kept to just counter-attacking opportunities so far, and Schmidt's got another one of his own here.
Three-man backline looking a little vulnerable for Hakimi, but he recovers well there with Mats Hummels, and now looks to break forward himself. Witsel on the ball, he's got Hakimi to his right. Witsel continuing his run forward. Hakimi goes long with the cross to find Jadon Sancho, but overcooks the delivery.
End-to-end stuff here to end the first half.
To the dying seconds, it's Marco Reus with the chance, and Marco Reus with the goal. A hammer blow on half-time. Delight for Hakimi. He's got to be happy with that.
What a way to go into half-time. Superb finish from Royce. He didn't need the drag back, he didn't need the little moves, he just had the control of the ball to bring it onto his right foot, and that's what he did. And a smashing finish just before half-time. That's huge for Hakimi. He'll be delighted with that. He did well in that first half to nullify the pressure of Schmidt. His opening for the Kiel man was good, and he did well, but Hakimi taking all the momentum into the second half now after that thumping finish from Royce.
Well, that's it. And now the question is, can Hakimi do what he failed to do last weekend against Daniel Brzezinski and hold on to a lead? He let two slip against the Mainz man, now up against Dominik Schmidt of Kiel. Will he follow suit, or can he show that he's learned his lessons from match day one of the Bundesliga Home Challenge? Of course, Hakimi, one of the few players involved in the Bundesliga Home Challenge in FIFA Ultimate Team, has been given a special card. It's a Champions League Team of the Tournament card, 84 rated. Saw him switch from right back to right midfield, which is essentially where he's playing himself today. In fact, we saw his pre-match tactics. He had shifted himself even further up the field than the normal 3-4-3 formation put him. So showing that he's just as ambitious off the pitch as he is on it, because he loves to get forward, and he's got a fair bit of pace to his game, doesn't he, Alex?
He does, and that card does as well on the game. I believe he's got 94 pace. I might be wrong, because I do have that card. Highly recommend it. It's been a really fun one for me to use.
Good save there. And a chance still on for the second. The keeper's out of position. The ball is loose! And when it comes to being the right man in the right place at the right time, even at a young age, Erling Haaland is proving that he's got a real knack for it.
He takes a bow there. It might not be one of his most fantastic finishes, but Hakimi will take it. The rebound falling to him in front of goal. Next year we need that celebration of Haaland.
Yeah, the meditation celebration. Where is it?
Where is it? That's one of the ones where, you know, you just run away with Haaland. You need to press A for his designated signature celebration. He just sits down on the floor. That's what we're hoping for in FIFA 21 from the Dortmund man.
I think given his trajectory, I think FIFA will be quite quick to put it in there, Alex.
Very much so. And Hakimi now, he's brought this tie level at 3-3, which the tie was last week for him against Mainz. He'll be looking to go one better and get a win here for his team, and he's looking good here at the moment. He's playing well.
I tell you, comeback central, match day 2
That's
of
it.
the Bundesliga Home Challenge. No first leg win is safe.
No.
That is the lesson we are learning right now. Oh, come on, if Alias 97 6-1 win isn't going to be enough, no lead is enough today. So you cannot rest on your laurels at all. And here's Marco Reus. Oh, lovely bursting run. Love to see it from Marco Reus. And it is a stunning finish. And Schmidt has no answer right now to what Hakimi is delivering in the final third. And Reus, again, the star man.
A big smile on the Moroccan's face. He knows how special that was, a bursting run from Marco Reus. We see it so often in real life. And Hakimi is all over Schmidt here. He's gunning for more. He's got his side in the lead in this tie, and he's wanting more. He smells blood in the Kiel man. He's not saying no for an answer either. I tell you what, these games between the Bundesliga professionals are so entertaining.
It's such a different feel, but you're right, it really is edging a seat. And now right down the other end, Haaland, he's going for the square ball. It's the sweaty goal on. It is. He's going to walk it in as well, just to add insult to injury.
They all count. And Hakimi, as much as he smiles away there, he knows that's not nice. A sweaty goal. No one likes to see it, but he will not mind at all. And there's yet another hat-trick hero in this Bundesliga Home Challenge. We've seen it so often. Marco Reus's name is the next on the list here for Borussia Dortmund, and Hakimi is loving life right now in the Bundesliga Home Challenge.
Yeah, it really is a common trend of these games as well, that there is one player that seems to stand out above the rest. Oh, Kiel, a chance to pull one, but he's off the bar. It just isn't going to go Schmidt's way, is it?
This is just not his game. Hakimi's getting all the luck. He's getting the moments in front of goal. And Schmidt, he's had chances. He's had one early on in the first half. He's had one now. And this game is going Hakimi's way. 20 minutes to play.
Well, that's it. Schmidt said his idol growing up used to be Karl-Heinz Rieder. He could do with those types of finishing qualities in front of goal. But I have to say, he's come up against a Berkey in fine form.
It's worthy of a man of the match card if ever I've seen. Dortmund goalkeeper keeping a clean sheet here for his side, keeping Hakimi and Dortmund ahead.
Yeah, clean sheets have been a rarity too throughout the Bundesliga Home Challenge, haven't they?
That's very true. I don't think we've seen one yet so far. No, we haven't. Not today, at least. We haven't seen one. So, Hakimi, if you can get yourself a clean sheet, that's an accolade to put on your CV.
That's something to put on his social media channels, I think. Fair enough. After this game, we'll be taking screenshots and snapshots of the scoreline. He's right now looking to add a fifth as we enter the final 15 minutes. The pass telegraphed there by Schmidt, but Hakimi's won it back and he's given it to himself. Angle against him, he's gone for the ball roll, he's going for a goal himself, he got it! He knows we're playing FIFA bingo, Alex. He's got a goal with his own player in the game, and it's now a 5-star performance from Hakimi.
And he copies the celebration in the game in real life, stepping forward with his little fist pump. That's what we love to see, these guys loving playing the Bundesliga Home Challenge. They're all having fun. Even Schmidt, despite being 5-0 down now in this game, I'm sure he's enjoyed himself here, but not quite as much as Mr. Hakimi. He'll have been disappointed to have conceded the leads he'd built up against Brzezinski last week, but no such things are going to happen here today. 5-0 the scoreline, and he's gunning for more now.
Oh, he's putting pressure on that Kiel back line. Schmidt just about gets away with it. When asked about what his personal and professional highlights were, Dominic Schmidt said that his career highlight was definitely making his Bremen debut in that Champions League game against Spurs that you mentioned, Alex. His personal highlight was his wedding, which I think is a very admirable choice.
That's the right answer.
Absolutely.
That's the correct answer.
Happy wife, happy life, right?
Well,
he's obviously got a happy wife because she's letting him play FIFA in the Bundesliga Home Challenge right at home.
This is very true indeed.
You've got to be doing something right. But it really is remarkable what football careers can produce. Hakimi's looking for his brace. He gets it too. Mirror image of the first goal. He's obviously got his favourite spot. He's got his favourite moves, and he knows how to pull it off.
That's it. He loves being on that right flank, cutting in, even if he's a right-footed man. Shooting on his left. 2 goals in 8 minutes there for Hakimi to end this game, really. There's still time for more, but 6-0. He's dominated this, and this is going to be one of the biggest wins of the day so far. Obviously, Schlotterbeck with that 11-1 victory is going to be hard to beat, but Hakimi can keep a clean sheet at the end of this game. He's going to be absolutely delighted.
That's another high-scoring game as well. 6 goals for Hakimi now.
Goals so far today.
Yeah, so the Bundesliga virtual world, real world is exactly the same. It's what we deliver on a weekly basis in German football. The most goals per game of any of the top 5 European leagues, and the virtual world in the Bundesliga, exactly the same.
Clearly the virtual world knows how to follow suit from the actual Bundesliga world, and nothing changes whether it's in FIFA or on the actual pitch.
It's just ingrained. Along with, fantastic fan culture. I have to say, they've been doing some brilliant work, the various fan groups of various clubs in Germany's top 2 tiers in terms of their engagement during the coronavirus pandemic, in terms of what they're doing for their local community, or even what they're doing to help their club survive what has been a tricky phase. And of course, financial constraints being put on, but Kiel with a chance for a consolation, and there goes that clean sheet.
With just a second to go in the game as well. Hakimi doesn't look disappointed, but I'm sure he will be. Berkey will be, at least. The man in the sticks. He's done so well, and that man Lauerbach, proving again to be a key man for Kiel as this game comes to an end with a consolation goal there for Schmidt at the end.
I really feel like we should have been taking a photo of Hakimi and putting it on social forum to be like, hey, we were looking at you. This is what you look like from our perspective. But what a win for Hakimi. He would have been disappointed last week with the 2-2 draw against Daniel Brzezinski. And we asked whether he could go one better. And I think the answer was an emphatic yes.
It was indeed. And as you've said and as we've said before, the comebacks are the story of the day so far in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. The Bundesliga professional players taking themselves from the pitch to the virtual pitch and are holding nothing back. Goals galore in all the games. And we're learning lessons here that these esports guys, no matter what happens for them, the Bundesliga professionals can produce special things and they're not holding anything back. They're going for goals. And Hakimi there, even if he conceded a late consolation goal, has won his team the tie there. Fantastic stuff, and that's Dortmund unbeaten through their 2 games so far in the Bundesliga Home Challenge.
And already, am I wrong? Hold on. After 4 games, I'm doing quick maths here. We did this on stream last time. Yeah, no comments there. I think we may have 46 goals already.
Oh, goodness me.
Which is absolutely insane, because we had 19 in the game between Hertha and Freiburg. So let me just figure this out really quickly. I think we may have 46 goals already, which is the most we had in any day of the Bundesliga Home Challenge match day 1, which is quite an impressive feat. So
you get the counting away, and I can introduce us into this next game.
We've got 46 goals already.
That is ridiculous. Well, watch us have 0-0s galore for the next 4 games.
No. We're not cursing it. I'm knocking on wood. Not in this game. Not in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. We haven't had a single one. We haven't even... The closest we came was Luka Zander against Tim Latka.
Yep.
On match day 1 on the Saturday, I believe, when St. Pauli took on Schalke, and that was a game that had no shots on goal in the first half, and Latka won it 1-0. So that is the closest we come.
And as you can see today, every single team has scored in every game they've played. So there's absolutely no chance that is going to happen. We're going to see goals all over the place.
We can't even get a clean sheet today, which, in fairness, from a neutral standpoint and from our standpoint, is fantastic. That's exactly what we want.
That is exactly what we want. And the next 2 teams that are going to have an opportunity to keep the clean sheets away, keep the goals coming, is Hoffenheim and Mainz. And our first matchup is going to be between Marcel Plappert-Schwarz against Julian Grice.
Yeah, you got to love some of these gamer tags, right? In terms of where Plappert-Schwarz, I don't know where he's got that from.
I had to give it a second look just to make sure I wasn't messing up for him. But that's going to be our next game in the Bundesliga.
Yeah, and he's looking to build on what was his arguably, virtual Bundesliga debut kind of thing last time out, because he is new to the scene. Hoffenheim just breaking into the esports world, and he seems to be their go-to guy in that department, Marcel Schwarz.
That's it, and he came away with a 1-0 defeat against Fifabio, and that's no mean feat. We just saw him defeat the stranger earlier on today. Not comfortable, a convincing 3-2 win. He did well, he deserved win. So for Schwarz, it was a tough opening into the esports world, but now he's the elite. He's an elite coach in the gaming world. He does this often. He does it proficiently, regular in the weekend league top 100 as well. So he puts himself against the best of the best, and this is a good opportunity for him against Julian Grice, having had that really difficult opening against Fifabio, to show exactly what he's made of. Obviously, conceding that 1-0 defeat, he'll be looking to get a goal today, and it's a big opportunity for him to come up against a fellow sort of YouTuber, non-professional esports player, and prove what he's worth for his team.
Well, that's it. Julian Grice got the goal of match day 1, arguably, with that chip from Robin Kaison. But talking about the 1-0 defeat to Fifabio that you've just been talking about, Marcel Schwarz actually took to Twitter afterwards and said, I lost to an extremely defensively strong Fifabio, 1-0 through an unlucky own goal, which was a good summation of it. But he did admit the win for Fifabio was deserved. after what he called a typical FIFA 20 game. And I think that really for these esports pros comes down to gritty, grindy, hard fought, and narrow margins. And that was exactly what showed in that game where Fabio winning thanks to that own goal. But he did say, fortunately, Munas was able to get the thing done. And so therefore, and he showed a strong performance to turn the game on its head. And as I said, as we've mentioned multiple times, today does seem to be comeback central in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Plenty of dramatic turnarounds. And now we will see what Marcel Schwarz and Julian Greis can produce in this, the first of two games between Hoffenheim and Mainz. And Hoffenheim in the real world without a win since February 1st, and potentially on course to set an unwanted club record this season. Alex, they've suffered 7 losses on home soil already. The most home games they've lost was 8 in the 2012-13 season. So they're one short of matching that, which is exactly what they don't want to do. But would you say Alfred Schroeder's first season in charge has gone reasonably smoothly?
I would say reasonably smoothly is a nice way of putting it, just because it's always going to be difficult to replace a man like Julian Nagelsmann. A coach like he is incredibly unique, and he did so many amazing things for Hoffenheim, getting him into the Champions League for the first time. It was always going to be difficult to replace him, and for him to be sitting ninth, even with that winless run, is a good way to start his career. He's got a young team. He's lost a lot of key players over the last few years, the likes of Nico Schulz, Nadim Amiri, Karim Demirbay, and Joelinton all left in the last year or so. So it was always going to be a difficult task replacing Nagelsmann and also replacing those key players that have been lost. But he's got some really fun young players in his squad, the likes of Christoph Baumgartner, who for me, he's one of my favourite players of the season so far. The young Austrian, he's been really fun to watch in the attacking midfield spot for Hoffenheim. And he's an emerging prospect who Schroeder will want to make the most of and get the best out of before the end of this season. And Baumgartner himself said that, he wants to get back to playing the Bundesliga. He said that games behind closed doors would be better than not playing at all. So for him as well, it'll be really fun and really important to get back to playing the Bundesliga, and hopefully we'll be able to do that sooner rather than later and conclude the 2019-20 season, whether that be behind closed doors or not.
Yeah, I think that's it. It was an avenue that not a lot of people wanted to go down when this was first happening. Games behind closed doors, especially when fan culture plays such an integral role in how the Bundesliga portrays itself, and not just how it feels on a match day, but also how it portrays itself. And so to lose that is tough, but it only takes losing it all to realise what we're missing. And at this point, I think Baumgartner is definitely in the majority when he's saying that games behind closed doors would be better than none at all. I think we're in that same camp as well.
Definitely. Even if it means we put an end to the Bundesliga Home Challenge, of course.
I know, that would be devastating.
Maybe, I know. Yeah.
I know. There are some people out there rejoicing that they don't have to listen to us anymore.
Let's
be honest, Alex and I were surprised that we got booked for a second weekend, let alone for third and fourth as well. So, but we've had a lot of fun with this, and it has been good fun. And I think we're starting to potentially near a return to somewhat normal service. Hoffenheim actually one of the teams talking about the fact they'd like to return to training on Monday. But of course, by following DFL advice and guidelines when it comes to working in small groups as opposed to doing training as they would have done before the coronavirus pandemic took effect. And so, yeah, we will. It is intriguing. Everyone's trying to navigate the current scenario and working out how best to do it. But there is an itch to get back out on the pitch, and that is understandable.
Yeah, that's the thing. We've seen last week Dortmund and Leverkusen, two teams that returned to training, working in pairs but keeping social distancing, not getting involved with each other, and no one showered it in the dressing rooms at the club's training ground. They all went home and did that from home, so there was no chance of mixing too many things. And Julian Brandt, one of the nicest comments, one of the more interesting comments I heard from him was saying that it was just nice to be able to smack a ball around on the pitch, because obviously if you try and do that at home, you're going to break some glass. So for him and for those players, it is nice to get out some of the frustrations as well, because for them as well, they're used to being outside, out on the pitch every day, whether it's training or playing and kicking the ball around. So even if they're returning to training in pairs and keeping distance between one another, it would just be nice for them to get some grass under their feet and get the ball moving around and get themselves back in the swing of things, of course, for their progression as well, and for keeping themselves fresh for when and if, hopefully, the Bundesliga returns sooner rather than later.
Yeah, that's it. I think it was Dortmund's president, Reinhard Raubel, who was talking about it and saying, ideally, teams need to start training soon in order to potentially be ready for any restart in May, if that is going to be the case. Of course, the latest press conference this week from DFL President Christian Seifert saying that the clubs had all unanimously agreed that at least until April 30th, no football will be played in Germany's top 2 tiers. But I think everyone's just trying to get ready for if and when it does happen, and then making sure that they are ready to take on the remainder of the season. In what capacity, it's hard to tell right now. And the fact is, none of us can make predictions because this thing is changing on a daily basis. It's improving one day, it's not improving another, and it's really difficult to work out exactly where things are going to go. But so far, so good. Let's talk as well about Hoffenheim and Mainz, because of course that's the game we're up against. But flashback to earlier this season, because it was a nice moment when these two sides met on the pitch. It was Achim Bayerlotz's first game in charge after taking over at Mainz. You may remember it was a pretty emphatic win in the end for Mainz, despite the fact they went down to 10 men in that one.
Please remind me, James. It's slipped my mind.
Well, go back to match day 12, Hoffenheim. And Mainz, as I say, Mainz went down to 10 men quite early, and they picked up a 5-1 win.
Of course they did.
Robin Kaison dazzled and delighted Hoffenheim. This was when they were going through a bit of a bad patch in form. And so one of the more memorable matches this season, in terms of the fact that it really was Mainz up against all odds. They just had a new head coach take over. Things weren't going well for them. And then to produce, despite being down to 10 men, such a stunning victory, it was absolutely incredible.
Especially against a team like a Hoffenheim, who are, especially at home as well, they're the more talented teams. And yeah, I actually now, having checked it out, I now totally remember that game, because I did not expect that at all. And having worked on the game as well, it was on a Sunday as well, so I was working on that. And the fact that they scored 4 goals in the second half as well, didn't they? So, yeah, remarkable. And
throwing all the football cliches out the window, right?
This is the thing. The Bundesliga had slipped my mind in recent weeks, but now it's back. And we're back with action getting underway here in this first game between Hoffenheim and Mainz. And if Mainz can come away with a 5-0 win away from home, as they did in real life, Julian Grice would be delighted.
He would be, especially after that 1-1 draw against Erne Embele of Borussia Dortmund last time out. He said he knew he was going to be up against it in that game, and he's now looking to potentially build on that result against Plattlup. He's doing well here, and it's an early chance and an early goal for Plattlup as well. Just the start he'd have wanted. We're just talking about Grice looking to build on that 1-1 draw, but it's Munas de Boer, the Hoffenheim professional, getting the opening goal of the game.
He'll be in action later on, and that's a lightning start for the Hoffenheim man. Great movement down the wings, and once again, these little openings, you can find a man in the box with a few inches of space. Usually you're able to get a shot away, and usually from that position in front of the goal and how close you are to it, you will find the back of the net. So Mainz, an uphill struggle here for Julian Grice already, having gone 1-0 down in the early moments.
Well, that was it. Plattlup fell behind early in his opening game of the Bundesliga Home Challenge against Fabio 97 with that own goal that we talked about. I think it was in the 4th minute of the game. So this time the only goal going his way. So his first goal in the Bundesliga Home Challenge as well. It's worth noting. I think he'll be happy with that as a way to get the ball rolling in this tie with Julian Grice.
Tardy start here from Plattlup, keeping the ball well.
Oh, another chance, this time blocked. The rebound though! Well, making no mistake, and early goals. Not just one, not just two, they just keep falling in bunches, but early goals also a big trend so far today on match day 2 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And you got to feel for Grice right now, because he's potentially staring a very big loss in the face if the early going's anything to go by.
If this keep going like this, every shot is going in really for Plattlup. He's showing his passion there with the celebrations for the goals. Shouting about. He's happy with that. The rebound falling back to Kramrich, and when that happens in the box, especially when you've got a player like Kramrich, very rare that you're going to be able to keep it out for a second time. Grice will be disappointed that the rebound fell to Kramrich again, but there's not much he can do about that really. That's just a bit of bad luck. He'll just have to make sure that this doesn't become ugly, as you said. It could well do if things follow suit as they have done in the opening 15 minutes here.
Oh, it's not just the opening 50 minutes, there's some of the other games we've seen as well. I feel like I'm very cautious about how these things can get out of hand quite quickly, because that has been the case in many a game so far today. But the goal scoring rate is not slowing down at all, which is great news for us, great news for you watching at home. We hope you guys are staying safe and healthy, washing those hands, practicing social distancing, doing all the things that you need to stay safe in this time during the coronavirus pandemic. Flatten the curve, that's what they're saying.
And that's what Julian Grice needs to do. He needs to flatten the curve of the goals here.
Lovely segue.
Thank you very much. he's trying to do that here. He's got some possession now. This is the first real time when he's been able to get forward in this game. And it looks like they're employing a similar tactic as last week with Mateta, Quaison and Jalai all starting in attack. Big men up front for Grice and Mainz. Needs to make sure that it doesn't get out of hand early.
Yeah, the big men will need to make a big impact now for Grice, who, as we mentioned, did score that chip by Robin Quaison last week, which is arguably the best goal seen in the Bundesliga Home Challenge on match day 1. He was talking about it on Mainz's live stream of the Bundesliga Home Challenge and saying about that goal that he had scored a chip against his brother Julius, who he shares a FIFA channel with, FIFA Goals United, with just over 600,000 subscribers. But he said he scored a goal like that against Julius, so he figured in that situation he'd give it a go, because, let's be honest, it was a situation where he should never have been going for a chip. But somehow, a good 20 yards out from goal, he chips it over the keeper into the far corner.
And that's one of the things that gives you confidence to go for something like that in that situation. If you've done it before, if you've been able to pull it off, you think, hey, if I've done it once, I can do it again. That's all you need, and that's obviously why he went for it.
Another chance here for Paplup. And, well blocked on this occasion. But he is getting into promising positions. And right now, Kais is struggling to slow him down in the final third.
He's just not being able to get on top of Plaplup's players. He's not pressing as well and not being able to get close to them in and around the Mainz box. He's doing well when he brings the ball out, as he's doing now. Trying to work things, but at the moment, the man in blue is in control of this game and dominating the opening proceedings.
That's it. Plaplup, a Hoffenheim season ticket holder for the last 5 years. He said that he was won over by the football that was played by the likes of Ibisevic, Demba Ba, Chinadu Abassi, and Sehad Saliovic. Some classic Hoffenheim names there.
Amazing names.
From when they not just earned promotion to the Bundesliga, but then in their first season, they were actually Herbstmeister. They topped the Bundesliga standings at the halfway stage. Ibisevic was on for what potentially would have been a record-breaking goal-scoring season. Unfortunately, a knee ligament injury cost him that chance and ultimately played a big part in Hoffenheim dropping off in the second half of the season, but they were playing well above their means back then, and it was quite a fairy tale situation for them. Things have settled down. They've had to battle relegation on a couple of occasions. They've qualified for Europe recently after that upswing in form under Julian Nagelsmann, who really transformed their side into a top 6 competitor. They've had to settle now with Alfred Schroeder in his debut season. But there's so much to like about a club that have come from such humble beginnings. Plaplup right now having his way with Julian Grice and making life look a little easy. He's finding space, he's finding time. He's turning inside and outside. He's creating golden opportunities. And he's producing ice-cold finishes match as well.
He's loving this so far. Same cannot be said for Grice. Big shake of the head there, but Plaplup is really, really pleased with how he's playing here. He's working the ball so well around the Mainz box, and that's just a little bit of composure that you need from De Boer there. Got the ball there, and you'd expect to go for a first-time shot. It probably would have been blocked, but he just turned superbly. Grice's defender went down and went for the tackle, and Plaplup made the most of the chance he had.
Yeah, comfortable 3-0 lead now as we approach half-time. Grice will have to go back to the drawing board. I wonder whether he'll try and conjure anything up during the half-time in terms of changes that could at least help him get a footing in this game. But we can see there he really has been up against it. And I think it's fair to say, I don't know, it's my impression, Alex, but today's game seemed to have been a lot more one-sided. dominated by one team more than the other more often than not so far.
Yeah, it's been hard for the guys who've gone behind to get back into the game a lot of the time. It's been the case where it doesn't really matter if you're behind in the tie, especially going into the second game, you're able to get ahead. But the guys going ahead have definitely been able to dominate the game, and it's been harder for the other guys to find a way through, to find a way to break the mould and disrupt their opposition's tactics. As it is the case here for Grice. He's struggling to be able to break through, as he's trying to do now with Quaison.
I was hoping for the chip there, Alex. Instead, he waited a little bit too long. Why not, right? After the success of last weekend, you might as well have a go at 3-0 down with Robin Quaison.
I agree. It's a good opportunity there for him. Plup leaving a little bit of space, but once again, he got back well and defended superbly to get the ball back. He's just finding good space here again, as you see, finding space in behind the Mainz defence.
Oh, what a goal. A tap-in the end. A lovely drilled cross. And in the end, a simple finish because it was put on a plate.
There's nothing you can do about this sort of play. I believe that's another hat-trick, and it is for De Boer. It's fantastic from Plup. I was saying, you can see the spaces that he's had. You can see the spaces of the players, and he's spotting them so well. He's spotting them a lot faster than Grice is. He's making it count as well. It's often the case that some people in the esports world are not able to take the chances they get. They get a lot of time around an opposition box, but can't quite squeeze it into the box to get those shots. It's difficult to break through a defence. Plup, though, no problems whatsoever. 4 goals to the good already in this game.
A chance brewing there for Grice, but he couldn't get the cross past the keeper. Just wonder whether Zwayback HD will be tuning in as well, because he's Julian Grice involved in the Fatal tournament, set up on YouTube by FIFA YouTuber Bateson. Right now, Grice not giving a good account of himself, but he's up against Zwayback in the Fatal tournament. I have to say, Zwayback, one of my favourite FIFA YouTubers out there. Some of the wackiest and most unique content around, and one of the most entertaining people on the platform. But he won't be overly intimidated by this performance from Grice so far. Fun thing about that Fatal tournament, I was watching it online, but they actually got Thibaut Courtois, the Real Madrid goalkeeper, to do the draw for the cup, which I thought was incredibly impressive.
Oh, wow.
Coronavirus bringing everyone together.
That's it.
From very different walks of life. But it's great to see Courtois getting involved in the FIFA community as well. And that's it. Julian Grice and his brother Julius, as I said, they share a FIFA YouTube channel. They were moaning on Twitter the other day about the fact that they had really forged what they felt was a very strong Ultimate Team throughout the season. They then decided to throw that all out the window last weekend, and they got their best weekend league result they've had all season, which they thought was just typical. They ended up finishing Elite 1 in the weekend league, but it should be worth noting that his opponent today, Platlup, is a regular in the top 100, and that speaks volumes of the quality that he brings and his level of gameplay as well, which we are seeing him put on show here against Julian Grice with a very comfortable lead right now, and so far has been relatively untroubled at the back.
That's it. He's been able to keep Grice and all of his play in front of him. He's been able to keep it where he can see it and make sure that Grice hasn't been able to break through so far. And so far, Grice has not gone. He's not tried. Well, perhaps has tried a plan B. It's just not worked out. Pluplup's defending has been superb again as he wins the ball there in midfield and pushes it forward. He's also been a player very hard to tackle for Grice. Gets one there, but Pluplup not giving Grice any minute really where he can take control of this game and keep any possession for a longer period of time.
Oh, as De Boer's on for his 4th, and he gets it as well. A shake of the head from Julian Grice. He's not happy about what he's seeing, but there is a distinct difference in skill level here that we are noticing. And, well, it's not hard to notice when Platlup is putting on a real clinic in front of goal.
I was just going to use that exact word. This is a FIFA clinic. Any of you are out there wanting to get tips and tricks, this is the kind of game you want to watch. Being able to win the ball high up the pitch and make the most of it. Use the space, use the passes you're able to do, pass and move. Work the ball into the box, and when you're there, having a finisher like De Boer does help for sure. Being able to finish the chance like Platlup has on 5 occasions so far has been outstanding to watch. And with 20 minutes to go, he can be very, very proud of his performance so far today.
Yeah, this is night and day, not just in terms of the scoreline right now for Platlup compared to his match day 1 outing, but also in terms of the style of game He really had to grind against Fabio and had very few chances against Julian Greis. He's very much been able to have his way for the most part when it comes to carving out track. That is the difference. When he gets the ball, he seems to have time and space on it. When Greis picks it up, there seem to be blue shirts around him at the drop of a hat and a moment's notice. I don't know whether that's a team pressing setting that Plaplup's employing as well, but he does just seem to have more freedom when on the ball to work with. Coming forward here, though, with Quaison. It's a good save from Michael Esser.
Greis just seems to, I think he's pushing the ball. He's keeping possession with a single player a lot longer than Plaplup is. As we saw there with Quaison, he's going for a trick and going for a shot. Maybe that is because he's 5-0 down, but for Plaplup, so often he's just looking for that extra pass and finding it and looking for the space. It's worked out superbly for him so far. That's why he's 5-0 to the good. And he's obviously, as you said, going off the back of that game against Fabio where he didn't play well to keep it to just 1-0, but this is him really coming out of his shell and showing that he's up to the standard and able to perform at this high level.
Yeah, Plaplup said of the weekend league, and I talked about him being a regular in the top 100, but he said that everyone knows the weekend league can be frustrating. Alex and I have alluded to that. I think it's a little more frustrating for us than it is for some of these pros, I'll be honest. But hey, that's another story. But he said it can be frustrating, but he said he noticed he had a knack and a talent for it after being a regular in the top 100. And that was ultimately what led him to becoming an esports pro. And now a player who represents Hoffenheim after winning the Werder Esports Cup in 2019.
Special for him as well. As he said, special to represent his club and to get a win like this as he extends it again.
Ooh, that was a nice little back heel in the mix there, albeit a bit of a sweaty finish.
Tidy. That's a sweaty goal we can get behind, though. A nice back heel across the goal. And De Boer has number 5. God, just before De Boer himself takes to the controller.
I was going to say, yeah, he's set the bar high here. Munas De Boer has really got to pick it up when he gets on the joysticks himself in a second.
Munas De Boer himself, actually, when we asked him, is there anything specific he wants to achieve during the tournament, he said, I want to score a hat-trick with myself. Plaplov has done it for him here, and then some with 5.
Yeah.
So if De Boer can possibly get himself a hat-trick, it might be 8 goals in 2 games for his FIFA player, as he goes for more here towards the end of this game, actually.
Yeah, that's it. I don't think it's necessary that players are trying to pick out a specific player for them to be the standout performer, but De Boer has been the man in the right place at the right time for Plaplup on a number of occasions, and it's not the first time today. As I said, we are not just comeback central, but solo performances are just being pulled out left, right and centre, and we've got a second double hat-trick of the day. De Boer in the mix as well.
I didn't think we'd be saying that midway through our 4th tie of the day, but a second double hat-trick. An outstanding finish as well from De Boer. Absolutely no chance of stopping that for the man in the Mainz goal. Top corner, top class. And what a way to end a stunning performance from Plaplup. 7-0. Absolutely fantastic.
The goals just keep coming. And I can't get enough of it, I'll be honest. And so, yeah, another resounding first leg win. Now, we've talked about being comeback central. I have to say, given Munas De Boer's quality on the joysticks, Florian Müller is going to have to pull off a miracle in this second game to keep that trend of comebacks going.
Yep, 100%. And it would be a huge shock if he was able to produce something like we've seen from the second leg so far. I think it's fair to say that without knowing how good Müller is exactly at FIFA, obviously he's not spoken about it quite as much as De Boer has. We all know just how good he is, as he showed last week against Tillman with that 3-1 win. It's going to be backs against the wall for Müller, at least in terms of how we see this going into the game, and especially with a 7-0 lead coming into it. De Boer can have confidence. And obviously, probably having watched that game unfold, seeing himself score 6 goals, he'll want to do the same.
I was going to say, yeah, as the bar has been set, and he will want to, at the very least, match it, you have to think. And arguably the odds are in his favour, because we did see that when it comes to professional football players, he ranks very highly in terms of FIFA skill level, a regular in the weekend league with very strong results. Not sure if he's gone 30-0, but he's definitely gone close a couple of times this season, Munas De Boer. And so, yeah, we saw his quality on match day 1. And you would back him here to not just build on the foundation of that 7-0 win, but yeah, you never know. Could he match it? And of course, we should also mention, I mean, a bit of a shame for Julian Geis, but the first player not to score today. So the first clean sheet of the day going the way of Plattlup. So an accolade for him to be proud of. And as I say, we've seen two very different sides to Plattlup now in his first game against Fabio, and now this resounding win against Julian Geis. But I wanted to talk to you about Hoffenheim really quickly while we've got this break between games, because a fantastic story that broke from an interview in the German press this week with former Hoffenheim sporting director and head coach Ralf Rangnick, where he mentioned, Alex, and I just wanted to get your thoughts on this, because how differently life could have panned out in the Bundesliga for Hoffenheim, and maybe for the two players I'm about to mention. But Ralf Rangnick coming out in an interview this week talking about the fact that Hoffenheim had reached agreements in principle. I think it was back in 2006. No, that seems a little too early. Maybe 2009. But they had reached agreements in principle for Thomas Müller and Mats Hummels to join the club. I believe on a loan basis back then, although there was a 3.5 million fee put on Müller, which you think back then would have been an absolute steal for a player who's turned out that way. But how different could life have been for Hoffenheim if those deals had gone through?
I saw that in your notes and my eyes lit up, to be honest. That would have been incredible to see what those two guys have gone on to do in their careers. Obviously, two World Cup winners, and Thomas Müller destroying the Bundesliga this season, especially in terms of the assists that he's getting. Mats Hummels not deteriorating at all, ball playing centre-back that he is. That would have changed the history of Hoffenheim no end. What an incredible story that would have been if they'd have been able to pull off those transfers. And those are the quite interesting stories I like looking back on in football times. You never know quite how close teams come to signing certain players, and it's always nice, especially from former coaches, and I guess Müller as well. Maybe when he retires, I'm sure he'll have a few stories of perhaps coming close to leaving Bayern or similar, or certain stories like that. Hummels as well. It's nice little anecdotes that come out from the years gone past.
That's it. These interviews that give us a little look behind the curtain of professional football, because it's something that I've talked about a lot. Even as a journalist, we really barely get a sniff of everything that goes on behind closed doors at a club. You know, there's so much that goes on that even journalists, even the most well-connected journalists with contacts in whichever club they're local to, you know, you can't know everything that's going on in the world of professional football. And so, yeah, an interview like this where Rangnick came out and admitted, I thought it was just such a wonderful thing. And it's interesting because he talks about the two men that essentially prevented those moves from going through. The first being legendary youth coach Hermann Gerland, who apparently was the man that vetoed the Müller move. And it was Uli Hoeneß who stood in the way of Mats Hummels joining Hoffenheim as well, which is interesting. So, yeah, there's big names making big moves, and oh dear, Hoffenheim, like what could have been would have been absolutely incredible to see what would have come of them. Their trajectory may have skyrocketed even sooner had that been the case.
Plattlup might have got himself an even bigger win than the 7-0 he got today if Müller and Hummels had been in his squad for this virtual Bundesliga game.
Yeah, that's so true.
Pretty impressive.
No, so true. But yeah, as I say, those are the fun stories. So I thought I'd mention that one about Hoffenheim, who are a team who continue to really make a name for themselves in Germany's top flight. No doubt about it. And yes, we're just waiting for that second game now between Munas Derboer and Florian Müller. Of course, Daniel Brzezinski was the man in action for Mainz last week. So Florian Müller new to the competition, the Bundesliga challenge. And he'll be hoping to maybe go one better than Brzezinski, who got that 2-2 draw against Achraf Hakimi last time out, Borussia Dortmund. A reminder that my name's James Surrogate, one of two hosts in the hot seat today, along with my good friend and fellow FIFA enthusiast, Alex Chaffer. And right now, day one of match day 2 in the Bundesliga Home Challenge is doing anything but disappointing us.
We said coming into this that it was going to be difficult to top the first weekend of action, but it has blown it completely out of the water. We've had so many highlights already. If you've missed any of the action, Darmstadt came away with a 4-2 win over Hanover earlier on, and Freiburg producing one of the most stunning performances of the entire Bundesliga Home Challenge earlier. Nico Schlotterbeck getting an 11-1 win over Maximilian Mittelstadt to turn his tie around, having been 6-1 down from the first leg. We saw Köln and Greuther Fürth have a 5-5 draw, and most recently Dortmund and Kiel having a tightly contested game, but Hakimi in the second leg proving that a lead is never safe in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, especially with professional players on the controller. And obviously now we've got another one of those opportunities with Hoffenheim 7-0 to the good from their first leg. Plapplup overcoming Julian Greis convincingly with 7 goals there. And it's all on Florian Muller to keep the trend going if he can. But Munas de Boer, one of the biggest and best names in terms of Bundesliga professional players in the FIFA world, will have no chance of letting that 7-goal lead slip. And if he's got anything to say in the matter, he'll be wanting to extend that lead, possibly to double figures if he can. And that would be something special, wouldn't it, James?
It would be indeed. It really would. And as I say, the goals are just going to keep coming, and I expect more in this one. And we could now see one of the biggest victories in a tie that we've seen in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. De Boer set up very nicely from that first leg. There's a great tweet that's just come out from @1899_Nico. He's using the Drake meme of not liking an Mbappe 98 card, but loving the 80 Munas de Boer. And after that 6-goal performance, well, you can't really blame him, can you?
Not at all. That's a guy who's going to be on the wish list of a lot of FIFA players now, having watched that. Especially in terms of career mode. If you can get him up to 85 rated in your career mode, then you can see he's a very special talent. And De Boer will be wanting to make the most of himself in the game, as we mentioned. Him scoring a hat-trick with himself is one of his things that he'd like to do in this tournament. Have to wait and see if he can pull that off in this second game against Florian Muller.
Well, that's it. It was Kicker who did a little article, or I think it was a gallery actually, on Munas de Boer's FIFA Ultimate Team, which it's fair to say is eye-catching. And okay, he may have to deal with not his 99 Munas de Boer card, but he'll still back himself. But that team is something special. Take us through it, Alex.
He starts off in goal with his Team of the Year, Alisson, and he has a back four of legend Carlos Alberto, Team of the Year Van Dijk, legend Maldini, and legend Roberto Carlos. Then, goes downgrade a little bit from the legends of the defence to Lionel Messi on the right. He then has Team of the Year De Jong, partnered by fellow Dutchman Ruud Gullit, the legend card in midfield. And then it's a nice tasty front three of himself, his 99 rated card, as is so often the case. The Bundesliga professionals who do play FIFA are able to get in contact with the game and get themselves a 99 overall card, which is always fun for them to use. And he's got that joined up front by Team of the Year Sadio Mane and Cristiano Ronaldo. So it's absolutely... Oh, no, it's Brazilian Ronaldo. I apologise. Very big difference there. But eye-watering, actually, to see how many legends he's got in his arsenal. But obviously, as we mentioned, this 85 mode, it means that he's using the Hoffenheim team and they're all 85 rated. But as we saw from Plapplup, it doesn't matter how high the ratings are, you can produce special things with the players at your arsenal. And he'll be looking to do just that, despite losing all of his legends as he's used to in the Ultimate Team world. Coming back into the 85 mode with the Hoffenheim team that he's obviously used to playing with, playing alongside in the real world. He knows how the players work and knows how they move. And that is one thing that I think perhaps gives the professional players a slight advantage in this tournament, and just knowing the little kinks, the little ways that the team works. Obviously, everything can't be completely realistically replicated in the FIFA virtual world, but for Munas de Boer to be training alongside the likes of André Kramaric and Christoph Baumgartner on a daily basis, he knows exactly how they work and how they play, and he'll be able to bring that into the FIFA virtual world.
Yeah, you would certainly think so. And I mean, he comes with this track record, and I'm just wondering, we saw it happen earlier this season with Diego Demmer at RB Leipzig in terms of the crossover between professional footballers into the esport world. He started playing for Leipzig's virtual Bundesliga team. We've seen it with Wien Wiesbaden as well, who I believe 2 of their 4 esports professionals are also on the books of their first team squad. And so we are seeing this crossover, and with someone like De Boer, who is obviously so proficient on the joysticks, you've got to wonder whether we might see it more and more often in the coming seasons, if there is this opportunity to be involved in both aspects of the club's antics, both in the virtual and real world. And De Boer, you'd think, would be someone that would be high on that list in terms of someone putting himself up there. Nassim Boujallab of Schalke would be another one, because he really impressed last week. And I'm just wondering whether this may end up having a longer knock-on effect than even we could have potentially imagined at the start of all this.
That's it. This could be the start of something really special, especially if these Bundesliga players themselves, the likes of Munas de Boer, who play regularly in their own time, if they're able to, or if they want to, try and make something special of this, make something more regular, perhaps during the week, the Bundesliga Home Challenge continue. We'll have to wait and see what happens, but it's been a lot of fun, and I'm sure it's inspired a lot of the professional players and a lot of people watching at home to get on the controller, get playing, get communicating with themselves, get communicating with their friends, even if they're in self-isolation, just keep things positive and keep themselves moving and grooving and having a good time, even if we're having to stay at home. It's what's best for all of us, and it's what's keeping us all safe as we are finally able to get underway between Munas de Boer and Florian Muller. Professional setups for de Boer. In contrast to Muller, a little bit different we can see, but we'll see if it's replicated in the game as de Boer gets things underway for Hoffenheim.
I was going to say, Florian Muller's setup looks very much like mine. A sofa, a TV, and a console. Not much more to it. But a man of simple pleasures, Florian Muller. No doubt about it. And looking to hopefully not fall behind early. De Boer with a great chance inside the opening few minutes that could have really set the stall for exactly how this game is going to go. Anything but an early goal for Florian Muller. But he's given it away sloppily. A quick 1-2. Oh, the ball roll was there. He was trying to work the angle. De Boer couldn't get it in the end. But, well, dear me, if this is anything to go by the first 5 minutes, poor old Florian Muller's in for he's a right roller coaster ride, and he's going to be on the back foot a lot.
He's going to be relying on his own player there in goal. A couple of saves already in these opening 6 minutes, and de Boer is going to pile the pressure on. He's got a big task here as Florian Muller to keep Munas de Boer from scoring, but I think it's a matter of when, not if, the scoreline will be broken.
Well, it could be now, and it is indeed. What a stunning finish. And it's not Munas de Boer scoring with himself, he'll be disappointed, but it's Andre Kramaric who has absolutely creamed that ball into the top corner to break the deadlock. And dear oh me, Florian Muller, I'm not sure if he's really quite grasped what he's in for here, Alex.
I think he's thrown himself in the deep end, replacing Brzezinski for this game and coming up against an elite player like de Boer. What a stunning finish that was from Kramaric. A nice little move onto his right foot and into the top corner. Sadly, no chance for Florian Muller's player to stop it. And another chance. He just missed the offside run. De Boer looking to get himself a goal in the opening few minutes here.
He knew he was close there. He flashed up the sign in his face cam about, that wasn't far away. He knows it. He's got a good feel for this game, Munas de Boer. Absolutely, no doubt about it. In real life, he's been sidelined by an injury. Torn knee tendons against Gladbach in February. But he's got high hopes, he says, of making a quicker than expected return. For now, he's got high hopes of making it too. Oh, he went for the extra pass, and I'm not sure he needed it. But he was looking to maybe just rub a bit of salt in the wounds. But right now, this is all going Munas de Boer's way. There is no let up to the pressure being applied by the Hoffenheim striker. And as I say that, Florian Muller finally starts to string a few passes together. And actually, not a bad passing move. De Boer cuts it out nicely at the back now, looking to break forward himself. Ball through to the Hoffenheim number 10. Unselfishly squares for Bayer onto Ilas Bebu.
Oh, what a save. Stunning from Muller's player. It doesn't show quite the emotions that I've had from that save, but what a fantastic way to tip the ball around the post, and de Boer denied a second goal, but he's on the course for it.
It's so intricate, it's so quick! And I don't know how he managed to find the angle there, but de Boer squeezing a shot in off the inside of the post. So if you've been following our FIFA bingo, there goes another one.
There is another one. They keep stringing off one by one, and Munas de Boer, as we mentioned in the build-up, he wanted to score goals with himself, and there's the first. And here comes the second, quite possibly now. Oh, what a stunning save again from Muller. That's the only reason this is not 4 or 5-0 already, is Florian Muller's player inside his own goal.
Has Florian Muller got the trainer system on as well? Because you can see where his players are trying to move.
I believe he does.
Someone maybe needs to tell him that may not be the best idea to let your opponent know what movements you're trying to make. I don't know whether Munas de Boer can see that on his screen, admittedly, but we're seeing it on ours. So Florian Muller, maybe just a suggestion that he doesn't play FIFA quite as often as he may have needed to have any hopes against Munas de Boer here. But he is stringing some nice passes together. I have to be said, he does have an understanding of the game, and he's definitely up against it against de Boer, but it doesn't mean he can't get something going himself.
That's what you can't take away from a professional player. They know how football works, and even if FIFA is a difficult game to get used to and be an expert at, the basics of football knowledge can help you to at least do some positive things in this game.
Corner comes in for Muller. You never know, set pieces may be his best avenue towards goal. For now, he's won the ball with Dongwon Ji and then gives it away with a sloppy pass.
But De Boer showing exactly what we were waiting for from him. He's been dominant so far, and clearly he's a classy FIFA player who does not take this lightly. This is no hobby for him. He means business.
Yeah, so direct. There's a lot of pace to his game. And right now that's making life difficult for Muller, but he's broken it through here with Mateta, and he was going for the guaranteed goal. Unfortunately for him, De Boer had a defender in the right place at the right time.
I think that was the right thing to do, though. It looked like it might have been a difficult chance for Mateta to score, and he went for that extra pass, hoping that it would come off. He had another chance there, but no man was in support.
Also risky passing at the back there from De Boer.
Confident in his passing out from the back for sure. And but Muller, for sure, has shown himself to be able to get forward well, and De Boer knows he's not in for an easy game here. He might be 2-0 goals to the good, but if he lets his concentration slip, then Muller is there, ready to take chances when they do come.
Yeah, I think we are seeing a classic example of what we've seen in the Bundesliga Home Challenge so far, but these casual players that maybe aren't on the controllers as often, they are proficient going forward, but not quite as good at the back. And as we've mentioned on a couple of occasions in FIFA 20, defensive ability is so important. De Boer going for the chip. Well, he wanted it, and I don't blame him as well.
Laughs away there. He knew what he was going for. I think he knows that Quaison scored that goal last week.
Oh, there's a chance on for third. And Kramaric has got it, doubling up on his earlier goal. And this is it. Muller is having a few problems getting the ball out from the back. And against a player with the experience of De Boer, he's pouncing on every opportunity.
That's it. You can't give a guy like this chances around the box in that time of space. To be fair to De Boer, he's such an expert at the game. He's able to earn himself that space. That little turn for Kramaric onto his left foot, as he did for the first goal, moving into space, no matter which foot it was, and a smashing finish into the top corner. It's difficult for Muller. He's working well, he's done well. Only 3 goals down, which is, I know, a difficult scoreline to be positive with, but considering how De Boer has dominated this game, it's a confidence maker for Muller going into the second half.
Yeah, still a feeling, just need to get a goal back, but as we've found in today's play, coming from behind is easy when it's a two-legged tie, but when you're coming from behind in a solo game on its own, it's an incredibly difficult skill to master, and few have managed to do it today. And right now, Munos De Boer is cruising at half-time of this game against Florian Muller, who still hasn't had a shot on goal. And right now, Mainz could become the first team to fail to score in an entire tie.
They could indeed, and I believe Muller was just told, or read somewhere, to turn off that trainer mode, and he has done for the second half. So our words did get through, James. Congratulations to us. We've helped out our fellow man.
Well, we don't want him to be at too much of a disadvantage against Munos De Boer. He's already 3-0 down.
But, you know, for Hoffenheim, 10-0 up in this tie. As James mentioned, Mainz could become the first team to fail to score in this Bundesliga Home Challenge so far today. And it could get worse now as De Boer goes for another. Oh, it's so close. He just teased it there. He took a couple of extra passes, played it to himself. He wanted that second goal. Bounced back off the post, though.
I was going to say, you can now tell he's looking for himself on the pitch, isn't he? He's trying to create chances just for himself to get that hat-trick that he's aiming for.
He told us in the build-up that's what he wanted. He also told us in the build-up what should we watch out for when he plays FIFA, and he said a lot of fake shooting. And that's what can often open up the space. It's these little drag backs and stuff, little ball rolls, and especially on the 85 mode. It's what the recreational players who aren't used to playing the game so often, it's what they're not able to do. It's the little tiny skills that they're not used to performing. Whereas the De Boer will know how to do it, even though Florian Muller is proving himself worthy of the challenge.
Oh, it's a good goal as well. That's how you like to pull a goal back. And it's Danny Latzer, of all people, to get it.
A big boost for Mainz, a big boost for Muller. They've got their goal in this tie. They will not go goalless. And it's early in the second half. Who knows? Maybe it builds confidence for Muller. 3-1 down. The game is still open here. Open for his taking. But De Boer knows that's not a thing he wants to happen. It's not a thing he wants to see happen too often, conceding goals like that. It was wide open, his defence, and Mainz made the most of it. But De Boer will want to take control back of this game, and he'll definitely want to be the next man to find the back of the net.
Yeah, he's just got to go. He's got to be careful that he's not stat chasing too much with De Boer as he gets through and he tees up Kramaric, and again, it shows that he went back to take it a little more seriously. He conceded the goal. He wasn't just trying to score with himself. He went, you know what, there's a better pass on. I'll tee it up for Kramaric, and he gets his fourth.
As you said, conceding that goal just took that notion out of his head. It's not what he needs to do when he finds that pass for Kramaric from his own man. Another stunning finish from Kramaric, though. He's found the top corner with every shot he's had. Fantastic play for him. And even though Muller's coming forward here, almost another goal for him. De Boer showing that when he is concentrating and taking it seriously, he is a hard man to stop.
I think one of the big winners from the Bundesliga Home Challenge, no doubt, Munas De Boer. In terms of people realising that the FIFA skill levels of professional footballers can match, or at least get close to matching some of these esports professionals. And this is it. With the setup of the Bundesliga Home Challenge and the professional footballers meant to be taking on each other in the second game, it's a shame that we won't actually get to see De Boer maybe take on an esports pro to see where he matches up. But interestingly, it was this week actually that he played against Mo Ober, who of course we mentioned is the FIFA E-World Cup winner from 2019, and he beat him, Alex.
Incredible. Wow.
Mo Ober tweeting out that he's the best footballer on FIFA, and he said the video would be coming soon, providing he didn't lose the footage. It's De Boer Gabs another. It's Bebu this time in amongst the goals. He is now starting to make this look easy. Muller got himself a lifeline, but it hasn't resulted in much. If anything, it's just angered the beast.
It has angered the beast. When you rattle the cage, he does bring out the special magic, and De Boer will definitely be hoping that the footage of this game is not lost, because this has been fantastic from him. Even with Muller showing little bright sparks, these little mistakes where he's just made now, these are things that De Boer has been able to capitalise on as he breaks forward once again for Hoffenheim.
Well, that's it. They are one goal short of matching Freiburg's feat earlier today of becoming the highest scoring team in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Freiburg scoring 12 goals across 2 games in the 12-7 win against Hertha. Here is De Boer. Oh, the rebound fell to him. Unfortunately, didn't break kindly.
It's a nice opportunity to talk about De Boer and his knowledge of the esports world and his admiration for it as he looks for another goal with himself on the Hoffenheim box. We asked him, how often do you play FIFA? And he simply said, in my rehab time, I've been able to do it quite a lot. I take controller in my hand and play for a few hours, and he just enjoys it. He says that esports is becoming an increasingly popular sport, more interesting for many people right now because there's no way to watch live football. He's totally looking forward to this day, and you can see how much he's looking forward to it with the way he's playing. And he says, people are expecting a lot from me, especially since he recently won his game. And he says, it won't be easy, but he's not used to this mode, so he's had to train further in it, and you can see that his training is certainly paying off in this game.
Yeah, you wouldn't know it, would you? You wouldn't know he's not comfortable or familiar with this type of mode. But it does show that when you have the base FIFA skills, it doesn't matter what mode you play on, you can be successful. And it's those types of situations there where De Boer breaking through one-on-one against St. Just in the FIFA Ultimate Team mode that he's used to. He would have been able to use De Boer's pace to break beyond the defender. On that occasion, it was St. Just's physicality that came out on top.
Really is impressive that he beat Mo Alba as well. That is, you can't let that go unnoticed. De Boer is clearly a man who takes this seriously and has a talent for it. So if Hoffenheim are clever enough, they'll try and make the most of him, try and possibly get him into their esports team. Why not?
I'd be considering it if it is possible. And Diego Demmer showed that it is possible. So have they in Wiesbaden. Admittedly, their professional footballers cannot compete on quite the same level that the esports guys in terms of volume of games, but they can chip in every once in a while. And yeah, De Boer looks like he would be a very handy addition to any esports team that Hoffenheim are looking to set up. You can see he's now trying to find himself a little more often once again. We've all been there trying to pad out the in-game statistics for a single player. He's got a lot of work to do, though. Here is De Boer on the ball, back to goal. Nyakate was shadowing him in the whole time. And that may be, may be the final chance, but he's going to have another one here, and De Boer's making the run. He's got support, but will he go it alone? Oh, he is going to try and go it alone. How many skill moves will we see? Oh, he thought better of it. He just wants the little bit of space. He's found it as well, and a great block by St. Just. You can tell what he was trying to do, and he's a little disappointed. Hoffenheim do fall a goal short of matching their Baden rivals in terms of goal scoring, but an 11-1 win over the course of 2 legs. Oh, it's a 12-1 win. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, sorry, my internet page hasn't updated. Yeah, it's a 12-1 win. I should watch the stream instead. But a 12-1 win, so they did match Freiburg's feat, and an impressive victory for Hoffenheim.
Stunning. And you can tell how much Munas de Boer enjoys this, just playing FIFA. He was trying to get himself a goal there, frustrated not to do it again at the end. But Hoffenheim, alongside other teams we've seen so far today, the likes of Darmstadt and Freiburg, arguably one of the most impressive teams we've seen so far. And it's just really nice for Plattlup as well to see him come out and get that huge win the way he played in the first game. 7-0 his scoreline against Julian Grice. But for Munas de Boer as well, continues to build his reputation as a really impressive Bundesliga professional who's capable of performing at the esports level. And a 5-1 win against Florian Müller, who replaced Daniel Brzezinski from last week. Another reason perhaps for him to keep practicing his FIFA skills during this quarantine period. It means that Hoffenheim, a 12-1 aggregate win, is absolutely outstanding and complete domination for them in this Bundesliga home challenge. As we pass the halfway stage of today, we've got 3 more games to come, 3 more ties. The next of which is, as you can see, SC Paderborn against Wien Wiesbaden. And it throws up the first tie of the day between these two sides. And it comes from Lucas Fiedler of Paderborn against Simon Bremo Düring of Wien Wiesbaden.
Yeah, he's one of the new guys on the block today for Wien Wiesbaden. It was Nico Juice who took part in that thrilling 3-3 draw against Mark Flecken. And we won't make any assumptions, but he's been dropped on the back of that. No, I'm sure he may have had other things to do, but Bremo stepping in today, and he will be hoping to go one better, because Juice was seen by many as a big favourite against Mark Flecken, and so big upset there in the fact that he didn't manage to pick up a victory. Now, Wien Wiesbaden, they didn't have a great time of it in the virtual Bundesliga. They finished bottom of the 22 teams that compete in that competition from Germany's top 2 tiers. It was their debut season, but they lost 17 of their 21 games. So they'll definitely have to go back to the drawing board a little bit and maybe lick some of their wounds. Won't be competing in the grand finals when those do take place. They were meant to take place last weekend at Dock 1 in Köln. It was going to be quite a grand event. But of course, with things the way they are and the Bundesliga season being put on hold, so too was the virtual Bundesliga season. And unprecedented times have now led to unprecedented measures where the DFL is putting on this eFIFA Invitational to try and help pass some time during this football-free period that has definitely got us all going a little bit stir-crazy. I think I can speak for myself there. Alex is agreeing. But that is exactly it. And we are glad that this has been able to provide that little bit of sweet relief in the midst of everything. If you are just joining us, we have been having an absolute crackerjack of a day so far. The goals have been flooding in. No clean sheets so far today. Gone close a few times, and then players have just managed to rescue themselves when it comes to actually getting a goal to their name. And we've already smashed the record from match day 1 on Saturday and Sunday. The amount of goals scored on both of those days actually happened to end level on 46 goals, despite the fact that we had one less game on Sunday. And, well, it's fair to say that the teams and the players have picked up where they left off last weekend. And we thought the bar had been set high, but they are leaping over it right now in terms of goal scoring at the very least, but also in terms of, and it's not just from the goals. We've seen some incredibly entertaining games that haven't just been goal riddled. The stranger against Fifabio still stands out in my mind, a 3-2 win for Fifabio, but that is arguably the most competitive game we've seen so far today. And admittedly, the opening game or the opening tie actually between Hanover and Darmstadt is the closest tie we've had so far today, but it was that opening game against Donchap and Gotzery that certainly caught the eye and was a great way to get the ball rolling. And as Alex said, we are now past the halfway stage. This is a long stream. We are delighted to have you with us. Wherever you are in the world, we welcome you, and hope you are enjoying it. Remember to stay safe, wash those hands, and practice social distancing. That is something that we are keen to impress upon you here today. But we are just about ready, it seems, to get underway between Paderborn and Wien Wiesbaden. We will wait to see what this tie can throw up. Of course, it was on the receiving end of that 4-1 loss to alias N97 of Hertha Berlin last time out. The man who won Paderborn's first ever FIFA Championship back in December of 2019, taking part in a local event and coming out on top. One of 88 participants, Lucas Fiedler was, as he won the title. And he didn't just win the title, he won a games console, a subscription to Kicker, that publication, that go-to publication that we keep talking about here on the show. And he also won VIP tickets to an SC Paderborn home game, which is a fun fact, given the fact that he's never actually been to a Paderborn home game himself. Just 17 years of age, though, fresh face on the scene, much like you, Alex, it has to be said. But Lucas Fiedler didn't have his best outing last time, and there will be an element where he does have a point to prove here against Bremo, who wasn't even in action last weekend.
Exactly, and he'll want to get a much better result than last weekend, suffering that 4-1 defeat to Elias N97. He'll want to show exactly what he's capable of and why he's been selected for Paderborn in this tournament. And he's coming up against Bremo, who, of course, as you said, is new to the game as well. So both these guys looking to prove something here and show exactly what they're capable of in what could be a really interesting tie between these two sides, Paderborn and Wiesbaden.
Yeah, certainly. Bremo did admit on his stream recently that the Wien Wiesbaden players did give Juice some grief for his result against Flecken, but he may fall behind early here. Oh, it's a penalty! Well, that's not the start that Bremo would have wanted. Wien Wiesbaden continue to have things go against them in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, and Fiedler with an early chance from the spot. Third penalty of the day. One's been converted, one's been saved. What will the third bring up? Actually, is that true? I think this might be the fourth now. I want to say there have been two converted and one saved. Oh, it's another save!
Stunning save.
Well, he dipped one way, dived the other, and that is an absolutely fantastic stop from Bremo.
Having not seen a penalty all of last weekend, this has proven to be one of the big talking points of the game. Oh, what a save! That is onto the post, but the rebound is in. And Fiedler will not be denied again. And he takes the lead. And I believe that is the big man, Kai Pruger, who taps the ball in at the back post. And what a fantastic start to this game we have had. Stunning, entertaining stuff, and Paderborn are ahead.
6 minutes in, we've had a penalty save, we've had the woodwork hit, and we've had a goal. Like, this is what the Bundesliga Home Challenge is all about right now.
This is the Bundesliga Challenge, Home Challenge, as it's meant to be.
As it's meant to be, indeed. No, this is... Well, I wonder whether these players like Fiedler, like Bremo, have been picking up what's been going on in the earlier action, whether they've noticed some of the results, they've seen the goal-scoring feats of others, and they've gone, you know what? Let's raise our game. We need to match this as well. You know, pride is on the line, and that is all that's on the line in this one. It's a competitive an invitational FIFA tournament set up by the DFL. Nothing in terms of prizes on the line. And as we mentioned earlier in the show, this will not be the last weekend. It was only meant to go on for 2 weekends initially, the Bundesliga Home Challenge, but it has now been extended to 4, which we're very excited to tell you about, because that will mean that Alex and I will be on your YouTube streams, your Facebook streams, a little longer than maybe you would have all wanted. But hey, that's the way things go sometimes. And right now, Fiedler looking for a second. Well defended by Bremo. His throw out from the back has put him under pressure. And he said the Wien Wiesbaden players were giving Juice a bit of grief for his result against Mark Flecken. He was saying he was hoping to avoid a similar fate. Not quite going the way he would have planned so far. But that's a lovely little ball in behind. He's got a 3-on-2 break here if he can use it to his advantage. Just had to slow it down a little. And that allowed Sean Lau to recover the position for Fiedler.
He did well there, Fiedler, to be patient, be composed while the break was going on. It's the first one we've seen from Bremo. It could have sparked something different for him. It could have given Fiedler an uncomfortable position to be in, but he handled it well, and he's maintaining control of this game. He's been the better of the two players, and he's looking most likely to score a second goal as well.
Oh, he's trying to break through. He's kept the chance alive. Some questionable defending there from Bremo, who certainly doesn't look that comfortable up against Fiedler 2002, it has to be said. And we were wondering exactly where Fiedler was at in terms of his esports ability after that 4-1 loss to Alias N97, who, as we mentioned earlier, is one of the better esports pros out there in the virtual Bundesliga world. But right now he's putting on a bit of a showcase against Bremo.
That's it. And as you mentioned before, we've seen so many goals and these games open up. And it's still been the case that we've seen some cagey affairs, but these two as well proving that while the esports players can be tactically sound and tactically able to control a game and keep it to 1-0 or maybe a 2-1 win or something like that, they are able to go attacking and get the ball moving forward, as we've seen so often here already in this game. Both sides not willing to sit around and take control of the game and keep it. They want to get going and keep the entertainment flowing, as we've seen so far today.
Oh, lovely play from Fiedler, opening up the chance for Prager. He's looking for the return pass, couldn't quite squeeze it through the gap there. And this is it. I just wonder as well whether it's a change from match day 1 into match day 2, where some of these esports pros, I think they were approaching the Bundesliga Home Challenge like the virtual Bundesliga a bit last weekend. They were taking it incredibly seriously, and I'm not saying they're not taking it seriously, but they are realizing that, well, given the fact that it is just pride on the line, there really isn't a competitive edge to this. They can take a few more risks. I think we're seeing that today from some of them.
I agree, definitely. They're taking a few more risks and playing a few more risky passes in the name of entertainment, I think. I think they've realized that, this isn't an esports tournament. They don't have to take it as seriously. This is all about fun and entertaining those at home who are watching, looking for their footballing fix. And luckily, today so far, we have been thoroughly entertained by these selection of FIFA players that we've had.
Freddie Mercury would be proud, no doubt about it. As you see, Bremo, well, after Fiedler just paused things and changed things up, Bremo may have spotted something that he'd like to tweak himself. Now, at 1-0, anything is possible in a game like this. If Fiedler can extend the lead, then we've seen how hard it is for teams to get themselves back into games. We're not seeing much from Bremo in an attacking sense, and it has to be said, Fiedler is finding space and time to work with. He's through on goal here for the second. Oh, it took
I thought that was in.
Well, I was going to say, it took a few deflections. It went goalwards. And you were just wondering exactly where it was going to end up, but over the bar in the end.
Respect where it is due to Fiedler for not going for the pass across goal. He had a couple of opportunities there where he could have done so. I think that is what he wanted to do. As we get a quick glance at the stats so far in this game, he's had 5 shots all on target to Bremo's 0. He's dominated the first half here. That could have easily been a 2-0 if he'd have passed it across goal. But he went for that shot, and as you say, deflected past. And we've had a first half substitution there from Bremo, bringing on Schäffler for Ayani.
Other way around, Ayani for Schäffler, but I see what you meant there. That's all right.
I saw names, didn't see colours.
That is all right. That's why I'm here. Just to smooth out the edges sometimes. No, it's an interesting approach that he's obviously seen some... Because, again, don't know whether that's him looking for a more physical player, but unfortunately, well, the change hasn't helped, and Fiedler's grabbed a second, and it's that man who shone on match day 1, Streli Mamba. He's made a name for himself in the Bundesliga, scoring big goals in big games. But this one against VN Wiesbaden tops the lot.
That's it, that little fake shot. Usually you'd be expecting Bremo to be able to make a tackle there and stop that play, but he made the fake shot, Fiedler, and it opened that space, which he was able to move onto his left foot. And he knew he needed to do that with the pressure on from the defence. Even if Mamba is right-footed, knew he had to get it onto that left foot, and he produced a stunning finish to make sure that there were going to be no problems. And really important for him to go 2-0 up, because just before half-time, Bremo might be trying to rethink things and come out in the second half with a different impetus and make things work differently. But Fiedler has a 2-goal advantage now, and that makes life for Bremo just a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, and on top of that, we're seeing Bremo make unnecessary mistakes that we're just not seeing Fiedler make.
That's it.
And that is something that he will need to cut out if he does want to get back into this game.
as we've so often said, it is these mistakes which make the difference in these games. These guys are so good at the game. They're all at an elite level where you can expect consistency from them. That's why they're so good in terms of weekend league modes and things like that. And it is those little mistakes from people which become the difference maker in games. It can be the difference between a 2-1 and a 1-1. And at the moment, Fiedler is making the most of Bremer's little mistakes, and as we can see from the stats, absolutely dominating the attacking play.
Shake of the head from Bremo. He's not happy looking at those numbers, is he?
Not at all. Obviously, he wants to make something change in the second half. It just has not worked for him. And as you said, those little mistakes have mounted up, and it's only 2-0. That's what he has to remember. This game can change quickly, as we've seen. Hopefully for him and for Wiesbaden, he can bring something different into the second half to make life difficult for Fiedler.
Well, half-time of this game, it's Fiedler that leads 2-0, and it's a perfect opportunity for me to mention one of my favourite facets of Paderborn as a club. It's their half-time song that they like to sing. Now, I'm not going to sing it all for you, but I will give you the opening line of the chorus, which is Halbzeit, es ist soweit, which essentially means half-time is here. It's all a song about them gearing up for the second half. If I'm loosely translating the lyrics into English, the chorus is half-time, you've arrived. Half-time, we're ready. The first half is now a thing of the past. Half-time, the party starts. Second half, I'm ready. I'm ready for the second half, Alex. Are you?
I've never seen a team more excited about half-time than Paderborn. But why would they not be excited when they're 2-0 up against Wien Wiesbaden in the Bundesliga Home Challenge? I'm sure Fiedler has been listening to that song as well, and is gearing himself up for a second half performance, which he'll hope to be a memorable one.
Half-time motivation indeed for Fiedler. But yes, forget Paderborn topping the Bundesliga for a match day in their debut Bundesliga season. Forget them driving Bayern close in a match when they were at the top of the Bundesliga in that debut season. Forget some of the highlights they've had this season with Streli Mamba scoring against Borussia Dortmund in a thrilling 3-3 draw. This is the pinnacle of it all for Paderborn. Absolutely. We love to have a bit of fun with this.
And that's why we play and sing those halftime songs, because it is those little things that make the Bundesliga what it is.
And he's got a third as well.
Fiedler is making the Bundesliga Home Challenge his own here.
Well, he's having a field day, you might say, Alex.
I
was going to say, you had to get a few bad puns in there somewhere. And Fiedler giving me the opportunity to do that, but it's definitely a case of oh no for Bremo. Oh, there's another one. I can get them in. It's all right. They all come out at once. They're like London buses. That's the problem. So sorry if anyone that just tuned off. I don't blame you for turning off the stream if that's the moment that you did it. But Fiedler is indeed making this look relatively easy. And again, it's another one of these games where seeing it being very one-sided, and the person that takes the lead really pushes on at that point.
Yep, no mercy shown by the men taking the lead, and it's clear that it's difficult to make a change in the mood of the game as Fiedler makes it 4 with another fantastic finish from Streli Mamba. He does a fist pump. He's 4 goals to the good, and as we were just alluding to, he is not taking his foot off the gas whatsoever.
No, it's not quite Mamba number 5. It's Mamba number 4 for the time being. But the dream still is up. Maybe I shouldn't have used that line just in case he makes it 5.
You've used it early.
But I do have to say something that is greatly concerning me, Alex, is this fist bumping that we're seeing from Fiedler. He's got someone off screen that we can't see that's obviously supporting him. There's a lot of hand-to-hand contact going on, which in today's day and age is very unadvisable. We may need to have words with him after the game about his action.
The social distancing that's going on there is not what we like to see. When we greeted each other today, James, we did the elbow, how would you call it? Elbow bump.
L-bump.
L-bump. That's the new term. There
you know what? Well, I don't think I can claim it myself. I don't think anyone can claim it, but I think it's Jimmy Kimmel, the late-night talk show host in America, that claimed it was his idea, was the L-bump. I'm not sure he can quite claim it.
I'm sure it's one of his producers or... Right,
that's it. It'll be one of those. But I feel like a lot of people have resorted to the elbows without the. And that's what Fiedler needs. We need to see him using his elbows. None of this fist pump or fist bump action we're seeing from him. Someone needs to have a word.
As long as he goes and washes his hands after this game, as we all should, having watched this game. If you're at home, make sure you do wash those hands. As we've said a couple of times, every couple of hours, just go in and make sure those hands are clean. It does help and make a difference. And yeah, for sure, Fiedler will definitely be having to wash his hands after this game, because he is making mincemeat of Bremo for Wiesbaden so far. 4-0 to the good, with time still remaining for more.
Now Bremo will be hoping to wash his hands off this game afterwards if it's going to go or stay at this scoreline, or maybe even get worse for him, because Fiedler is still playing the ball about very nicely. His players making good runs in behind. And right now, type of performance that Bremo is struggling to get to grips with.
He just hasn't been able to play his way. I think clearly he has a way of playing. He's no mug in the game. He's obviously, he's a young guy, 22, and he struggled in the virtual Bundesliga as Wiesbaden did. But he's got a chance here to possibly get a goal, but the touch just takes it away from his man. He won 3 solo games and won one of his 5 2-on-2s in the virtual Bundesliga this season. He's in the ESL Pro Series top 16 player. His weekend league top 100 in FIFA.
And that was it in FIFA 17, 18, and 19. I think by the end of the season, he was amongst the top 100 in terms of foot players.
That's
which
it.
Is over the course of an entire FIFA, to do that 3 years in a row is absolutely stunning.
I can't even do it 3 weeks in a row, let alone 1 week. So
3 weeks in a row. I'd like to do it one, mate.
But it just proves how good, credit where it's due for Mr. Fiedler here. Lucas, he's been superb, and to be 4 goals to the good against a guy of that experience in the FIFA world is no mean feat at all. Almost a chance there for Bremo to get a goal late in this game. But with 15 minutes to go, looking ahead to the next game, Fiedler will be very, very pleased to have had his Paderborn side in that 4-0 lead after having lost 4-1 last week in his matchup with Elias. Much different story this week so far for him.
A little click of the heels there on the edge of the area from Fiedler. We were talking there about Bremo's top 100 weekend league accolades. That maybe is also a sign that he's so used to the FUT champion game mode that this 85 mode is quite an adjustment for a player like him, and we're seeing him have a few teething issues with it. And I think you can tell it's in certain moments where he's just looking to rely on pace that he doesn't quite have that in this 85 mode. He's still got a few tricks and flicks, but he just can't get that near post finish to go his way.
That's it. I think it is almost more difficult for these esports guys, just in terms of the players that they're using. Obviously, they're used to using the best of the best players on Ultimate Team, and these guys, the players they're using aren't bad. All 85 rated is still very good indeed, but to go from what they're used to in terms of star skills and being able to use all the moves on the game that they'd like, and that pace that you mentioned, it does make it a very different ball game for them. And perhaps because the professional football players are coming into this with a little less experience, it makes it easier for them, not quite knowing what they should be used to in terms of FIFA gameplay, and in the 85 mode they're finding it a bit easier to deal with.
No, certainly we've talked about how that can reduce the skill gap, which in certain games I think has been a necessary facet of this Bundesliga Home Challenge, when we've had games between esports pros against professional footballers where it has been a little one-sided. And it really is interesting to me that today's results have been so dominant more often than not, compared to last week where we had a few more evenly matched ties. No matter whether we were featuring games between 2 professional footballers or 2 esports pros, this weekend, at least today's results so far, have been a little more wide open and a little more clear cut. And that's certainly an interesting progression of this Bundesliga Home Challenge in terms of just exactly where we are going with it and how it's panning out, because it continues to keep us on the edge of the seats. It's definitely ratcheting up the entertainment value of the weekend action, or lack thereof, in the real football world. We've now got a virtual crossover to help pass some of the time and add some light relief into the mix of everyday life, which may have different restrictions imposed on it depending on where you are living in the world. But right now, Fiedler cruising to a comfortable victory against Bremo in the first leg between Paderborn and Wiesbaden. There is Vassiliadis. Now is Trebeni. Rides the challenge. Can't find a teammate though. And now it's last chance saloon for Bremo to avoid becoming the second player today to fail to get on the score sheet. Julian Greis in our last tie became the first, and Bremo does indeed become this. Get rid of... Stop fist pumping, Fiedler. But we almost had the badge kiss. He pointed to the badge, but he hasn't gone for the kiss. That's on our bingo sheet today. We're still waiting on that one, but you have to say, convincing victory.
Indeed. Disappointing in the end that he didn't go for that badge kiss. It would have been a nice one to tick off for us. But as you say, convincing win. He just dispatched of Bremo there with a lot of ease, actually, to be fair. He made the most of his chances and was deadly in front of goal, and it definitely sets up his teammate, Kapic, for a nice game here in the second leg when he comes up against Sascha Mockenhaupt. Both were in action last week, and they'll be looking to make the most of their experience from last week, both drawing their games respectively 2-2. Kapic will be wanting to make sure that this trend we've seen so far today of second leg comebacks for the teams behind, that it doesn't follow suit in this tie.
No, that's exactly it. That has been certainly one of the stories of today, these second leg turnarounds. And in fairness, Sascha Mockenhaupt certainly has, or is at least on the search for a little redemption after last weekend's result. He picked up a 2-2 draw against Nico Schlotterbeck, which actually, thinking about it now, is an incredibly impressive result, Alex, given that Schlotterbeck smashed 11 goals past Mittelstedt earlier today.
I think that is a big conclusion to the fact that Mittelstedt is perhaps not on the same level as most of the other Bundesliga professional players in terms of their ability on FIFA. I'm not sure if we'll be seeing Maxi again next week. It might be a case of a la Werder Bremen changing out the player, having lost the big lead from the first leg, as Bremen did last week with Maxi Eggestein, who has dropped out now for Davy Selke, who we'll be seeing in the next matchup after this final game of the Paderborn-Wiesbaden tie.
Well, I mentioned earlier as well that FIFA bingo sheet. It's probably worth letting people know that maybe joined us later on exactly what we're talking about.
Yes.
But Alex and I were talking before the games got underway today as to a way to kind of maybe get a bit of social interaction out there on the social media channels. You can, of course, use hashtag Bundesliga Home Challenge to get in touch with us. But we are both fans of FIFA content on YouTube, and FIFA Bingo is a series created by Capgun Tom a few years back, and it's a lovely way to play FIFA. He uses it by doing pack openings on Ultimate Team to then cross off bingo things, and then they've got to try and create they've got to complete the bingo card. Nine things they have to cross off. We decided to come up with 9 of our own that we were hoping that we could cross off with today's action. And I can let you know that there aren't that many things that we are missing. We are still missing the overhead kick. I'm still waiting, Alex.
It will happen.
It started as long as by the end of the Bundesliga Home Challenges, 4 weekends of it,
Yep.
as long as we get one, I think I can live with that. But we're still missing it today. We're also missing the red card, but our biggest hope for red cards is still to come, and that is Dennis Eitekin, who's playing as part of the referees team. Yes, you did hear that correctly. We do have a referees team competing in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And then the other one is the badge kiss. But so far today, we've had an own goal. We've had a hat-trick. We've had a super sub goal or a joker tour. We've had a sweaty goal. We've had a goal in off the woodwork. And we've had a goal with their own player. We've actually seen that a couple of times today. Munas de Boer being the latest to complete the feat. But now we will have a chance for 2 further professional footballers to do the same thing. Kapic of Paderborn, Mockenhaupt of Wiesbaden. But Mockenhaupt is not your average esports player, is he, Alex? Because he is the perfect definition of this crossover invitational that we've got going on right now.
That's it. We've mentioned him a few times. Diego Demmer was the first to do it. If you were unaware, he, of course, used to play for RB Leipzig in the Bundesliga. He's now of Napoli in Serie A.
That's a shame, such a shame.
Such a shame, indeed, it is. But before he did depart, he ran out for the RB Leipzig esports team in the virtual Bundesliga. And that's exactly what Mockenhaupt is doing as well. He's an esports player as well, playing for Wiesbaden, representing them. He featured in all but 2 of the team's Zweite Bundesliga games on the pitch this season, and he's made 3 appearances in the virtual Bundesliga season. Lost 2 of those one-on-ones, but he did get a win in a 2-2 game against Bayer Leverkusen. and it's just nice. I think it's going to be a bucking trend that we see. We mentioned it before, the likes of Munas de Boer, such an impressive player. It would be a shame if Hoffenheim didn't make the most of him being on their books. And it's just really fun to see that these guys who are both impressing on the football pitch and being professional players on the pitch are seeing the trend of esports growing, and they want to get involved with it and show their talents, because obviously we're all passionate about football, and these guys take that passion from the pitch onto the virtual screen, whether they're playing themselves or playing on the controller. They're always passionate about it, and it just proves that they're both skillful in the virtual world and in the real world. So I think it's going to be a bucking trend. As I said, I don't think it's going to be the last time we see this happen, where a player goes from playing on the pitch to playing in the virtual Bundesliga for the same club. Hopefully we see the likes of De Boer doing it in the future, but Mockenhaupt is the most recent one. He is the one in the Bundesliga doing it right now, and he's in action now against a fellow Bundesliga professional in Kapic. And we'll get this game underway with Wiesbaden looking to overturn that 4-0 First League deficit.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, this is a nice... We've talked about it a bit last weekend as well, but this is a nice look behind the curtain. Because let's be honest, professional footballers, they happen to be humans too. And they operate like the rest of us in the fact that FIFA can be a nice release from everyday life. It can be a nice getaway. But right now as well, we talked about this last week too, but this is a wonderful competitive outlet for some of these players that may be feeling a little cooped up at home, don't have the ball at their feet anymore like they're used to. The everyday routine of training and getting ready for elite level matches isn't quite there, but they can release some of that competitive energy in this Bundesliga Home Challenge. We have seen it, and it does mean that games like this, even though Mockenhaupt is 4-0 down, or Wien Wiesbaden are 4-0 down, Mockenhaupt will take this seriously and look to, at the very least, get a win in his game, because at least he can take the bragging rights from that.
And that's what we're seeing so far today, especially. The games are so different from tie to tie. The Bundesliga professionals are not focusing on the overall aggregate scoreline. They're very much taking it as a single game, and that is that competitive edge that we're seeing, as you mentioned. Not able to train, not able to play these guys at the moment, so putting their competitive work into the virtual world and playing FIFA regularly, trying to get some of that energy out of their bodies and use it for good. And it provides some entertaining games here as these guys go all gung-ho, wanting to get their own personal glory and make sure that they don't let their team down, as some have done today so far. But it's all in the name of good. No winner will be decided of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. It's all in fun, and we'll see if we can get a winner as Wiesbaden come forward with Mockenhaupt for the potential first shot of the game on goal.
Oh, he does get it
up!
Well, not a bad way to start.
Not a bad way to start at all. What a stunner. An absolute thunderbolt from Mockenhaupt. And that is how you score with the first shot of the game. And it's that man again, as we saw last weekend. Stefan Aigner impressed so well. Worked onto his left foot there, and he knew that Aigner, being that right-footed player, it would be better if he pulled it back onto his right foot, and Kapic didn't anticipate it. And when you do that against a guy of Mockenhaupt's experience, he's able to get himself some space and power a shot into the top corner like that.
Yeah, just what the doctor ordered for Wien Wiesbaden at the start of this game, and for Mockenhaupt. A clinical touch, but yeah, Stefan Aigner in this 85 mode, he's rolling back the years to his glory years when he was on the books at Eintracht Frankfurt, but even then I'm not sure he was quite as prolific as he's proven to be in this Bundesliga Home Challenge. But it is the fantastic thing about this is players that, yeah, you know what, may have fallen off the radar a little bit, like Stefan Aigner, but making a name for themselves in a very different context.
And even guys who we're not used to seeing on the Bundesliga pitches themselves in real life, giving themselves an 85 rating in this game, it just means that these guys are able to play different players. Kapic himself has not made an appearance for Paderborn this season. He's playing himself in midfield in this game and representing his club here. He's passionate about it and wants to make sure that he doesn't let his side down. In the summer he said it was going to be a long, hard road that he's got to go on in Germany. He knows that. It's not going to be easy for him. Obviously it's not been easy for Paderborn this season either, sitting bottom of the Bundesliga, but he's going to want to give his side and his fans, the Paderborn fans, something to cheer about today. Obviously hasn't started as he would have hoped, going 1-0 down already so far, but this is his chance to give those Paderborn fans something to cheer about.
Oh, nice combination play there from Mockenhaupt in midfield. Kapic doing well to cut off some of the angles, but he's worked it well here, Mockenhaupt. Oh, it's a lovely little flick back, and the finish! Not to match.
We just needed that to go in, didn't we? That would have been an absolutely fantastic goal. Kapic giving him another chance to bite at the cherry again, but Mockenhaupt showing his class, going with a little tidy move over the defender there.
Oh, that one, had it gone in, Alex, that might have been the type of goal that I gave the ode to Gary Preston and pulled out a Brazilian. I was denied, though, the chance. But I might have another opportunity here. Mocky coming forward again. It's well played, well squared, and a tidy finish.
Composure. That's all you need in these moments. He went for the classy move with that touch over the defender and the volley beforehand, but this time he takes the composure into his own hands. A tidy touchdown from the ball over the top, and he saw the man in support in the middle, and he made that pass across, which provided a simple finish. Having some fun with the celebration as he goes 2 goals to the good, and this tie is well and truly alive again, with Paderborn's 4-0 first leg aggregate lead in jeopardy here. Kapic just not having the joy that he wanted. Takes a look to his side, maybe he's got some support there back at home, but Mockenhaupt is definitely on top in this first half and making life difficult for the Paderborn midfielder.
No, it really is. Admittedly, in match day 1, Kapic wasn't one of the players that impressed the most. That 2-2 draw he came away with in the end, but I have to say he was more fortunate players when it came to getting a positive result on match day 1.
Especially considering it was against Maximilian Mittelstedt that he got the 2-2 draw. Considering how he played today, that might not actually be the best of results.
It's funny how those results now look a little different now that we've got a little more information and context to work with after some of today's results. But you're actually right. I'd forgotten that it was against Mittelstedt as well.
Not to take anything away from Kapic, of course, but as you said, these different results and this second week of fixtures just makes us all, gives us a second look and gives us more research to delve our ideas from in terms of how good these guys really are in the FIFA world.
I just feel like the matchmakers did a better job last week of finding evenly matched encounters this week. It's been a little more one-sided at times, but hey, that's the way FIFA goes sometimes as well, right? On any given day, it can be a very hard-fought match, and on another one, you can, despite not actually being much better than another player, you can blow them out of the water at times.
And that's it. Game to game, it can change a lot, and we don't know how these guys are prepared for this. These guys could have been on streaming or practicing or playing for the last couple of hours, and you know, when you've played a few hours of FIFA, it does make a difference as to when you're playing your first game. So it's all in terms of preparation and how seriously these guys are taking it, and obviously some are taking it a bit more seriously than others.
A decent ball into the box there. Mockenhaupt looking to bring it out from the back, but there is the half-time whistle, so it's a 2-goal advantage for VN Wiesbaden. They have halved the deficit from the first leg in this tie against Paderborn. Now we will wait to see whether Mockenhaupt can push on in the second half and draw level after that 4-0 first leg defeat. But we can see here Kapic has a few ideas up his sleeve as well in terms of making changes. Holtmann being a player that he is bringing on. Interesting that he hasn't actually used Klaus Kiazula in the starting lineup, because he's one of those players in the 85 mode with his physical stature that can be a real asset. But another part of this 85 mode, Alex, and it's something that we saw last week, it's something that we've seen this week, admittedly not as prevalently, but the importance of substitutions in this 85 mode, those fresh legs where pace can actually make a difference in the closing stages.
That's it, because stamina is so important in FIFA. If you've got a tired player and he goes into that long sprint at the end of the game trying to defend the counter-attack, it can be difficult for them if they've not got the pace to manage. Wiesbaden are managing just fine with Mockenhaupt, and he's got a third goal at the start of this second half, and it's that man again, Stefan Eigner, and he is 1 goal away from levelling this tie.
Next up, ladies and gentlemen, is Comeback Central. We will be returning there for the 5th time this afternoon. That is Wiesbaden are definitely turning this game around, and Mockenhaupt showing he's definitely got a little more to his game than maybe we saw last weekend against Nico Schlotterbeck. But again, I do think that in the context of everything that's gone on today, that 2-2 draw against Schlotterbeck, looks better. And now he's definitely having the rub of the green in this one against Kapic.
As you said, comeback central, and that is the story of the day once again. You cannot take your eyes off these ties. That was a nice phrase of word there, wasn't it? Very nice. But you really can't, because the first game, it might seem like 4-0 is an aggregate score that can't be pulled back, but we've seen it time and time again. These professional players in this second game have no inkling of trying to work with that first leg lead. They are going out all guns blazing and making sure that they give all their best for their team, no matter what the scoreline is coming into the game.
Yeah, I do just wonder whether the fact that the DFL made this an invitational as opposed to adding a competitive edge to it has just shaped the face of this challenge, or the Bundesliga Home Challenge, as we're calling it. Whereas if they had added that competitive edge, where it maybe was a knockout tournament and there was going to be one winner at the end, whether teams may have gone about this a little differently, or whether the results would have been very different. And I can imagine they may have been a little bit tighter, but there is an element where you do get to play a lot more freely and with a lot more fun when there is nothing to lose and nothing on the line.
That's it. And I think that is why they did it, just knowing that, you know, we wanted to get this going for a few more weeks and not have a prize every couple of weeks.
Oh,
that could be another penalty today.
Kapic doesn't know what's happened there. He's remonstrating with the referee from the comfort of his own home, but the referee not listening. We've got another penalty. Oh, it's well taken. Down low, right where the keeper doesn't like it, and Kapic, maybe having seen some of the earlier action, stood his ground and anticipated a shot down the middle.
It's what I would have expected as well, just knowing how difficult it is to take those penalties. But as well as being comeback central today, it is penalty central. Penalty central. And how many is that today we've had, James?
I want to say that's the fifth.
I was going to say
feel
fifth
like
as
before
well.
that we had 2 scored and 2 saved.
Yeah.
I think that was the record. I know for a fact there have been 3, but I feel like I've got one in the back of my head that I've forgotten in one of these ties, because there have been so many goals. To keep track of them all
it is hard
has
to
been
keep
so
track of all
hard.
of them.
The only penalty that happened on match day 1 was the Nazim Bujalab Panenka.
That's it.
But we've definitely had 4, I think 5. And if it is 5, it's 3 scored, 2 saved so far. So an interesting little ratio in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. But we should also mention that with that goal, Wiesbaden have pulled it back to 4-4 on aggregate. And as we said, it's not I mentioned, I think it was the 5th time that we're going to come back central. It is only the 4th time. Right now, Hoffenheim and Darmstadt are the teams that have been able to take a lead in the first leg and hold on to it. Freiburg have produced a come-from-behind result. Köln came from behind to draw 5-5 against Greuther Fürth. Dortmund coming from behind to beat Kiel. And now it's Paderborn who have come from behind, Wiesbaden who have come from behind against Paderborn to level the scores at 4-4 with just under 25 minutes of FIFA time remaining in this second leg between Kapic and Mockenhaupt. And you have to say right now, it does feel like it's only going to go one way. Kapic has had virtually not a sniff in front of goal in this game. Mockenhaupt hasn't been overly dominant, but he has had a much better success rate when it comes to carving out chances and then putting the clinical touch on the end of them too.
That's it, Kapic, as we saw there, the little stat came up at the top left. 6 shots on target for Mockenhaupt. It's not been easy for the Paderborn man to deal with. As you see, our next match coming up will be RB Leipzig against Werder Bremen, one of the most anticipated games of this second Bundesliga weekend. And Wiesbaden come again. And it's the 5th goal, and it's the goal that puts them ahead. And Mockenhaupt is loving life with the samba. He dries his hands off, taps the badge. He's loving life, and there's the fist bump. We need that kiss, Mockenhaupt, and I think he'll provide it if he does hold on and turn this game around. What a stunning, stunning second game this has been for Wiesbaden. 5-0, and as you said, Kapic just has not been able to deal with it.
Yeah, Champions League knockout stages, eat your heart out. There have not been second half or second leg turnarounds ever like this. It's been an absolute extraordinary day of FIFA action, especially when it comes to the never say die attitude of some of these players. They've got their backs against the wall after first leg defeats that they were not in control of, and when they get on those controllers, they get on the joysticks, it is their chance to turn things around. And they're doing an incredible job of it today, it has to be said.
I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Absolutely loving this never say die attitude that comes with a Bundesliga home challenge. No game is ever over, and it's been proven by these guys coming up with big wins in the second legs to turn these games around. You cannot go away from any game at the moment in the Bundesliga home challenge. It can go anywhere.
Yeah, rest at your laurels at your own peril, I think, is probably a good way to put it. And right now, Wiesbaden and Mockenhaupt will still have time to maybe even add another goal. Of course, it would be completely against the run of play, but Kapic needs just one goal to at least draw the tie on aggregate for Paderborn. Well, as I say that, it's Mockenhaupt who goes straight down the other end and grabs a sixth and will likely put this game beyond reach with time winding down.
Mockenhaupt, loving life. The curse of the commentator comes again. 6-0. Stunning performance from him, and he will be really happy considering that performance he had last week. The 2-2 draw with Nico Schlotterbeck, which on reflection was a good result for him and an even better result today. Firing past Kapic, 6 goals so far. Kapic looking for a consolation goal and goes close with a header there at the near post. With 5 minutes to go, this game is done and dusted, as is the tie, perhaps.
Yeah, poor old Kapic. He just looks a little forlorn there in his little face cam, doesn't he? It's a bit like, oh, I've had a really these are the types of FIFA games that no one really enjoys being involved with, and it may still get worse for Kapic.
He has to take reflection on the fact that he is not Maximilian Mittelstadt, because there is not going to be a worse result today, I don't think.
That is true. Anyone on the receiving end today will at least have that as the saving grace. The silver lining as Mockenhaupt stings to the palms of Singeler again.
He's having fun, is Mockenhaupt here. You can see it. His little moves, getting the shots away. He's enjoying himself.
Approaching injury time now. Will still be an opportunity for Kapic to maybe create one chance, but his passing game's got to be better than that if he wants to do so. Nice ball down the wing to release Holtman. Not many players up in spot. 6-0 down and not committing men forward. Now with Sabiri twisting and turning on the edge of the area. Vasiliadis curls one towards goal, well blocked by Schoenfeld, who plays the ball out from the back, and that will be that. Comeback Central strikes again on match day 2 of the Bundesliga home challenge, and Mockenhaupt reversing a 4-0 first leg defeat to see Wien Wiesbaden clinch their tie against Paderborn 6-4 on aggregate. And the comebacks just keep coming, Alex.
How can we describe this, James? Freiburg came back from a huge deficit. Köln came back from a huge deficit. Dortmund came back from a huge deficit. And now we've had Wien Wiesbaden. You just can't go away from the Bundesliga home challenge right now. It's been outstanding today. We've had goals galore, goals all over the place, goals in every game. But to be fair, in both of those games, 4-0 and 6-0 win for each side. It's the first time we've seen both games result in a clean sheet for either side. It's been a rarity so far. Only Hoffenheim and their man with the 7-0 win in the first game.
Marcel Schwarz.
That's the one. He was the only man who had got a clean sheet so far, but they won't. Maybe Fiedler won't be so happy about his first leg result, considering how the ties worked out. But he was the second man to get a clean sheet, and Mockenhaupt has followed suit to make it 3 in the last 4 games. Actually, in fact, as we approach the final 2 ties of the day. It has been an awesome day so far. It does not feel like we've been on air for 5 hours now and working with the Bundesliga Home Challenge stream for that long length of time, but it has been great fun so far, James, hasn't it?
Oh, it's been absolutely brilliant. For anyone just joining us, a quick recap of the format of this. We've got 30 teams, 60 players, 15 ties that will be split across the course of 2 days. We are 6 out of 8 so far today. We've got another 7 for you lined up on Sunday. Each of those 15 ties will consist of 2 one-on-one matches, the second of which will always be between 2 professional footballers representing their respective clubs. And so then the final result will be an aggregate score of both of those two legs. All the games today being played in the 85 mode, which just caps FIFA ratings at 85 or raises them to 85 depending on what the base rating of these players are. More often than not, you'll see it raised up in these challenges. But it does mean that we've got an even playing field. There are certain facets to the game that maybe are a little more prevalent than others. Anyone with a tall, lanky striker that's a bit physical on the ball can... yeah, Alex points to himself. Yes, you are tall and lanky, Alex. Absolutely, especially compared to me. But that's it. Those types of players can have a much bigger impact on these types of games just due to the 85 mode that they're being played in. It does reduce the skill gap. Certain players are a fan of it, certain players are not. It is the way the virtual Bundesliga is played because it's seen as the fairest way to do competitive FIFA. Of course, you've got the FIFA Ultimate Team modes that everyone's a big fan of, whether you're following your Texas of this world, your Gorilla, or your Mo-Obas, depending on which leaning you're from. But they tend to do the FIFA Ultimate Team where they can create their own team made up of icons and these incredibly high-rated cards. Whereas for the virtual Bundesliga, they stick to the 85 mode to keep things very competitive and evenly matched. And that is the way we are doing things in the Bundesliga Home Challenge as well. But this is it, Alex. You were talking about all those comebacks. You're talking about the results today. The thing I am most excited about, genuinely, is that the entertainment value of today's play has been nothing short of exceptional. And yet the two games I was arguably most looking forward to are the two we've got left. And yet we've just had so much fun already today. It seems like we're being incredibly greedy, but we're looking for Werder Bremen, this new look Werder Bremen side with Dr. Erhano and Davy Zelka. We're looking for them to claim redemption from what happened last week after Megabit, the grand final champion, the best FIFA player out there in German circles right now. That's the consensus opinion. He won his game, but Maxi Eggestein, maybe the first player to start this whole comeback central trend that we're seeing continue today, but he lost his game against Tim Handwerker of Nuremberg 4-1. So they are looking to redeem themselves. They are the big dogs in the esports German football world, and they do need to maybe get a victory here today.
Yeah, that's it. They bucked the trend and were suffering from the comeback problem already before this week, before today. In fact, they had it last weekend. And obviously that means they've strung the changes. Megabit being replaced by Dr. Erhan Kaiman here in the first game, and Maximilian Eggestein being replaced by Davy Selke in the second game. Bremen, obviously, as you mentioned, the powerhouse in the esports world of the Bundesliga. Virtual Bundesliga champions this season, finished top of the league this season. Last season they were champions, and finished top of the table this season in the Virtual Bundesliga world. Mainly due to the power of Megabit and Dr. Erhano. Erhano, 29-year-old VBL champion, German champion in PES, and a three-time FIFA German champion. He switched to FIFA in 2014, and on doing so, just said that the game suited his style of play better than PES. And, that means, obviously, we're going to have something to look forward to here, because he is one of the best FIFA players in the virtual Bundesliga, and having come over from the PES world to a better suited game in FIFA for him, it will be interesting to see how he does handle the 85 mode, because even for these experts of the esports world, as you mentioned before, James, they are used to playing with the big name cards on Ultimate Team and in the Ultimate Team world, and it is a different test for them to produce the goods again in the 85 mode, and obviously it's going to be a test for Dr. Erhano to repeat the success that Megabit had in the first leg of their tie last week.
Yeah, this is it. He's definitely got to pick up the mantle from Megabit as the second of Werder Bremen's esports duo, who were, they were both in fine form. Megabit definitely, as we said, is the consensus best FIFA player out there in the German esports world right now. But he had a wonderful partner in crime in Dr. Erhano during the virtual Bundesliga, and that wouldn't have been easy, especially after losing Mo Ober in the summer, which kind of came out of the blue after he won the eFIFA World Cup. And went on to bigger and better things. That's debatable from your perspective. But that would have been a big loss for Werder Bremen. So then to bring in someone with the experience of Dr. Erhano, who, as you've mentioned, his accolades are virtually endless in the esports world. And it was before esports was really even esports.
Yep.
And that's something that's definitely worth looking at. I mean, his PES record, German champ. He also finished runner-up in the world at one point on Pro Evo Soccer, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, his accolades are there, and so a fantastic signing, I guess, is maybe the way we contextualize it for Werder Bremen and their esports department. They're actually starting an academy, of which Dr. Ahano is playing a pretty big role in terms of younger players that they're looking to bring up through the esports academy. So Werder Bremen, definitely not just the big dogs in the esports world, but almost the front runners. They're really the ones that are setting the precedent for other teams to follow, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. They're trying to take it to that next level, and obviously we heard it from Munas de Boer earlier of how impressive it is that how quickly esports is growing and how quickly the virtual Bundesliga is growing. And this in itself, the Bundesliga Home Challenge, is a great sign of how things are going for the virtual Bundesliga, in the fact that we are still able to produce a tournament like this, the Bundesliga Home Challenge, even with the difficult circumstances we're all facing at the moment. It's fantastic for sports fans who are missing out on watching their usual sporting fix, whether it be the Bundesliga, whether it be football across Europe, or whether it be any other sports that they're interested in. We're all missing out at the moment, but esports is one of those things it can be done from home, it can be done from the safety of home, and while there's internet in the world, while there's a connection to everyone else, it won't be stopped, and it will continue to grow. And obviously Leipzig as well are trying to grow themselves as well, with Moritz Meder coming in today. He's got a huge test against Dr. Ahano, only 18, coming into this tournament for the first time. It's going to be a big task for him to show that Leipzig are trying to get themselves into a similar place as Bremen in the esports world as well.
Yeah, that's it. I think Leipzig one of the first to take the esports world quite seriously as well in the German top flight. And Erbial Chihan, the man that was representing them last week, is certainly one of the biggest names in the esports world, even if things and results haven't quite gone their way over the last couple of seasons. They're looking to stake a claim for both prominence and popularity in the esports world as well. But as you say, Moritz Meder, I think you're right. He's got a very tough task against Dr. Ahano, maybe just a little bit better than going up against Megabit, which could have been his opponent. But you are right. He's been a gamer since 2019. Moritz Meder is just 18 years old, and he's actually been discovered by Leipzig, who have been running a group of online tournaments to try and find some more esports pros that they can dip into. I don't know whether that is because they lost Diego Demmer, the player that we've been talking about in terms of being the path setter, the man who really has carved the path for professional footballers maybe to cross over into the esports world. Now, he has, as we mentioned, since moved on to Napoli, which was a big shame because he was one of my favourite Leipzig players. But I wonder whether they're looking for a replacement. They're using these tournaments. They've got 4 of them. They've been doing them in the local shopping mall. Moritz Meder, I believe, won the first of the 4 qualifying rounds, and there are still 2 to play. But it's obviously working out well. He's booked himself tickets to DreamHack, which is a gaming convention in Leipzig, which is still, I believe, due to take place later this year. Whether that'll still be the case or not remains to be seen, but for the time being, at least. And now he is facing this very tough test against one of the guys that has seen and done it all in the esports world in Dr. Ahano. And so this will be a fantastic measure of just where he's at. Maybe a chance for Leipzig to see whether he can cut it in the esports world, with a view to maybe bringing in that 4th person to bolster their team unit next season.
It is quite funny as well when you think about it that Leipzig, having lost Demmer to Serie A, to Italy, to Napoli, have had to replace him, or try to, on 2 fronts. Obviously on the pitch, they've had to try and replace him, and they didn't sign anyone when he went in January, but they had Tyler Adams involved, and Konrad Laimer's been absolutely outstanding this season as well. So the replacement hasn't probably been needed in terms of on the pitch, but off the pitch, obviously they're looking to recruit, and this is Moritz Meder's first big chance to impress. And as you said, it could have been an even more difficult task if he'd been coming up against Megabit, but still coming up against Dr. Ahano, it's a huge task for him to get a result here, and if he can, then it's a huge statement that he's going to be making.
Well, I was going to say, do you think he's feeling pressure going up against such an experienced player, or do you think it really is a case of, I've got nothing to lose up against a guy like Dr. Ahano, who right now everyone will be expecting to probably come out on the winning side of this?
I like to think that he's going into it with a nothing to lose attitude for sure. He knows, and it does make a big difference, that it is the 85 mode, and it means they're on a totally level playing field. Maybe Dr. Ahano would have a better team than him in the Ultimate Team world. But yeah, it just comes down now to basic skill, and if you're able to show that you're capable of producing the goods with the basic 85 rated players, it means that you're a big name, and you can be a big name in the esporting world. As these guys now get ready, we can see them setting up their teams. Dr. Ahano going through his tactics, and I think if he goes into this with a nothing to lose attitude, if he does come out on the losing end, he can still try and take positives from this experience, and who knows, maybe in the next few years we do see him in the virtual Bundesliga world and see what he's.
Yeah, definitely. Dr. Ahano, though, did admit that he took a little time adapting to the new style of play in FIFA 20. He was talking on the Esports Pure podcast in Germany earlier this week, and he said he suffered a lot of highs and lows in his first season with Bremen in the virtual Bundesliga. He said he started the season terribly, but he was able to turn things around after Christmas, after he spent quite an intensive period during the winter break, which the virtual Bundesliga has as well. I can inform you, it's absolutely fascinating, isn't it? It's not quite as necessary, I don't think, for the virtual Bundesliga as it is for the Bundesliga, but he did. He spent this time during the winter break intensively working on his game, and it obviously paid dividends in the second half of the season as he played quite a significant role in helping Werder Bremen clinch back-to-back virtual Bundesliga titles. But we are now underway between Moritz Meder and Dr. Ahano, two of the fresh faces in the competition this weekend. And actually, I believe, other than the Gladbach against the referees team, which of course all the players are new because they weren't involved last weekend, this is actually the only game between two players that weren't involved last weekend in a one-on-one. So yeah, an interesting tie in the fact that we don't really know what to make of these two in the context of this Bundesliga Home Challenge. Dr. Ahano, as we've talked about, has the reputation that follows him. Meder looking to make a reputation for himself, maybe off the back of this Bundesliga Home Challenge.
He's making a reputation for himself already with the fact that his cam is so close to his face. I quite like that. He's obviously intensely concentrating on this, and he has an opening to try and get the first goal. What a clearance that is from Gebre Selassie, just in front of his own goal for Bremen.
That's interesting. Werner was a feature in the starting lineups last weekend for the Leipzig players. And we questioned whether that was necessarily the best decision, given he's not the best suited to the 85 mode. But Meder has kept faith with Timo Werner, the man who has been in blistering form in the current campaign. Only Robert Lewandowski has outscored him in the Bundesliga, and let's be honest, that's not such an embarrassing thing to be the case. I think anyone wouldn't mind trailing to the prolific Pole, who, well, if his reputation as one of the greatest goal scorers in German football history wasn't cemented, it certainly has been this current campaign. But Timo Werner, dependent on how long he stays in Germany's top flight, could end up taking the same mantle if his career follows the trajectory it is currently on, especially with this Leipzig side where Julian Nagelsmann seems to have unlocked even more qualities to his game with some of the experimental formations that he's come up with. For now, Dr. Ahano coming forward with Johannes Eggestein, one of the two Eggestein brothers. The cut back into a dangerous position. It's played well, and Davy Zelka has got the first goal of the game for Dr. Ahano, and that was the start he would have been looking for.
Meder accepts that little nod of the head. That was well taken from Ahano. Just really tidy play. That composure, that pass there. As we say, these esports guys, they know how to be composed in these situations. I know myself, if I'd have made a pass like that, I probably would have taken the shot first time there. And you can't be sure it's always going to work out. And these guys, much as the professionals do in the real world, they see the better pass, they see the better place and chance to get a better shot at goal, and they always take it when they can.
Here is Meder through with Runa. Not a name we've seen too often on the team sheet for Leipzig, and, well, unfortunately didn't have enough space there to work with down by the byline. But we are certainly seeing the fact that Meder is ready to take this game to Dr. Ahano. And as you mentioned, with that first goal, we've seen on a couple of occasions players maybe playing one pass too many. On that occasion, it was the precise extra pass that was needed from Dr. Ahano that ultimately turned that into, well, from a half chance into a golden opportunity in front of goal, which he put away with aplomb. And he's coming forward again here with Füllkrug to the edge of the box with Maxi Eggestein. Now on to Davy Zelka, the goal scorer. He's got a second. And, well, the space just opened up from there, and Meder not happy with his defending.
That's a fantastic finish again, but yes, Meder can't be happy with his finishing there. Tidy at the near post from Zelka. he'll be watching this, getting ready for his game afterwards, thinking, oh, Dr. Ahano has unlocked my secrets to scoring. And Maida, I was going to say, he made a good start to this game. He was getting forward well, but 2 shots from Ahano and both have gone in. He can be disappointed with his defending so far just because he hasn't been able to close down the play as much as he would have liked to, but he's coming forward again here.
He's having a lot of joy down this right wing with Runa, but this is very much an abrupt welcome to life at the elite level of esports, coming up against Dr. Ahano, a man, as we've said, who has such a wealth of experience. And it is a steep learning curve, as Moritz Maida is discovering right now.
It's interesting again as well. You see Dr. Ahano employing fullbacks at centre-backs, as Megabit did last week. He's got Marco Friedel and Michael Lang at centre-backs here. Gebi Selassie on the right and Augustinus on the left. It's a tactic that Megabit spoke about. He also spoke about Luca Horst as being the only left-footed striker for Bremen with 4-star weak foot. And Nico Voltemeda, as we mentioned in the build-up earlier, in case you'd missed it, became the star man when he was brought on for Bremen last weekend, and they got a picture with him in real life as well. It might be something that perhaps Dr. Ahano doesn't need today, but these options are things that he's going to want to take. It's also interesting that Maida has gone for Schauner in goal for Leipzig. Obviously, as we mentioned earlier, the height of the goalkeepers perhaps being another pivotal point of their reasoning behind selection. Usually Peter Galacci, the man in goal for RB Leipzig, but it's Schauner today, and he is taller than Galacci in real life and on the game. So Maida and his esports guys taking every precaution to get as much out of these teams as they can.
And rightly so. Good analysis of the game. Zelka twisting and turning, can't get the shot off.
But as you mentioned before, I'm not sure about the selection of Werner, especially when you've got Schick and Poulsen as well, the big physical guys. As we said, this 85 mode, it might increase the stats of certain players, but for a guy like Timo Werner, it takes his pace down, and that is his USP. That is what makes Timo Werner who he is. And when you can't quite have that raw pace that he usually has, it makes it a lot more unenjoyable to use. And it might be the case that that change needs to be made sooner rather than later, bringing in the more physical presences of Poulsen or Schick, perhaps. Not that I'm an expert, of course, but that would be my suggestion.
I was going to say, from our vantage point, we could throw out helpful suggestions like that. Whether they'll be taken or not is something to be questioned when I'm not sure we quite match up with some of these esports pros.
Maybe we have to, for the final game, maybe we have to be the final team, commentators' team.
Can you imagine? Match day 4. We'll commentate and play at the same time. That would be a very interesting experience. You can commentate the first game, I'll do the second. Yeah, actually, yeah, I'll put you up. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll put you up against the esports pro. I'll take on the professional footballer.
Yeah, looking forward to that already.
Yeah, knowing us, we'll be up against Werder Bremen or something silly like that as well. Be absolutely. Don't as long as I don't play against Nico Schlotterbeck. That's the only player I want to avoid right now. Straight up, him and Megabit would be top of my list based on the way things have gone. But here we have a free kick, maybe off the training ground for Moritz Maida. Fake shot with the first one, tees it up for the second. And it's well blocked in the end by Dr. Ahano and his backline. Chance still alive now with Konrad Leimer. Oh, it's drilled across the box, and that has to be a goal. And Maida making no mistake.
Lovely stuff. One of those crosses which are quite hard to produce in the game. He'll have held down the right bumper, the front right trigger, as we call as it's mostly known in the PS4 world. Held that across and pulled that cross button in. And it made it go a low driven cross, sorry. It's deadly when you get it right across the face of goal. And when you've got a man at the back post like he had, produces a tap in. And for Maida as well, you can see by the stats, he's had more shots than Ahano. Ahano's been clinical in front of goal, but that really is a huge goal coming into this second half, because it does give him a lot of confidence to know, hey, I can produce the goods against Ahano at this level, and I can take confidence into the second half knowing it is only 2-1 as he looks to perhaps change his formation and get a change of tactic into the second half.
Yeah, breaking out of his shell there, because I hadn't actually noticed in the build-up, but playing with a 5-man back line, again, that's maybe a sign of respect for Dr. Ahano and the competitor he was coming up against, but now looking to break out of his shell and maybe push things a little further forward, get a few more men into the opposition box. I also just wonder, I mean, we saw there, yes, Maida has 4 shots to Dr. Ahano's 2, But is that the sign of maybe inexperience from Maida, the 18-year-old, given the fact that Dr. Ahana really waited for those 100% golden opportunities in front of goal, whereas Maida was happy to settle for the odd half chance here and there. Maybe that's something he needs to pick up to improve his game as he looks to become an esports professional for Leipzig. But those are just the little differences you can notice in the approach to games that we're seeing from these players who are really coming from all different walks of life, all different experience points, all different skill levels, and everything.
That's it. While it's also a great experience for everyone watching at home to see these guys, these professional guys in action, it's also great opportunities for guys like Maida who have not officially made it into the professional esports world for their teams to pick up some tips and tricks from playing against these guys. And as you said, having 4 shots in the first half is a good statistic to have. It builds confidence, but Dr. Ahana only needed 2 to get his 2 goals, and that is one of the key aspects of these professional esports is ways of playing the game. They work the ball into the box, they work that perfect shot at goal, which means that even if they only have 2 shots at goal in the game, you can be sure that they've probably scored 2 goals. And yeah, while it's fun for us to all watch and pick up these tips and tricks, it's also nice for these guys who are up and coming in the esports world to do the same.
Let's be honest, this is arguably Moritz Maida's first ever chance to go up someone of this caliber in the esports world. Yes, he won these little tournaments in Leipzig, but it's not quite the same when you're going up against someone who has been doing this week in, week out for several years at a very high competitive level in Dr. Ahano right now. But he can take some positives from the chances. That offside? I thought so. Yeah, there was a shake of the head from Maida. I was a little concerned for him. But I have to say the other thing about this game is it's nice after some blowout wins that we've had over the last couple of one-on-ones in the various ties, Alex, to finally have a game where it's actually quite competitive and tight again.
That's true.
And it looked like Dr. Ahana was going to run away with it. Maida pulling that goal back before half-time just to add that bit more of a competitive edge to it. But yeah, once again, we're swapping ends of the spectrum in what FIFA can deliver. Though you have to say Dr. Ahana's looking dangerous here. And that is a tidy finish.
That is a stunning goal. He holds up the fingers there, the perfection sign, and he knows what a perfect goal that was. Davy Klaassen with the finish. Look at that through ball. It's just, how can you see that as an esports goal? I don't know how they see these balls. And then the composure to chip it over the goalkeeper as well. That's why Dr. Ahano is the player he is in the esports world. That is, if you want to learn esports and build up your tricks and ability on this game, this is one of the guys to watch, and that's one of the goals to watch, because that was a special goal.
A world-class and finish, some might say, Alex, there from Davy the Dutchman. Sorry, I have
to say, the highlight of this day has not been the goals for me, or the comebacks. It's been James Thorogood's puns.
The absolute atrocities that they are. But yeah, indeed, Dr. Ahano now restoring that 2-goal lead. And that does put Moritz Maida back on the back foot. And it may, again, we talked about him breaking out of a shell with these half-time changes. And he's come through here as well. A great chance to pull one back. And he arguably needed that to stay in the tie. Great chance there for Kuna. And you can see frustration from Maida. But now a chance from the corner. Bias, again, an unknown name from the Leipzig Academy, coming to the fore here in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And, well, he got his angles all wrong there. Turned his back to goal, and the pass was always going to be hard. And now it's the blonde demon in front of goal, Claret Pizarro. Little ball roll to fool the keeper, but Schauner did well. And, well, on the follow-up there, Klaassen can't quite match the finish we saw from him just a few moments ago. But then they can't all be top-notch finishes like that.
And that's the first shot that Dr. Ahano has had that has not gone in the goal. So, again, with that third goal, showing his clinical nature as the two.
That's a full-blooded aerial challenge there between. Something tells me in the real world, Alex, a referee's whistle would have been blown there.
Yeah, even Itekin's whistle might have been blown there. But, fantastic that it didn't get blown there. It's these full-blood challenges we love to see. But Ahano, again, with that third goal, showing that you don't need several chances to score your goals. You can have 3 shots and get 3 goals. And he's really producing a clinical performance here. But Maida is holding himself well as well. With 20 minutes to go, the game is still open as goals look likely to come again. What a flick! Oh, that would have been a special goal. Pizarro would put it away. Classy touch from Davy Zelka. Dr. Ahano, obviously knowing about our bingo, wants to go for the special goals.
I'll take anything at this rate. And yeah, again, I'm still ready to bust out that ode to Gary Preston, and that would have been worthy of it. But I think we can see here Dr. Hano has got a pause lined up, which could mean we have the living legend that is Nick Voltemada making his entrance. As we said, he took a photo with Dr. Hano and Megabit when they won the virtual Bundesliga because he was their fan favourite player, the man they turned to in the final half an hour of games to try and swing games in their favour, and more often than not he made the desired impact. Right now, though, I just wonder whether Dr. Hano will have in the back of his mind that it was a 3-1 win that Megabit got last weekend that proved not enough against Nuremberg, and he may want to try and add at least another goal to maybe give Davy Zelka a bit more of a buffer in the second game against Nordi Mukiela.
That's it, and we know, as we've seen today, how quickly these games can turn in the second tie. Dr. Hano will not want to give his man any chance of slipping up. Nordi Mukiele obviously last weekend didn't get the result that he wanted either, so he's going to be coming into this game all guns blazing. He lost 1-0 to Sonny Kittel, so he's going to be wanting to get goals. Dr. Hano's going to want to give Davy Selke every chance he can give him to go on and get a win in this tie for Bremen.
Yeah, I'm not sure there'd be much sweat off their backs for Werder Bremen, the back-to-back virtual Bundesliga champions, if they were to come through the opening 2 match days of the Bundesliga Home Challenge without a win. I think it's something they could probably live with, but I don't think it would hit their reputation too hard. A round of applause for Dr. Hano. I wonder whether he's giving the applause for Voltemada coming off the bench. I think that's what it is. His main man is being brought on. But I don't know. The thing is, Dr. Hano could well be streaming right now, so he could actually also be having a few words with his chat and maybe responding to some of the things that they've been putting in there. I tried to get in his Twitch chat last night to find out whether he'd had a few words with Davy Zelka to say that he's got to at least do a little better than what Maxi Egerstein produced last weekend. But there we have the round of applause as the substitutions are made, and we see Paulsen and Schick brought on for Maida. The problem is you do wonder whether it's a case of too little, too late for Moritz.
There is the man, Voltemada. He comes on, so does Earhorst as well. Even with a few minutes to go, it could give the chance for Hano to extend the lead, but Leipzig looking the most likely here with Maida.
Oh, can Timo make the difference? Oh, the ball roll, but what a touch there from Pavlenka. He knew what Werner was trying to do.
Oh, and that's another penalty.
Oh, dear me. Well, lifeline perhaps for Moritz Maida here. Michael Lang, the offending party. It is going to be Werner to take. And Pavlenka guesses the wrong way. So there is a lifeline for Maida. We could have a dramatic conclusion now to this Esports Pro versus Esports Pro tie between Leipzig and Werder Bremen. And also Dr. Hano, he was all in good spirits. He looks a little more serious now.
That smirk has been wiped off his face. Disappointing way to concede a second goal. Maida did well though. Had a good couple of chances there. And credit where it's due to the 18-year-olds. Coming up against Dr. Hano here, and getting a result like this, even if it is a 3-2 defeat that it ends in, this has been a really good performance from him, and he's held his own against one of the best in the game. So credit where it is due to the man for Leipzig.
No, that's it. I think he'll definitely take a lot of positives, even if the result does stay this way, and it looks likely to be the case given the fact that time is winding down. Can he get the ball forward? No is the answer, and so it is Dr. Hano who comes away with the victory in the first leg between Leipzig and Werder Bremen. And as we said, a nice change to the style of play that we've been seeing recently, in the fact that we had a very hard-fought game that was played between two players of an elite caliber in the esports world. But as you say, for Maida, that really was proof that he is ready to play at this level.
Yeah, it is for sure. If you can come up against someone like Dr. Hano and hold your own, then you should be taken seriously, of course. And as we mentioned before, it could be the fact that he is the man to replace Diego Demmer for Leipzig's VBL team in the near future. We'll be looking out for that. And who knows, he might be the man now to take them on and keep with them in this Bundesliga Home Challenge for the next couple of weeks. So that will be seen in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. And sadly, I have to mention the fact that we are coming towards the end of the stream now already. Just 3 games to play. The second of this tie between Leipzig and Bremen, which, as you can see, will pitch Nordi Mukiele against Davy Selke. It's so fun, isn't it? Just even saying that, that now to myself, we're gonna watch Nordi Mukiele play against Davy Selke in a FIFA game. It's just fantastic, and it's a fantastic thing to be a part of. So another opportunity for me to say thank you for the DFL guys for letting me be involved in this. James as well, of course. And we hope you're all watching and enjoying from home. I'm Alex Chaffer with James Thorogood, the man, the myth, the commentary legend. He's doing the play-by-plays, and I'm trying to provide a bit of analysis for you. We hope you are enjoying it, and we hope no matter what your experiences is with FIFA and the Bundesliga world and the virtual Bundesliga world, we hope you are learning some things and picking up some tips and tricks and most of all, enjoying yourself, and hopefully it's assisting through the self-isolation period that we're all going through at the moment and having to deal with at home as we build up towards the second game of this tie, James.
Oh, that's it. I mean, this is a good bit of fun, and it was meant that was the way it was intended to be. This wasn't meant to be taken too seriously. We're trying to provide some light entertainment. We're trying to bring you coverage of both the match action, but we're trying to strike the balance of then bringing in some nice stories from outside and maybe what's going on in the real world. Some stories, backstories for some of these players that you've got in action on either side of the spectrum, whether those be professional footballers that are swapping the pitch for the joystick, or whether it's esports pros that are staying where their strengths lie. But no, it's been a real pleasure to bring this, and I can only echo the sentiments of Alex to say thank you very much to the DFL for putting on this invitational, for bringing it together in such a fantastic manner, and then to also be involved on this side of the mic. Alex, this is a new experience for you, and I have to say I think you're acquitting yourself incredibly well as someone on the microphone for the first time, and so I think you have a lot to be happy of. I have to say, I've talked to friends over the years. They've always asked me, James, as a football journalist, as a football commentator, what is the dream? And one of the dreams was to commentate on FIFA. Now, I'm not quite doing it in the capacity I expected, but then I'm filling massive shoes. Derek Ray is an absolute, you talk about man, myth, legend of the commentary world. Derek Ray is a man that I look up to greatly. He's a colleague of mine on the Bundesliga World feed. He really has been there, seen it, done it all when it comes to the commentary game. And he is, of course, the voice of FIFA 20, and a voice that a lot of people will be hearing a lot more often during this period of self-isolation. And so I have very big shoes to fill, but I have to say, it's an absolute delight to be involved in a FIFA 20 commentary situation like this. And I have to say, the stream today, I don't know whether it's the amount of goals, but it seems to have flown by. Yep. And there is still the same feeling I had last week of it's still not enough, Alex. I could go on all night.
So could I. The fact is that we've streamed for, what is it now? How long has it been? Almost 6 hours.
Today, you're talking today?
Today.
Well, today, we started at 3:15. We're almost at 9:15. We're almost at 6 hours.
That's okay.
We're nearing 6 hours.
And yet, we're sat here, and I'm sure you're all sat at home as well, as I sadly mentioned that this being the third to last game. I'm sure you're all sat there thinking, you don't want this to end. And luckily, everyone, we do have the news, and we have said it before in the stream. In case you did miss it, the Bundesliga Home Challenge will obviously continue tomorrow as well, and then it will be continuing for the next 2 weekends as well. So we are not going to be stopping anytime soon. The fun will continue, and James and myself will be along for the ride, unless you all flood the comment sections of the Twitter streams or YouTube comments to get rid of us.
No, it's only positivity out there. I know it. I know it.
Good. That's what I like to see. I did see a comment on YouTube saying, Alex Chaffer, come to Besiktas. I'm not sure if I'm able to do that. I've got my Bundesliga affiliations, and I'm very happy with the Bundesliga. So thank you for the request.
I was going to say, if you do, I want to see a good social media transfer video when it comes to Besiktas and joining Besiktas. They've had some great ones in the past with, Pepe was one that stands out in my mind. There was another player that they did an absolute brilliant one on that they had Pepe involved in getting him to the club, but the name fails me right now. It's funny, like dragging back memories from the real football world that seem to have been put out of mind over the last couple of weeks. And it's funny, it only happened a couple of weeks ago, but it's the amount of distance that we seem to feel between what's going on right now and what we are so used to when it comes to football action is such a strange situation to be in, it has to be said. But yeah, no, the Besiktas, well, if you do, actually don't leave me, Alex. Sorry, Besiktas, you're not allowed to have him. He's all
There,
mine.
it's done.
He's all mine. It's Bundesliga Home Challenge.
The deal's off.
Trademark, yeah. I'm going to pull an Uli Hoeneß or a Hermann Gehlen and veto the transfer because I think he's got a big future ahead of him right here in Germany. There's no doubt about it. But yeah, no, we are gearing up. There's a slight delay for Nordi Mukiella's game against Davy Zelka, but that does allow us a chance to talk. Let's talk about Leipzig. We talked about Bremen a fair bit on the last show on match day 1, but let's talk about Leipzig now. They have picked up 3-0 victories twice against Werder Bremen this season. It's Nagelsmann's first season. Now, it's the interesting question because, of course, they've had a pretty makeshift back line in recent weeks or in the build-up to the hiatus. Orban had been out long-term. Ibrahima Konate had been out long-term. So there's a chance that when the Bundesliga does return, we have a bit of a new look Leipzig, or an old look, a flashback to the Leipzig at the start of the season. And Nagelsmann himself has said it'll be interesting to see how teams cope. And he does believe that experience could help, which, of course, isn't exactly Leipzig's forte. We've even seen it with Moritz Mader in the last game. They like to promote youth off the pitch and on the pitch. And so experience, he says, could help. But do you agree with him there? And then I'd also maybe ask you the question a bit more general. Leipzig players, who's really stood out for you this season? There's been a fair few.
I think I do agree with him just because if the games do return to the Bundesliga this season, I think it's likely that they do happen behind closed doors. And that just does take away such a huge part of the game. But obviously, that's what's needed at the moment if we do want to continue the season. And it means the guys who are experienced and know how to, who have been around the game and have seen more of it, will be able to handle the situation a bit more. I think for young players, they perhaps thrive off those energies from the crowd, and maybe that's the thing that kicks them on most, wanting to impress people in the crowd, whereas an experienced guy might think, this is my job, I've got to do it no matter who's watching or how many people are watching. So it will be very interesting to see how players cope, and obviously, as you mentioned, Leipzig not able to rely on that much experience when it comes to age, at least in terms of their squad, very young squad in the Bundesliga. And in terms of who's impressed me most this season, I mentioned his name earlier, Konrad Laimer. I think he's a guy who didn't come from nowhere. He came from Salzburg and was obviously a signing that Leipzig wanted to make happen and did it for a reason. But he's a guy that I didn't know very much about and honestly wasn't expecting much from. But the way that he's come into the Leipzig team and has just made that central midfield sort of position, the ball-winning position, his own, he's been absolutely outstanding. And I do love a player who does the dirty work in the middle. I love an underrated player like that because they often go so unnoticed, and it is often the case that the likes of a Timo Werner, a Marcel Sabitzer, a Christopher Nkunku, as he has been doing as well, get the headlines, get all the big names, the big stars in the spotlight, and which is to be expected with them scoring the goals and doing the business in front of goal, but they're not able to do that business unless you've got guys like Konrad Laimer doing the dirty work in the middle. So for me, he has been one of their stars of the season, one of their players of the season so far, as has Christopher Nkunku as well. They've had a few in what has been a really special season for them so far, and obviously they'll be hoping that it's far from over because they're only 5 points off Bayern Munich and possibly going for their first real shot at the Bundesliga title.
Yeah, and that is where that comment from Nagelsmann about experience is maybe a bit of a shame, because when they were gearing up to their first title tilt, to have this unprecedented situation almost serve as a bit of a setback for a team like Leipzig, who are new to a title tilt and relatively inexperienced based on their transfer policy, then yeah, that could actually play a part, and it may hinder them, which is a bit of a shame that they may not be able to push on as they would have been able to had the coronavirus not put a halt to proceedings. But that's not to say that they're not on a very good path, this Leipzig side, especially under Julian Nagelsmann. They've been a joy to watch at times this season. Kevin Campbell was talking about it with Kicker, saying we're on a fantastic path, basically taking my own words out of my own mouth there. But he says you can see how hard everyone is working towards the common goal, essentially. And I thought that was a great way to put it. I actually talked to Peter Galacci after their win over Tottenham, their historic win over Tottenham in the Champions League, which incidentally was actually the last game in Germany to be played in front of fans. Whether that was necessarily the right decision in hindsight now, I think questions are being asked of it, but that's beside the point. But it was Peter Galacci saying the game where he really felt Leipzig's qualities, everything they stand for, came together the most was that first leg win in London. And I thought that was just a very interesting insight in the fact that that was one of their most impressive performances. But it is these qualities that the players are very well aware of, and they know that they need to play up to that. And so we've had some incredible performances this season from Leipzig. Nordi Mukiele is another of the players that has stood out as well at the back, especially in this makeshift back line. He's looking... Oh, someone needs to turn off the training mode again. We may have a pause quite quickly here. It's interesting to see the French version of Bremen as well in the top left of your screen as well. So we're on Mukiele's account. He plays in French, understandably. The French under-21 international. And now we will see whether Davy Zelka can maybe help redeem Werder Bremen's esports reputation that was damaged by Maxi Eggestein last time. Not a great start, though. He's giving the ball away in dangerous areas, and Nkunku trying to pounce. For now, though, Davy Zelka able to bring the ball forward. But right now, we're picking up the action exactly where we left off. It's frantic, it's fast-paced, it's electric, keeps you on the edge of your seat. And, of course, this is the second tie between Leipzig and Bremen. Leipzig 3-2 down after the first leg. Dr. Hano picking up a tight win over 18-year-old Moritz Mader, today making his Bundesliga Home Challenge debut and arguably one of his esports debuts in the top tiers of German football.
Straight off the bat, it is interesting that Poulsen and Schick are playing up front for Mukiele. Obviously, he did the advice I tried to give out to Moritz Mader of doing those physical guys up front, and he's working with it now. And he has been able to turn off his trainer here as Nordi Mukiele, which is fantastic. Oh no, we've switched to Davy Zelka's feed, which is even better because Bremen is there in the top left. So we're here now, and Bremen powering forward with Zelka himself.
Oh, he's gone for the unselfish cross into the box for Pizarro. A vital hand to the ball there from the keeper. Incidentally, Mukiele not going for Chauner in goal, but going for Gulacsi. In fairness, it was a narrow loss to Sonny Kittel on match day 1 for Nordi Mukiele, and Gulacsi did really well for him, and he's coming forward looking dangerous here, and it's a save at the other end this time by Pavlenka.
That's an esports goal waiting to happen. You saw it there. There were men in the middle for Mukiele. All he had to do was pass the cross goal, and it would have been 1-0, but that's that non-esports experience, taking that shot when you first get a chance at it. And in the end, Pavlenka makes a huge save, but it should really be 1-0 to Mukiele and Leipzig. And as you said, he didn't play badly against Kittel. He just didn't really get as many chances as he could have in front of goal. And he's got an early one here, and it really should be 1-0 to Leipzig.
Oh, he's through again, this time the offside flag up against Nordi Mukiele, breaking in behind. Of course, Mukiele, no stranger to winning FIFA 20 events. He was involved in pre-season with the EA Sports FIFA 20 Bundesliga Challenge, which saw some of the top stars from Germany's top tier take on some of those skill challenges you see in FIFA 20. And it was Mukiele who was in a clash with Tyler Adams, Christopher Nkunku and Dayot Upamecano, who came out on top. He picked up more points in the shooting skills challenge than any of those players. Some interesting efforts, it has to be said. I was rewatching it again yesterday. And a lovely bit of competitive spirit between the players in pre-season. But now Davy Zelka looking dangerous. That pass from Pizarro just letting him down, though.
It's just that clinical nature around the box. We saw it from Mukiele, and we've seen it from Zelka there. That is the difference between these recreational players and the esports players, that clinical ability in front of goal.
You've got to love that. Perfectly timed challenge, wins the ball, takes out his own player, loses possession again. Davy Zelka will not be a fan of that. Because if you've ever seen interviews with him or maybe come across him in a more laid-back context, he is one of the most competitive and ambitious Bundesliga professionals out there. A player that can regularly be seen shouting at teammates on the pitch, demanding more of them. A very, very vocal player who demands the very best. He's up against it here in the early exchanges against Nordi Mukiele. Opening half an hour. Struggling to get to grips with some of the play that Mukiele's producing in the final third. And, well, that was a devilish delivery from the corner. Oh, Pavlenka.
Not sure he meant to do that.
I'm not sure he meant to do it either, but it's cool, calm and collected from the back. It's actually worked out really well. If he puts the plays the through ball, it just mistimed it. He needed to hit that triangle button a little earlier, and Pizarro would have been through on goal there.
I would have been eating my words if I'd have seen that go in. Pavlenka's starting off that attack by rolling the ball out and booting it forward himself. Maybe it's a tactic we all need to take note of from David Selke.
Well, playing it out from the back is one of the hardest things to do in FIFA 20, it has to be said. Everyone's gotten quite wise to the angles that people look to take, or the little chip balls over the top that you can play into midfield. And right now, Mukiele certainly sensing that from Davy Zelka, and what a chance that was! He went for the acrobatic effort. The chance is still alive. Galatri hasn't been able to gather. Well, that's the closest thing we have come to an overhead kick across either of the opening 2 match days of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Zelka out of nowhere. But again, he's kind of playing to that trend of little frail at the back, but actually not bad going forward, Alex.
Most of the time that is the case for these Bundesliga professionals. A chance here for Mukiele if it drops the right way, but Selke deals with it. And that is the case, yes. Defending is harder on FIFA 20 than it is to attack, and that's what the esports guys say as well. They're expecting these professional players to come out and score goals and maybe not be able to keep them out as well as they can score them themselves. These guys both very much attack-minded going forward at every opportunity. Selke looking to try and get a goal with himself. Not quite as easy for Mukiele with his man at right wing-back by the looks of things. But they're both playing a risky game of FIFA here.
Sargent on the ball now. Back from Egerstein. Sargent! Oh, it's Pizarro, actually, excuse me, with the goal. Well, Pizarro scored and Mukiele's off. He's had enough.
Yep. He's not happy with that at all. I'm not sure where he's gone, but he's got a game to play. But that's that composure. That's that little extra pass that's needed. He could have taken a shot there, but he saw the men over. He saw the men in the box in front of goal, and he knew if he did find the ball to them, it would produce a goal. And obviously, with a guy like Claudio Pizarro in front of goal, it's rare that he's going to miss the target. And just before half-time, that's a huge goal. We saw the wag of the finger from Selke. He's happy with himself with that. Mukiele, not sure it collected there from his from leaving his desk, but if you can try and get a goal before half-time, it could be huge to level the game.
Well, that's it. Davy Zelka back on the Bremen books after a deadline day move in January, was saying that how much he was looking forward to learning a few of the tricks and traits that have made Claudio Pizarro one of the greatest goal scorers in Bundesliga history, as Campbell fires just wide for Mukiele. Well, the fact is, for Zelka, the pizza man has delivered up front with the opening goal of the game. There he is with the flick on, looking for Sargent.
He is one of the coolest players to use in this 85 mode as well, I think, just because it increases that pace for him and gives him stats that he had lost just because of his age. Makes him a really cool player in this 85 mode.
Yeah, the oldest goal scorer in Bundesliga history, scoring what was a last-minute free kick to make it 1-1 against Hertha Berlin. And over 40 years of age, yes, now the oldest goal scorer. The fact that he's still going is nothing short of remarkable. He has said this will be his last season, Claudio Pizarro. He's hoping for a testimonial match between Werder Bremen and Bayern, the two clubs that played such a huge role in his professional career, come the end of the season. But it is great to see. And I think there's an element, as you say, in the 85 mode. Who doesn't like scoring with Claudio Pizarro? Everyone's got a soft spot for him. He's one of the most likable footballers the Bundesliga's ever seen. And some of the silkiest first touches that have ever graced Germany's top flight.
That's it. I think it's, how many got? Is it 197 Bundesliga goals, I believe it is. Robert Lewandowski has overtaken him as the leading all-time foreign goal scorer in the Bundesliga. But his record is absolutely phenomenal for a guy who has just played for Bayern Munich and Werder Bremen, a legend at both clubs. Now back at Bremen, the first club he joined in Germany. He'll be hoping that he can get another goal in the Bundesliga before it all comes to an end for him. Selke almost gets a second for himself with a couple of opportunities. He's not hanging about here.
No, quick start to that second half, right down the end of his opponent, trying to add a second. Of course, right now he's added to the cushion that Dr. Hano helped create in the first leg of this tie with that 3-2 victory over Moritz Mader.
I do feel sorry for Mukiele at the minute. You can see on his player cam his head's down. 1-0 down again here as he was in the last game against Kittel. Just not gone the way he was expecting in this game. You can tell he's got something about him. He's got the skills, and he's played FIFA long enough to be a talented guy at it. Just maybe on this level he just hasn't quite been able to cut it so far. But he's finding openings again here with himself down the right.
Not too many to aim for in the box. More support arriving now. It's on to Emil Forsberg, looking for Werner. Well, one in the box by Lima. It's getting a bit scrappy in the Bremen final third. But that is it. We saw it against Sonny Kittel as well last week. It was these flashes of brilliance that were definitely there, but he couldn't seem to find the final pass that would make all the difference, Nordi Mukiela. And it was a narrow loss against Sonny Kittel, where Kittel had very few chances in the game, but out of nothing, he scored an absolute banger from long range, if I'm not mistaken, Sonny Kittel, and that was the only goal of the game. But right now he's up against it, Mukiela. And we've seen so far it's very difficult to come from behind 4 players. Davy Zelka still dangerous. Mukiela maybe not getting things going in an attacking sense the way he would want to, holding on to the ball a little long there with Forsberg, and now Zelka down the other end. He looked like he was through on goal. Well, he went tumbling to ground under the challenge from Upamecano. No foul given.
30 minutes to go. Chances few and far between for Mukiela so far, but he knows he's got time. He's got plenty of men forward, as we can see already. He's got men ready in attack, and he's going to be able to find openings in this second half. He just needs to take that chance, as we've said.
And Mukiela losing out on that far side.
And he'll want to be able to celebrate at least one goal in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, having missed out last weekend as well. If he can at least find one goal, he might be able to pull out his special Joker celebration if it is available on the game.
Here's the chance. He's gone for the 100%er, and he's got it as well. It's Patrick Schick with the tap in.
And that is what you need. You need to have that composure. He missed out on that opportunity earlier in the game where he really should have passed across goal again and found the net. He has not made the same mistake again this time. Despite being through on goal there, he passes across goal. And that brings the game level. Schick in the 66th minute. A fantastic way for Mukiele to draw level against Davy Selke, and now we have a game on with 25 minutes to go.
Yeah, we do, and I'm disappointed. You mentioned the Joker celebration. I'm disappointed he didn't pull it out there, Nordi Mukiela.
Maybe if he goes 2-1 ahead.
Maybe, only when he's winning. Only when he's winning. An equaliser isn't enough to produce it, but no, I mean, if you haven't seen it, he just pulls the sides of his mouth and makes his mouth even bigger than it normally is, but he says that is an ode to the Joker. He's a big fan of the character. He's seen all the movies, including the latest one. He said is a unique character, which I think is a fair representation of the Joker.
Unique,
maybe not the best role model to have, though, admittedly.
In terms of only using him for a celebration, I think he's doing it. As long as he doesn't use him in other ways as a role model, that's fine. But that celebration that he did produce for the first time in the Bundesliga this season did produce one of my favourite pictures of the season when he did celebrate it with a big, nice grin on his face. So if you haven't seen that, do try and find it on Google and check it out. It is really, really fun one. And when we next see him score a goal, it will be one for you all to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, of course, Mukiela has had an interesting story arc with his time at Leipzig, brought in as a very promising youngster as part of that transfer policy where they like to promote youth that we've talked about. But he had a tough time when he started. A few disciplinary issues were thrown in the mix. Nagelsmann put his faith in him, but he said he did pay for his mistakes when he first joined Leipzig, but he said he also learned his lessons from them, and I think it's fair to say putting that into practice this season, where he really has started to become a key figure for Nagelsmann. The through ball not coming off there. Werner just jostled off the ball. Frustrating for Mukiele. You can see him there on his face cam reacting.
I kind of do want to see the Joker celebration now.
No, we've talked about it now. You might as well see it, right?
This might be the chance.
Vogt doing well at the back to prevent Werner posing a greater threat. I was watching Werder Bremen's YouTube channel in the build-up to this game just to get a few insights into what Davy Zelka is like as Werner drills one across goal. Pavlenka with a touch. Chance was still alive, but it's gone now. But the Werder Bremen YouTube channel with all of their players, they do a lovely feature called Butter by die Fischer, which means butter with the fish, if we're loosely translating it. And it's essentially a load of quick-fire questions. There were some interesting answers that came out of Davy Zelka. I wondered what you thought about it, but when he was offered life without a mobile phone or life without football, he chose life without a mobile phone. I think that's a fair choice, Alex.
Yeah.
The second one was a little tougher. No music or no internet.
me personally, I can't live without my music, even if the internet is such an important part of my life as well. But I personally think without music, I would not be able to function properly. It's something that it's been spoken about.
Oh, danger! And he's got the second Mukiele, and Davy Selke has been the maker of his own downfall.
There it is! The little celebration for Mukiele. He gets the smile out. Short but sweet. And that had to happen when you get an 89th minute winner from Timo Werner. And surely he can hold on to this to provide Leipzig with a big win here against Werder Bremen.
It's a different definition of a joker goal from Nordi Mukiele there with Timo Werner. Normally, we refer to it in super sub context, but Claudio Pizarro, oh, what a challenge at the back from Upamecano.
Superb. Mukiele will be texting his French compatriot after this game saying, thank you very much, my friend. What a tackle that is, and that surely won him this game.
Well, it's won in the game, but it hasn't been enough to win Leipzig the tie. It is one better for Werder Bremen. They haven't ended up on the losing side. Just a draw they have to settle for. But this Bundesliga home challenge, do we say it's better than the virtual Bundesliga? Because even the virtual Bundesliga champion cannot win in the Bundesliga home challenge, Alex.
It's incredible. It is absolutely incredible. I didn't expect to be seeing this. Werder Bremen, once again, as they fell to defeat last week, they've fallen to a 4-4 draw, having gone into the second leg with a 3-2 lead. And for only the second time in this game, we've seen two really tight games, actually. We saw it earlier with Köln and Greuther Fürth. 3-2 wins for either team. Wasn't 3-2 wins for either team in this one, but a 2-1 win for Mukiele and Leipzig. And two really tight games, as we mentioned. Really tightly contested between the two guys. And just really fun, actually. Again, another game that bodes well for the entire Bundesliga home challenge. It's been a really, really fun one to watch as we line up ourselves for the final game of the day.
Oh, it's a shame that it is the final game of the day, but we, in some respects, I do feel like we saved the best for last here. Absolutely. But that game between Leipzig and Bremen was one of the ones I was looking forward to. Did not disappoint. You are right. Great action on both sides of the spectrum, whether it be the esports pros or the professional footballers. That goal that made it 3-2 from Moritz Maeder, so important now in the context of the entire tie. Dr. Harno doing what Megabit did in setting the foundation. Davy Selke following suit in Maximilian Egerstein's footsteps, or going a little better, because at least he managed to hold on for the draw there. That last goal from Nordi Mukiele probably coming a little too late to turn the tie on its head. But yeah, the action does not disappoint. And now we've got two of the debutants in the Bundesliga home challenge competition. Borussia Mönchengladbach, who are certainly one of the teams with a better reputation in virtual Bundesliga circles. They were actually top of the table in the virtual Bundesliga at the halfway stage. They were not able to defend that lead, finishing fourth in the end. But they're looking to test their mettle in this Bundesliga home challenge. But the prospect let's be honest, no offence to Borussia Mönchengladbach, but the prospect we're more excited about here is seeing exactly what these referees can produce, Alex. When we saw the fixture list come out, my eyes grew in size, I think, when I saw referees. I thought, no, there's no way. But they have actually pulled it off. I can't believe it. I'm so excited.
I've always wondered what it would be like, actually, to have a referee mode in FIFA where you could be the referee. It would probably lose its nostalgia quite quickly, but the fact that we're able to see these guys, these two referees, competing in the Bundesliga home challenge is just simply magic. And the fact that they're going to be playing as Germany is even funnier. It's just awesome, and I'm very much looking forward to this, as obviously we don't want to take anything away from Gladbach, but our own personal stances are very much on the excitement being around how these referees turn out. We can see Daniel Schlager. I believe he is wearing a referee's top, which is just absolutely amazing, and I can pay no more respect to that. It's just absolutely fantastic, and this is what the Bundesliga Home Challenge is all about, pitting referee and footballers against each other. We've done it with esports players and footballers. It's just been fantastic from start to finish so far, and I believe so far this is the peak, hopefully, and hopefully it produces some really entertaining games. But these guys, the way that Daniel Schlager is sat there in his referee's shirt, it just warms your heart.
I hope he's got the free kick spray. I hope he's got the yellow cards, the red cards. I hope he's got the whistle. I hope he's got it all, Alex. I hope he pulls it all out during this game because I would absolutely love to see it. But this is, a big challenge coming up for a referee. I mean, we know nothing about Daniel Schlager's FIFA repertoire, whether he's ever played the game, whether he's maybe even Weekend League Pro. You just never know, right?
Yep.
But he is coming up against an esports pro in Jeffrey, a representative for Borussia Mönchengladbach in the virtual Bundesliga. So not an easy task by any stretch of the imagination for Daniel Schlager. He's the second youngest referee in the Bundesliga. He's been a DFB referee since 2015. He does play for FC Rastatt 04 in his free time as well. And so he does believe he's one of the better footballers amongst the Bundesliga referees out there. And as you can see, to throw a different team into the mix, we will have Germany represented by the DFB referees team. We can see there, Schlager, not too many pre-match changes, and I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Worried about that.
Yeah,
actually.
we're a bit worried, because if we had made changes, we would have known, right? That would have immediately told us, right, he's got a base level of knowledge and appreciation for this game. But yeah, he does look ready to go. And really, this is the epitome of what the Bundesliga Home Challenge is all about. This was meant to be an invitational. It's meant to be a bit of fun, tongue-in-cheek, where we are crossing over worlds. And now the one we've been looking forward to, the world where the referees cross over into the virtual world, not just into the world of football, but the world of virtual football on FIFA 20. What can Daniel Schlager produce up against Jeffrey of Borussia Mönchengladbach? Jeffrey was warming up for this game up against Florian Neuhaus on his YouTube channel. Picked up a 4-0 win and a 1-0 win. But of course, that wasn't in the 85 mode. That was in the FUT Ultimate Team mode. So a slightly different concept. And right now, I think it's fair to say, Jeffrey immediately putting himself on the front foot against Daniel Schlager.
We have to remember how good Jeffrey is at this game. First in the world in the Weekend League in June of 2019, which is no mean feat whatsoever, and he's on top in the early stages here at Borussia Park.
Well, my fear is that we'll see most of the match in this type of area. It's an early drop of the head for Daniel Schlager. Jeffrey breaks the deadlock inside 10 minutes, and that is the fear, that we may see this game very much played in Schlager's half.
I think Daniel Schlager definitely wants my idea for a referee mode in FIFA to become a reality, because if we could add him as the referee to these virtual Bundesliga games, that would be absolutely incredible. But as you say, it might be a step too far for him, especially against a guy like Jeffrey. We'll have to wait and see what his refereeing teammate Dennis Eitekin can do against Jonas Hoffmann later on. But this could be very much a game where Daniel Schlager has to try and keep out the goals as much as he can.
Well, as I said, given the fact that Schlager is the second youngest referee, it could be two here as well. Well, what a stop from Tar, doing the goalkeeper's job for him, conceding a corner. But yes, given the fact that Schlager, as the second youngest referee, is probably one of the greatest hopes of the refereeing team in terms of at least having a clue about how to play FIFA. Let's be honest, Dennis Eitekin, his teammate, is 41 years old, has admitted he doesn't play consoles very much. And so, yeah, maybe even more up against it than Daniel Schlager is here against Jeffrey. Oh no, Daniel, what are you doing? Oh no! Oh no! Just what you want to avoid. It's a head in hands moment. And even at the basic level of FIFA, you can't be making mistakes like that.
No, and he hides his head. He tries to hide his head. He knows his player cam is on, and we're watching it all, witnessing it as he is. You can't hide away from a mistake like that. Neuer tried to pull it back and made a huge save there, but the rebound fell right back to Keenan Bennett, and he fired it into the back of the Germany net. Daniel Schlager, we knew he was going to be up against it here. We weren't sure of what he was going to be able to pull together here, what his experience was like.
Oh, Jonathan Tar's gone on a massive run from the back as well, which has left him a man short at the back. Those are the types of things. I just wonder, it really is the lack of knowledge about which buttons you're pressing and at what time and when best to execute them.
Yeah.
I mean, his movement's not bad. You can see he's moving players into position while he's closing down the ball decently. But there is that fear of overcommittal or being overcommittal in some of these challenges. And Jeffrey's going to be the consummate pro. And as we've seen from some of these pros, they learnt the lessons from match day one, I think. And they're not going to show mercy. They're going to be ruthless from start to finish. I can't see Jeffrey really taking his foot off the pedal here. And that fear of the fact that most of this game is going to be played in the Germany half, well, so far, my fear is coming true. There is Florian Neuhaus on the ball, scorer of one of the best goals in the Bundesliga season. A lovely chip against Mainz and a strong save there from Manuel Neuer to keep the scores at 1-0. It does help that he's got Neuer. Well, I was going to say it helps, but we're on 85 mode actually. It's not that big of a deal, the fact he's got Manuel Neuer in goal.
At least he is a tall goalkeeper. That is one point.
And
I guess he has made some really good saves in these opening periods. So
that's true. Donnarumma would be the one you'd want, though, wouldn't you? I guess. What is he? 6'5" or something crazy like that.
Something ridiculous.
The AC Milan keeper. But right now, Jeffrey somewhat toying with Daniel Schlager here.
I feel like he's not going for goal as much as he could be. Trying to show a bit of mercy to Schlager and maybe not quite pound the goal as much as he could, but Schlager, you know, he won't want him to be shown mercy. He'll want to have a good contest. He's a competitive guy as well, of course. And
absolutely.
he wanted to get a goal himself as well. That will be his aim for this game, I'm sure.
Yeah, that's it. I think that would be the win, right? If you're Daniel Schlager or Dennis Eitekin, especially for Dennis Eitekin, just getting a goal would feel like a mini moral victory here today, no doubt. But it's just so good to see the referees getting in the mix as well, being open to these creative solutions during these football free times, because I bet you they're driving themselves a little bit mad at home as well. You know, they're not used to it, missing the adrenaline rush of a weekend match where you are in charge of 22 football players that all want to win. They're all ambitious, they're all competitive, and at times all in your face. Rules have been brought in place since the second half of the season. It should curtail some of the antics we see the referees have to deal with, but a chance for Schlager! Oh, we wanted it to go in desperately for him, but signs that he may not be out of this.
I think we're all Team Schlager right now, and definitely signs that he's not out of this. First opening for him there. Had the opportunity to really get that shot away. He has another one now with Tar. It's another good save there.
We're all Team Schlager. I don't know how often that would have been said in his career. He's normally on the receiving end. He's normally the one that people are against. He's the man in the middle making the big decisions that go for or against your team. He's talked about what referees really need to have, and he said gut feeling is so important for referees. You can rely on it more as you gain more experience. And of course, we mentioned he's only been a Bundesliga referee since 2015, but he actually started learning to become a referee with his local association at the age of 13, would you believe it, Alex? I'm not sure there are many 13-year-olds out there dreaming of being a Bundesliga referee, but Daniel Schlager was one of them.
And you can see where it's brought him. You never know. He could never have imagined playing in the Bundesliga Home Challenge, but that determination from a young age, that will to succeed, has brought him here. And now he's got this opportunity to showcase a referee's skills also in a virtual world. I'm sure this is what he was dreaming of as a 13-year-old.
That's it. I ticked off a bucket list item in becoming a FIFA commentator last weekend and this weekend. As I said, big shoes to fill, filling in for Derek Ray, an esteemed colleague and commentator. And someone actually, if you didn't see his recent self-isolation post on Twitter, doing a bit of a hoovering and dancing jig to Amy McDonald, really is. It's not quite Martin Hinteregger in a Stormtrooper helmet playing the accordion levels, but arguably one of my favourite videos of the quarantine period. Derek Ray doing his housework and jigging along to Amy McDonald, the famous Scottish singer.
Another one we can recommend for all the guys and girls watching out there at home to go and enjoy. Well, obviously, we're providing some entertainment for you at home, something to smile about, something to laugh about with these guys playing FIFA, and the Bundesliga players and professionals are all doing the same as well with their social media work. We've spoken about it last week, the likes of Marco Terrazino producing footballing challenges and so on. It is really fun to see that they're enjoying themselves as well, and it provides a smile for all the fans at home who are missing out on the football as well. As Daniel Schlager, and he's going to get a yellow card for himself, perhaps here for Jonathan Tart. A smile there from Schlager, he laughs away. Maybe that
was debatable, Alex. I think we could have talked about that, maybe even being a dark yellow, as they like to say here in Germany when it comes to the level of challenge. Tar flying in with those long limbs from behind. But that's what we want to see. We want to see referees picking up bookings. Schlager almost goes 3 goals down.
I'm interested. I would be interested to hear what Schlager would say about that challenge, whether he would have given a red card for that. Maybe his opinion was a little bit different there. No booking at all there for Tar, he would say.
That's it, I'm sure. This is it. I wish he had cards himself and he'd have pulled out the yellow before it even happened on screen. That would have been fun as well. Just to say, oh yeah, I'm refereeing the game as well. That's definitely a questionable decision. But right now, up against it, and oh, that's almost an own goal. And well, dear me, Jeffrey, 3 goals to the good. These have not been the most attractive goals we've seen in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. They do all count, but I feel like Jeffrey would be wanting more. He wouldn't be wanting these scrappy goals that are down to FIFA glitches and mistakes by Schlager. He'd have been wanting to score goals that he could be proud of.
Yeah, that's for sure. And as much as he is dominating this game, I feel like he is taking a bit of mercy on Schlager here. Schlager as well, showing his frustration with that. You can't do much about that kind of a goal. It's one of those ones where you just have to shake your head and think, why have the FIFA gods done that to me? Especially when he's already 2-0 down and playing in his first professional esports game against a guy like Jeffrey as well. It's not what you need, and that's not what you need either. And that's a 4th for Jeffrey. Schlager bows his head once again, and it's 4-0, but this is to be expected, James, and I think, to be honest, it could be a lot worse than 4-0 with 60 minutes played. So if I was Schlager, I'd be patting myself on the back already.
Just ask Maximilian Mittelstädt, right?
Exactly.
What it could be like at this stage of a game. And this is it. The other thing I think that's maybe a saving grace for Daniel Schlager is he does have Dennis Eitekin coming up next, who may fare even worse than he does. So at least in the refereeing circles, he can maybe have bragging rights. But this was always going to be an uphill battle against an esports pro in Jeffrey for Daniel Schlager. And he's definitely up against it. There is a huge skill gap between these two, even with the 85 mode that we are playing with here in the Bundesliga Home Challenge. So volley goes in, a vital block by Jonathan Tah. And we're going to have some changes made. Again, well, this is it again. It's the inexperience of Schlager. You can see there, Werner up top. Doesn't actually, in fairness, this Germany side on FIFA 20 don't have a lot of tall players that he can really call upon. They do have a lot of those diminutive, small strikers. You know, you've had, under Joachim Löw recently, you've had Serge Gnabry play as a striker. You've had Timo Werner play as a striker. Julian Brandt's been up there a couple of times as well.
Yep.
And so he doesn't really have the advantage that some of the other players have, including Jeffrey, who of course has Embolo, Player, Thuram, who are all big physical presences up front to call upon.
Something difficult for the referees to have to deal with this Germany squad. Perhaps not the best suited to the 85 mode. But as you said, very much looking forward to seeing how Eitekin deals with his situation against Jonas Hoffmann. Might not quite be as difficult as it has been here for Schlager against Jeffrey, but all comes down to his own skill set and if he's able to pull something off and maybe pull something back for the referees here, with Schlager struggling against Jeffrey.
Here is Player to the byline. He was looking for the cut back. Well cut out by Schlager. Plenty of defenders in the box. Jeffrey having to work well in tight spaces. Now with Klostermann. Nice passage of passing play, and just as I go to say that, Schlager lets me down. A 6-yard pass played straight to the opposition. And Jeffrey really does have the bit between his teeth. And when it comes to his attacking advances, he's doing just well to kind of work the angles, work the channels, keep Schlager guessing.
Just one of those things there. The pass was maybe earlier for Werner to go through. Schlager didn't see it. Just made that extra pass to try and get men in more support. And then the second ball didn't work out towards Werner.
But I think we are seeing that from Daniel Schlager. He's just not comfortable with the game mechanics. He doesn't know what to expect. He's playing that pass thinking, oh, that'll get through, whereas a lot of FIFA players will go, oh, that was never on.
Yeah.
You could see the angle was there for the player and the defender to make the interception.
And I really do think and hope, actually, that Eitekin will have better fortunes because he's not coming up against the FIFA Pro when he does face Jonas Hoffmann very shortly. Hoffmann, obviously, likely to have more experience of FIFA than Eitekin, but not as through, and that means that it might be there for the taking if Eitekin has honed his skills with his 12-year-old son in the last couple of days in the lead up to this.
Well, the good news for Dennis Eitekin is he's also taking on a Borussia Mönchengladbach player in Jonas Hoffmann, who himself admits he doesn't actually play FIFA that often anymore. I think Gladbach have maybe been a little kind in their squad selection there to Dennis Eitekin. The interesting thing is, I'll come to this point in a second, as we may have a fifth goal for Jeffrey, but he stopped in his tracks there. But actually, I was just thinking about it. Dennis Eitekin could still actually take the bragging rights in the referee circles, because if I'm not mistaken, if he gets the game called off for 4 red cards, it finishes a 3-0 loss. So he could actually get a better result than Daniel Schlager if he thinks about it here.
That's a very good point, and it could be something that he takes into this game. Hopefully his son has warned him of that and said, it might be an option for you, Dad.
I wonder whether he'll be having a word with his dad right now, going, actually, if you're in dire straits, and you're 6-0 down, to make the result look a little better, just get 4 players sent off quickly, Dad.
Yep.
Just go against all of your instincts as a Bundesliga referee. Start chopping players down at the ankles and knees. See how many red cards you can pick up. Help James and Alex complete their bingo sheet today, which I don't think we're going to complete. All 9 was always going to be a stretch. We are still waiting for that badge kiss and that overhead kick, not to mention a red card, but our hopes are high that Dennis Eitekin can at least scrap one of those 3 off the bingo sheet later on in the final game of today. For now, though, Schlager looking to avoid a 5th. I almost feel like a 4-0 defeat against an esports pro for someone clearly not comfortable on the joysticks is actually quite a respectable result, Alex, as the final whistle does go. Thumbs up from Jeffrey. A sigh of relief there, I think, from Daniel Schlager, that it was all over.
Yeah, that's it. A sigh of relief that it wasn't worse. And I have to agree with you, James. A 4-0 defeat against a FIFA pro when he's clearly not all that experienced in his game in terms of FIFA is a really respectable result. And I just once again want to pay massive respect to him for also donning the refereeing shirt, because that is absolutely outstanding commitment to that. And yeah, I think we mentioned it obviously before. These referees, we have no idea how they're going to deal with the FIFA world and the Bundesliga Home Challenge, but the fact that they're putting themselves in this situation deserves massive respect. And Schlager being the first of those, putting himself in a more difficult situation, you could say, than Eitekin, playing against a FIFA pro. It was always going to be difficult. A 4-0 defeat is nothing for him to be disappointed about. As we see, the lineup for the next game is on the way, with Jonas Hoffmann starting up his Bundesliga Home Challenge experience for Gladbach. And he'll be coming up against one of the refereeing legends in the Bundesliga, Dennis Eitekin.
Yeah, the final game of today, tear face emoji for that. But in fairness, we've had such an exceptional day, and this is a cracking way to close it out. A game that, let's be honest, when it comes to FIFA skill levels, we're expecting to be a little lower down than what we have seen today. So take that with a pinch of salt when watching this one. But we couldn't have asked for maybe a more interesting way to close out today's show. Jonas Hoffmann taking on Dennis Eitekin. But you are right. I genuinely think it is just that the signal it sends that the referees were even willing to get involved in this Bundesliga Home Challenge, something that is so outside their comfort zone, no doubt about it. It's almost like your parents getting involved in a game of hide and seek as kids, right? You're like, oh my goodness, you want to get involved? Oh, you're rubbish at it, but go on, well, let's play. This is great fun. It's just nice to have you involved. It's that family feel to it all, and the referees are almost playing the role of the parents today in getting involved with the kids and the young guns when it comes to FIFA action. It
shows the unity of football at the moment, that these guys are coming together for the Bundesliga Home Challenge. These Bundesliga guys were represented so well by professional players, referees, and of course esports players as well. Jonas Hoffmann taking a sip of his drink there.
But it's also nice to see them in such an unserious setting, right? Dennis Eitekin, great to see that he is also in referee kit, which we'd expect no less. But it's just great to see them. They are these authority figures out on the pitch. And as I say, so often the person that cops a lot of flack when it comes to being the man in the middle, making those decisions. And today we're seeing them in a casual context, in a laid-back context, in a context that we're not used to seeing them. And that is such a nice adage to this Bundesliga Home Challenge.
That's it for fans as well. They're always sort of deemed the bad guys of football. Obviously, referees, you're never too sure that they're going to be accepted, in this world of FIFA. But I think this can only do good for their reputations in terms of the referees themselves. If they're coming into something like the Bundesliga Home Challenge and being able to to even compete at this level and just show that they're willing to get involved in these occasions of trying to build support and build happiness amongst Bundesliga fans who are currently missing the football. It's just great to see, and again, just fantastic unity shown by the referees in terms of joining in the party for the Bundesliga Home Challenge as we get the final game underway. Eitekin smiling away as he leans forward on his sofa, preparing for what could possibly be one of the biggest occasions of his career.
Absolutely. But what a way to close out the action. Dennis Eitekin, a cult hero in Bundesliga circles for some of the things he gets up to off the pitch. Not quite your normal refereeing character. In fact, he was actually caught DJing. I say caught. It's not caught when he was trying to do it himself. But he was DJ at a local festival in Landau. And that was something that you wouldn't necessarily expect from a Bundesliga referee, getting involved in the festival, getting on the decks and blasting out the party tunes. I can only hope that Whistle was one of the first songs that he put out there, because it just seems so appropriate.
100%, and it's just another sign that, you know, these guys are referees by weekend, by trade for us Bundesliga fans, but they are human beings and they've got their own hobbies as well. As Eitekin comes forward and has a chance for a first goal, and he's got it there. Jonas Hoffmann will be absolutely distraught, but Eitekin, 8 minutes into this game, and he has opened the scoring. Unbelievable.
Jonas Hoffmann's not happy about that. What a start to this game, though. Team Dennis all the way. We are on his side. And the fact is, yeah, that's a great way to start the game. He can't have wished for anything better. And, well, already a sign that he's willing to bring a little more to the table than his refereeing teammate Daniel Schlager, and maybe signs that those training sessions with his 12-year-old son really have paid off.
That's it, and Jonas Hoffmann only playing FIFA maybe once a month when he's got the spare time, nothing better to do. Maybe it doesn't quite stand him in such good stead for this Bundesliga Home Challenge. We asked him as well, you know, what is his goal for this game? He wants to win every game, so of course that's what he's going to be going for.
I have a feeling Eitekin just had a word with the referee for the decision that just went against him. He leant into his TV and definitely seemed to have a few words to say. I would love to have known what that was. For now, Hoffmann with the free kick. And unfortunately can't get it to work in his favour. Now a chance for Eitekin to break down the other end once again. He's thought better of it. So not quite the gung-ho approach we were maybe expecting from a casual amateur player in Dennis Eitekin.
It is so fantastic to see this man, 41-year-old Dennis Eitekin, taking on the FIFA Challenge. He's doing so well, and to be 1-0 up again already.
He's already exceeded expectations, hasn't he?
And he's now passing the ball around Hoffmann like he's not even there. This is just outstanding. I say that, he's giving the ball away straight away, but Eitekin can be proud, whatever happens already, that he got the opening goal in this game. Hoffmann with work to do to not be embarrassed.
Embolo with a powerful run into the box. And he went down. There were appeals for a penalty from the home crowd. Now a few boos to the referee. Dennis Eitekin used to being on the receiving end of those. Right now, currently on the winning side of this. The final bit of action from Saturday in match day 2 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Everyone was talking about this one in the build-up to it, just to see what the referees would be like up against Borussia Mönchengladbach. Now, Eitekin, he has been around the block for many a year. He's been a referee since 2006. He was actually named Referee of the Year in 2019 as well. So a fantastic accolade for a man who really has been at the pinnacle of his profession, let's say, for quite some time now. And he's talked about it. He said that he's a competitor. He really is competitive, and I think you can see that in just the way he sat on his sofa right now, Alex, taking this very seriously, getting right up and close personal with that telly. We've all been there, haven't we?
We have indeed, especially when it's your first time of playing this sort of thing, especially when people are watching as well. He knows what an occasion this would be. He also knows that Jonas Hoffmann has a lot to lose here. Imagine if he goes into the Gladbach training rooms in the next couple of weeks and they all know that he's lost to a referee. What would that do to his reputation? Whereas Eitekin, he's got no problems at all if he gets defeated by a professional player, because it should be expected that Hoffmann plays more FIFA than Eitekin. So for now, with 25 minutes gone in this game, all for Hoffmann to do if he wants to keep his reputation alive. I have to admit, he's one of the coolest guys I've met in the Bundesliga. I met him in the media days a few years ago, and he tried his best to score in a Torwand. It's a German word, but just basically means the little targets you can shoot for with a smaller ball in the footballing world. And he was working on that for about half an hour without finding the target. He then asked me to step up and show me how it was done, and I kid you not, I have video evidence of it on my Instagram page. I scored with my first shot.
Oh, you should be getting paid the big bucks. I hope you told him that as well afterwards.
I asked him where my contract was going to be. He said it would be in the post. I've heard nothing so far.
Oh, that's disappointing. May need to get onto the negotiators. But hey, there's something you can tell the grandkids about.
He will not be wanting to tell his grandkids about this, Hoffmann, if it stays like this.
Well, he won't want to tell his grandkids about you outdoing him either in the media days. Obviously not exactly a good track record when it comes to these types of things, as Aytekin looking for a second. Royce, he's trying to bundle his way through the box. Gnabry comes away with the ball for Aytekin.
You can tell that this is two inexperienced FIFA players coming up against each other. A lot of these chances that they're getting could be easily cut out by a more professional player, but that's why it's such a good partnership that these two are coming up against each other. It means it's going to be still a competitive game, which is exactly what we wanted to see, as Aytekin goes for a second goal with Marco Reus, but it's blocked, and so is the second attempt as it goes wide. Aytekin leaning forward, he knows if he can get a second goal here, he'll be well on his way to a big win as we close the first day of the second round of Bundesliga Home Challenge fixtures.
Oh, this is it. I was making a big deal last weekend about the over 30s that were represented both in the professional footballers department of this challenge and also the e-gamers, because I, of course, myself am in the over 30s category. But Dennis Aytekin representing the over 40s remarkably well so far. He went sliding in there with Jonathan Tah, couldn't cut out the cross. Chance still alive for Jonas Hoffmann. And that is what Aytekin has been open and honest about, that he is a little reckless with that slide tackle button on occasion. He has to be very careful inside the area. We've seen a handful of penalties awarded already. Oh, he's been let down by his goalkeeper there, Manuel Neuer. Dear Omi.
And that is nothing he will be happy about. He can't do anything about a goal like that. You'd expect Neuer to come out and claim that. Hoffmann celebrates, as he should do, but not a goal that Aytekin will be happy with at all. He'll be very disappointed in Neuer, and it's one of those things on FIFA, you can't do much about how the goalkeeper reacts. He'll have expected Neuer to come out and claim that with both hands, but he flapped it. Hoffmann was there to pick up the pieces and score before half-time, and it definitely makes this second half an interesting one if we go in with this 1-1 scoreline level at the break.
Very much so, but an unrealistic representation there of Manuel Neuer's goalkeeping skills, I think it's fair to say, seen on FIFA 20. And yes, Aytekin not let down by himself, but let down by his goalkeeper, unfortunately, and that will mean it is all square at the break. And I think Aytekin will definitely be the unhappier of the two parties at half-time, with the fact that the score is at 1-1. But a lifeline now for Jonas Hoffmann to work with, and maybe his reputation isn't done and dusted just yet.
He looked delighted with it as the half-time whistle blew there. Looks like he's giving a wave to someone, maybe he's on a FaceTime call. Obviously, he does not want to be on the losing side, as we mentioned, to Dennis Aytekin. It would do his reputation no good in the Gladbach dressing room. But this game is wide open as we enter the second half. Aytekin will be disappointed with the way that equaliser was conceded. But he can definitely take hope into this second half. He's looked, you could say, the better of the two players. Both have looked good going forward and have looked well on the ball, but Aytekin scoring that goal, it was a well-taken one to take the lead. He'll be hoping he can do the same again in this second half.
Well, he started on the front foot in the first half. He's looking to do the same in the second. A bit of a mistake there from Hoffmann. Almost allowed Marco Reus to break through on goal. Recovered the position well there. And this was it. Aytekin was actually saying in the lead up to this game, I've got nothing to lose. Hoffmann does. What would his teammates say if he loses to a referee? And well, that may be a question we have to ask Jonas Hoffmann later on in the season if we get a chance and if things do stay this way. but maybe just to underline the experience that Deniz Aytekin has. He claims he's been playing FIFA for almost 20 years. He said he started on the Amiga 500 and the Atari. Alex, do you even know what those consoles are?
The only reason I've heard of the Atari has been in popular hip-hop music, actually, so I've never had experience with playing with them personally.
It does pop up in hip-hop lyrics fairly often, you're not wrong, but yes, the Atari, one of the earliest gaming consoles out there, so too the Amiga 15, so 500, arguably an OG gamer, Deniz Aytekin. He's been doing it since before we were born, or at least before you were born, Alex.
Definitely.
By the sounds of it. And I've just had my OK Boomer moment, so that's quite all right. But hey, that's the way it goes. But yeah, he's excited, as I say, competitive, and he has been training with his son. And right now it does look like it's paying off, though Hoffman is starting to generate a little more momentum and a little more pressure. We haven't seen much from Aytekin in an attacking sense since he scored. The offside flag spares his blushes on that occasion.
You are right, though. Hoffman building momentum in the second half. Aytekin obviously maybe booking Neuer in the next chance he gets after that mistake, but he might be giving a bit of praise if someone can get him a second goal to go ahead here, because who knows, the next goal in this game, I think, because of the lack of chances, if we do see the next goal, it will probably be the winner. It could be Aytekin now as he breaks the ball forward. Bad touch there from Royce. Hoffman can break again.
Well, just under half an hour remaining in our final game of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. Today on Saturday, we've got another 7 fixtures lined up for you tomorrow, which we are very much looking forward to bringing you the action from. For now, we're closing out today's action for the time being with Gladbach up against a referees team, which was a lovely addition to match day 2 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge. 4 new teams in the mix: Gladbach, Wolfsburg, Bochum, and the referees. We're pitting 2 of those against each other today in the final game of Saturday's action. It is currently Gladbach that lead 5-1 on aggregate after a 4-0 win for Jeffrey. But Deniz Aytekin has got a second goal. He's back in front, Alex, and that's just what we wanted to see.
Unbelievable. The boys go over to celebrate in the corner with the German fans. Hoffman leans back in his chair. He's distraught, but what an outstanding finish that is from the substitute Luca Waldschmidt. Aytekin, no reaction whatsoever. He's showing his competitive edge. He knows this game's not over, and Hoffman's going to give it everything now to come back and try and get back into this game once again. But this is incredible, isn't it? 20 minutes to go, and Deniz Aytekin is leading Jonas Hoffman in a game of FIFA.
Well, look, he's exceeding all our expectations, pre-match expectations they were. But then the bar was set low. He set the bar low, quite low himself. He made almost a Marco Richter-esque prediction, arguably, in this game, talking about the fact that in his last 6 games in the build-up to this, he picked up 3 red cards a game. He said, as a referee, I should admit it, but I have found out that 5 red cards sees the game called off completely. But he's actually been quite fair in some of these challenges. We've only had one where it was really questionable, and he didn't even make contact with an opposing player when he went flying in with Jonathan Tah in the box. It's actually Daniel Schlager who got a booking with Jonathan Tah in the opening game. Aytekin has kept his slide tackles to himself, seemingly, so maybe that's something that him and his 12-year-old son have been working on.
I fear that if Aytekin had come up against Jeffrey, might have seen the frustration come out. We might have seen a couple of those red cards. Probably a good idea that they went with this format. Aytekin facing Hoffman. He's doing really well, obviously, so far. I believe that's Hoffman who's just asked for a pause. As we approach the final 15 minutes of this game.
Now he's trying to get a second goal to level the scores before that pause comes into play, though. Well, with crosses like that, it's not going to be easy. He's used to better quality deliveries from his Gladbach teammates. Jonas Hoffman, the former Borussia Dortmund player. He talked about this game. He said, fear is no way to play. I'm brushed up and confident in my team and my dexterity. Fun fact about Jonas Hoffman as well. He's actually a franchise partner and owns 3 Subway restaurants in Gladbach. There you go. Fun fact of the day.
I can certainly say that I did not know that coming into today.
Yeah, apparently he said it was the idea he came up with a friend of his. They started with 1, and they've now, I think, just recently opened their 3rd in Gladbach. So yeah, a Subway franchise partner as well. Something you wouldn't necessarily expect from a footballer, it has to be said.
I do have to say, just on the topic of Subway, if anyone is out there and hasn't tried Subway cookies, they are quite possibly my favourite thing in the world. So if anyone is out there and wants to, send some goodies to the commentary team here, myself,
Gosh,
Alex Jaffa and James.
Do you want to give out your address?
No, I don't.
Careful.
Just,
Careful.
just think of me if you're ever eating a Subway cookie, because they are absolutely outstanding. And that you never know, that might be a reason why Jonas Hoffman has gone for being a franchise owner of Subways. Who knows?
You never know. Yeah, maybe. So he's a massive fan of the cookies, so therefore he decided to start his own chain. I love it.
He might need a couple of cookies to lift his spirits
It's
here.
one of those fun facts about footballers you never expect to find out.
No.
I happened to stumble across it in a kind of low-key interview that I believe was on the Borussia Mönchengladbach channel, where he was essentially cooking a meal with a chef who was also a presenter and Gladbach fan, and this presenter had obviously found out a few things about him, and one of these things was the fact that he was a Subway franchise owner and had 3 Subway outlets out there right now. So yeah, fun fact of the day. When it came to his gaming, Jonas Hoffman did admit that he's a bigger fan, I should say, of Mario Kart there. I got a little too ahead of myself with the words and ended up saying something quite rude. I do apologise, but hey, those things slip out sometimes over the course of a 7-hour stream, so I'm going to forgive myself at the end of it here. But yeah, Mario Kart's his go-to game, and I think that's fair enough. It's a little bit of a different style and feel to FIFA. Certainly a little less stressful. Unless you're at the front of the pack facing that blue shell, it's always dangerous, Alex.
This is very true. And obviously that other fun fact you mentioned as well, which is quite possibly the best fun fact ever, is that Eitekin is a part-time DJ and does perform in festivals in front of 5,000 people in France. It's absolutely fantastic. It's awesome as well that he can add to his repertoire that he's now a professional FIFA player as he produces the first big slide tackle of his game. Hoffman not happy with it, but he does have the ball back here. In the last couple of minutes, can he get an equaliser to avoid losing his reputation among the Gladbach players?
Oh, the humiliation levels will be high if he doesn't manage to get an equaliser. You have to think, to be in the Borussia Mönchengladbach WhatsApp group chat tonight. But Jonas Hoffman looking for the equaliser. He's looking to curl it beyond Neuer, and he just couldn't get his angles right. Eitekin looking to take as many seconds off the clock there as possible. He's got the ball here with Werner.
I think that might be time, James. What a moment this is going to be.
Oh, it's a moment, a historic moment in Bundesliga Home Challenge history, as Dennis Eitekin closes out the show on Saturday by picking up a 2-1 win against Borussia Mönchengladbach. The referee's team, Alex, got a win, and it came courtesy of Dennis Eitekin.
Dennis Eitekin, you absolute legend.
You hero.
As we said it with Daniel Slager as well, to even put themselves in this situation of playing FIFA in front of the watching world is one thing, but to come out with a win for Dennis Eitekin is absolutely amazing. And I'm sure he'll be celebrating with a few DJ sets tonight at home. What an outstanding day at the office for the 41-year-old referee.
Get Whistles by Flow Rider on right now, Dennis. That's what I want to hear blaring out of the speakers if possible. I'd put it on myself, but it doesn't quite work as well. But what a day, Alex. I mean, we were excited to see what match day 2 of the Bundesliga Home Challenge would produce after what we saw on match day 1. But my goodness, I think even in my wildest dreams, I didn't quite expect things to go the way they have today. We have been comeback central. Second legs have been absolutely sensational. We've seen goals galore. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling absolutely fantastic. I feel sad that it's over for the day, but excited for tomorrow. And as you said, I don't think any of us could have expected it to turn out the way it has today. Goals galore, entertainment throughout from start to finish, right until the last seconds there with Dennis Eitekin picking up the win for the referees. And it just means we can look forward tomorrow. Myself, Alex Chaffer, and James Thorogood, we will be with you tomorrow once again, as we get into the second day of the second round of Bundesliga Home Challenge fixtures. Stay with us for tomorrow, and I'll hand it over to James to close us out after this incredible day of action.
We have watched 84 goals hit the back of the net today, and I'm sorry, even if you're not a FIFA fan, even if you were just a casual viewer, there was no way you could not be entertained by the performances that were put on today. They were absolutely fantastic. They've had us on the edge of our seats. They've had us off our seats as well. Unfortunately, I didn't quite get to do an ode to Gary Preston with a Brazilian goal commentary. I should have done it for Dennis Itekin's winner. I really should have. I do apologise.
We'll see what happens tomorrow.
Hey, there's plenty of action still to come. As I said, we've got 7 games coming up. It's been a real highlight. We ended on a highlight with Dennis Itekin grabbing a winner for the referees team. But it's been a real pleasure to bring you coverage of today's action. We will be back tomorrow. James Rogan, Alex Chaffer, thanks very much. Have a good night.
Take care.